I was sitting here like, maybe I can get this up and going, but I guess not. Stream. Oh boy. So, alrighty. Looks like we're good. Oh boy. Okay. You made me cry. No, I wish. Okay. I am good. Before anyone freaks out, I am good. I know the pin is a thing that people probably saw. For those of you who follow me on the Discord, you probably already saw some of the photos. We're doing fine. Minor damage, thankfully. I think the biggest thing I'm glad for is the fact that my dad is no longer in the workforce, therefore he didn't have to be at my hometown when this hit, so... Whew. No, it's... Oh my gosh. I did not expect to see the photos of my hometown like that, I'll put it that way. So... Yeah. It is something I wasn't prepared for, I'll put it that way. We've been checking in a lot of the family friends we have and everything, so, some people got lucky, some people did not. Been helping a lot of people out over the weekend, so, but yeah, it was, I mean, I think we're not out of the woods yet until this like weekend hits, because to give you an idea, there's a river that's not that far from where I am. It's being currently monitored for any other like storms that might hit. There's thresholds for like water level. I don't know, I'm not like super familiar with this terminology and stuff, but basically I think they said like if this threshold, if the threshold hits 11, we start having flood issues and a whole bunch of things that might happen at where I am at. Right now that river sits at 10.7, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I don't see any storms in the forecast so far, knocking on wood. But yeah, I don't think till this weekend will things... If we don't have anything happen towards the end of this week, we should be good. So, it has been a little crazy. Oh, yeah, Indiana got hit hard. Like, holy crap. I think I heard on the radio they were somewhere... They're close to the same amount of damage estimate. They did have some fatalities. Thankfully it's a small number, but... Yeesh. Things are okay, though. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a hectic week, with all of that going on. Like I said, I'm glad my dad doesn't work at my hometown anymore, because I don't know how my family would have reacted if he was stuck in the middle of all that. But yeah. I'm sitting here now like, this was one of the banners I was actually like eager for, but I'm also like, do I pull or do I go for the next grouping? I'm like, man. Man is experiencing a mirror sea firsthand. I would rather not. Yeah, it's the big one. Like, it's one of the bigger ones. You've got like, obviously we have oh. I got scared for a second. I was like, did my game just freeze? What? We have this alternative coming. We have the, I forget what the terminology was, but there's like a whole new system for her. So this is the one I'm very excited for as well, because I actually was curious about Nemesis Altar. So I am excited for that. So we will be, yeah, it's the mod, that's what it's called. Nemesis 2 and then Sopo. Yeah, Sopo, the absolute dork. It's called Mod 3 upgrade, I see. So I guess that's how they're gonna handle, like, what is it? I guess it's just called mods. I don't really know no other system to compare. I mean, the only other comparison I have would be, what, retrofits in Exilium. I think that's really about it. Yeah, I don't think, because Arknights didn't really have anything like that. They have the module system, sure, but that's about it. And all the other gachas I don't think have anything else I can think off the top of my head. So there's that. There's what it is. I think it's just retrofit. That's the closest thing we have. So, yeah. Hopefully this stream can ease your mind from all that. I hope so, a little bit. It'd be nice. Conclave had Kaini. Yeah, they had. Well, they had multiple. They had multiple, right? Like some of the ship, the Kanmusu had like what, 2 or 3 alternates. They had Kai, and then Kaini, and then Kai-san, I think. I don't remember which girls had that, but I remember there was like a good handful with like multiple. You check you on top chat? No, I'm on live. I'm on live. I have it defaulting to live for me now, so that helps a bit. Tile sound system sounds convoluted. Oh, the like reaction system? It's gonna be interesting getting used to it. I'll put it that way. Not many gachas uplift from base rarity. It's usually only rare alts. Yeah. Kamusa has night battle. Conclave had a lot of things. Especially one of the more dreaded things, which is permadeath. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people liked that. But yeah. I'm gonna sit here and like debate whether or not I want to pull for this. I did kind of get myself a little extra stuff for this, because I was like, this is one of the characters I was super interested in, but I'm like, do I want to pull here or do I want to hold? Because I just went and got a bunch of this, and then, what is it? I think have I scrapped weapons recently? Have I scrapped weapons? I don't think I have. Oh, yeah, I don't do that. Dismantle. Oh, right, I have to do T3. I don't think I've ever really used purple gears much anymore. I think I'm at the point now where it's like most of the time I'm not using purples. This is a great V0. Oh. I have a feeling they'll add lots of pull cards if the next update. Well, it's one of the bigger updates too, right? Because it's like they're gonna have, isn't it? It's like, it's a little bit later than like half year. I don't know if Mika does half year though. We'll make the heroic more complex. Yeah, that I can understand. That's close to salt. I'm like, do I want to? This is one of those things I would have to like look through more. These. Oh, I don't have like any. Okay, so I've done that recently. I was making sure. So, I don't know. I'm still debating on this. Didn't we celebrate 1.5 or was that something else? I know there's a handful of games that have like... This week's gonna be a little bit of a struggle because like we have this banner and then the other banner for that's coming up. And Uma just released Austin Machan, and I'm like, okay, that's one of the characters I wanted. Me pulled for her, doesn't get her, gets yada yada instead. Oh no. I'm being yada yada. For those that don't know, that's Sweet Tosho. My I don't know, roster, I guess, has been graced with the yada yada gremlin. They say the patch gives 147 free limited pulls, pretty much guarantees a copy of OTS 14. Okay. Yeah, give or take. So I'm sure we'll get a bunch of pulls here too. Her Bond story is her Bond story being Sextons or I guess the question is who? Fitusa hi, yes. I'm assuming Sextons is the one for this story. Or you're talking to somebody else. I used the Mud Goblin. Oh, wait, Mud Goblin. Never mind. Sextons Mud story. Okay, fair. Alright, you know what? We'll try it. Since it sounds like we're getting enough pulls, we'll see how this goes. I can't guarantee her sword, though, which makes me a little sad. I have enough probably for her, unless the game decides to just, I don't know, pity on me. I don't know what the right word is. I'm scared. Boom. We'll at least attempt for her. If we don't get her, we don't get her. Que sera, sera. Debated. No. I'm guessing everyone who wanted the Sextons got her. I don't know if I have if we have like a bunch of like free-to-players or more dolphins or whales in chat, but I'm curious and if people had good luck with their polls. 20 to 50, okay. Power of 6. Y'all have been waiting for this update to drop so you can start just saying it's the Seggs update, Seggs update. I mean, you're not wrong, but still. Arma is free to play, fair enough. More free to play these days. Yeah, I can understand that. It's kind of a bit of a rough time in the what is it, current state of economy and things. I get that. Not to be a bit frugal with myself too. Exactly. Debate. Nope. It's a bit disappointing you're not playable. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you think we're doing right now, though, bro? What do you think we're doing right now? Oh. You've heard of spend on Uma. Fair. Uma is kind of one of those games where if you're going to spend, it'd be the one to do it on. Especially if it's like one of your ones you really enjoy. Because those cards matter a lot. I guess the characters do too, but the cards are kind of the bigger thing. You really have to get lucky with those. Alright, 20 pulls in. At the 21 to 30 mark. Appeared recently. Yes, yes. It is an... I got a handful of new characters on my roster, so I'm happy with this one. Is there weapon customization in this game? Yes, you can add attachments. They are functional, so there's... It's kind of like how, if you've played the other gachas, where it's like they have like artifacts and sets and stuff. It's the same thing. That's how they do their sets, is attachments. You have the three main parts. Was it grip, grip, scope, and bipod or tripod, whatever we call it. I think it's just bipod, actually. I don't think there's any tripods. That are, I think, based on the set. Meanwhile, the muzzle is what, or yeah. is not. You can change the skin as well if you want. Those are more cosmetic than they are effective. Yeah, muzzle grip, side scope. Oh, side. Okay, that's what it's called. But yeah. Can you make cursed guns like I mean, I've done some pretty cursed stuff already, but honestly, I like it. Yeah, if I'll shut real quick because someone was asking. No, we'll stick with this because we can. Yeah, so you can, if you're on the functional side, you have your artifact set. You have the, well, in this case, it's all called attachments. These are your 4 slots down here. You can see there is a set attached to it, and there's the bonuses. This does kind of depend a little bit on your character, what copy. Sometimes what matters is the copy they are. Because I think, from what I understand, Mosin, you just want phase boost unless you get her to like the higher fortifications. Then at that point, electric boost becomes a bit more viable. I just happened to have a good series of electric boosts, so I was like, all right, you know what? I'll switch her to this. So, but yes, you can make absolutely cursed things, and I love it personally. The most important one is the Colgate with the banana. I think I have a handle. We have the legendary weapon, also known as the stick. I forgot I put a... Hang on. I put a thing on it. Don't ask how that's fitting on there. Just know that it is. This is the legendary. This is the legendary weapon of choice for Dushevnaya. It has slayed many monsters. She has reforged it several times. It is plus 25 right now. I just noticed it's not even fully leveled. This is just goes to show how much I have not really worked on her. I need to, though. She totally did not take a hammer to the muzzle to get it to stay on the stick. But yes, melee characters also have the bonk hammer. They're supposed to be a sword, but you know what? I feel like making Curl like a girl with a hammer because sometimes she feel like that. Tactical bonks are more important than slashes. While slash damage does work, blunt force trauma is also equally as effective. Also, you can stun people so you can capture them later. It's easier that way. Though I do have it on Fetusa as well. If I can find Fetusa. There she is. And then, of course, I think the last one is my shotgunner girl. With the carrot. Yes, you can make cursed things. It's funny. There's a lot more of those, but I don't have that many of them. Trying to buy her skin from the shop. Oh, yeah. 10 yukas on a stick. Give her the hammer. Would she get the hammer, though? I need more ideas for melee weapons. Just, like, really cursed melee stuff. That's the real question, is can I find more cursed stuff? That's something we gotta see. Man. Oh, we're gonna get yelled at. Here we go. Getting yelled at. The fanfare is great. No one should hear you, little shit. It is very much the now listen here. That will always be that pose. You cannot change my mind on this. The senior will push Kikon in his place. Yeah, exactly. Like, ever since I saw that the first time this game came out, I was like, oh no, this is 100% that exact thing. Only Nagant on that. Man. Pool noodle, balloon sword, lollipop. I've got so many. Oh no. Pool noodle was great. I feel like if you have a pool noodle though, it has to go on a melee character with a swimsuit skin. Because then that's just all the more fitting. The balloon sword would be funny though. I feel like that would be a Dushevnaya thing. It's the now listen here you yeah, exactly. Good old frying pan. Oh yeah, frying pan is one of the deadlier hold on. Frying pan is one of the deadliest weapons. It's also apparently one of the most bulletproof items in the game in the world. According to certain games. Also, hello. Groza. Fictus' skin for the melee. Can we please just have can we have an April Fool's update where Dushevnaya just for some reason becomes a melee character and the melee weapon of choice is just Fetusa? I need that. This is a very important demand. It needs to be met. Oh man. Just imagine a Lego grenade. Lego grenade. Okay, I don't think I've ever had that before. Man, we're hitting like absolute min rolls. It's been a while since I've hit min roll. Remember that Fetusa sword? Yeah, I know, but I mean like it needs to be a permanent thing, you know. If it is a permanent thing, that's great. I don't look ahead. They've done it in a mission for yeah. Make more animations because sometimes the running can't possibly explain everything. It's like, oh, yeah, 100%. That's why it's like any single time I see any like full 3D animations in a game like that for narration, it's just most of the times better. Like even Blue Archive did it. Like the what is it, Hoshino versus Hina scenes. That was so much more enhanced just by watching that entire like fight unfold and an animation, even if it was just chibis. Like I would love to see more of that level of quality for that kind of like narrative storytelling. I know not everyone's gonna see it because I don't think everyone reads the stories of gacha games. I wouldn't be surprised if like a majority of players are just straight up collect waifu. We have what we care for. You either there are multiple versions of the collector in this game. There is the I'm just gonna call them the yabes because I don't think I can explain them in YouTube without YouTube bonking the video. You have the daughter characters that everyone will probably just continuously head pat, and they will realize that their hand cannot be forcibly removed from the head of that particular character. And then you have the third group, which is this character I just want to boop in the nose for no reason. I've done that. You skip 16 for OTS 14. So apparently... Oh! Chat, it's the debate. It's the debate. It's the debate. Oh, I lagged. I didn't even look at that. Lena already calling it. It sounds like we've won the 50-50. That's awesome. If we did win, that is a fantastic, that's great news. There's the sexy. That's not gonna get old. But I don't think anyone was ready prepared for the double. I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, that's totally her. I always did like her voice. I'm gonna be real with you though. I love her base form. It doesn't matter if it is this game, Ozern Lane, or any game that does this. This like character art design usually almost always goes hard, and I love it. Like, I remember when I saw this when it was first announced, I was like, you know what? I like this a lot. It is an amazing design. Maybe it's just I like the aesthetic. I have not played the games that generally tend to be what inspire that design, but I can admire the aesthetic of it. But yeah, it is great. I always did appreciate any of the designs that look like this, though. Bloodborne, yeah, Bloodborne. I think it's is it just Bloodborne? Is that the only one that really is like? Is there any other games that inspire off that? I mean, I kind of want to see if Silver Palace plays into that at all, because they have that. They are set in that kind of atmosphere, are they not? I mean, they have the potential to go that way. With at least maybe one or two characters. I don't know if they will. But yeah, alrighty. What, 60 some pulls? That's not bad. Even this cane sword. Is it entirely Bloodborne? Awesome. I do like the sword too. Like, that is really cool. Alright, well, you know what? We'll give it a shot. We have 40 pulls, so there's a chance. I think we're all still on the toss-up for this, too. Mate, so it is a new game. No, what I mean is, like, Silver Palace could potentially do some designs that way, too. I think the setting of it could fit. I'd love to see that. I'm not saying that it's going to be inspired off of... That would be strange, because Silver Palace... hasn't even out yet. I meant more that Silver Palace could go that direction. Oh, hey, the purple, nice. Well, at least we at least got that. When I saw Sextans, I thought Castlevania. But that's because I don't know anything about Bloodborne. I've seen enough of Bloodborne to kind of feel that way. Castlevania, I could see it, I guess. I see probably more Bloodborne than Castlevania. Yeah, I'm glad I got the purple weapon early. I've had so many times I've done this banner, and I just straight up don't get the, I don't get the gold, I don't get the purple at all. I'll get the gold somehow, but but not the purple. Shady, you ready for another debate? That'd be funny, wouldn't it? That would have been so funny, wouldn't it? I don't really think I have a reason to really... I'm like thinking about it, it's like, I don't think I have anything really to care about here. Insane luck. Yeah, Ohio wrong guy. Alright, here we go. We potentially could still lose this, though, so I don't know. Like I said, que sera sera for this. The fact that we have the character is already a win in my book. Lena, do you know if the game lags for the weapon banner? Is it the same way, or is it solely the character banner that does that? By the way, Belfast gun. Oh no, I saw that. I'm caught in Golden Melody. Wait, what? Oh, wait, that's the gun name. I didn't think about that for a second. I was like, another one, okay. I didn't think about that for a second because that's like, I was like, why is that name familiar? It's, whose gun is that? Which one is that? This one. Oh, it's QJ, okay. I think actually I have a spare of that. What's the plan? It's one of these two I have a spare of. I know I have a spare Samosek because for some reason the game just wants to keep throwing those at me.
What better won't lag if you win the yellow. Fair enough, fair enough. Jabate, no. Rip. I'm gonna pull for Grozer Altar. I do plan to. But it sounds like there's a lot of pulls that we might be able to get during that time, so we'll see how that goes. We are at 30. We might have some spares to build. Oh, yeah, we do. Look at that. We got another 10 pull, boys. The fact that you can just get a 10 pull, it's a little. That feels like a bit much sometimes, honestly. All right, here's the question, though. We're at the 30 mark. Is it possible? Jabate? Nope. Unfortunate. But it does at least mean I probably will be able to get... I imagine finishing the story today will probably get me... I have a spare this. No, why not? That'd have been funny. What was it? Was it the... It was the gotcha... The skin gotcha banner that I... Oh, it's blue. I've not actually seen the blue. Oh yeah, the spare... Well, hang on. Let me make sure I do one thing first before I forget. Longer than Liu's, at least. Okay. Question is it voiced? If it's not, that'll be interesting, because I do not know... Where is this? There it is. Okay, this. Calibrate. Yoink. Alright. We are good. I will say, though, I wasn't prepared for this. Bro hitting us with that smile. What is this? We've come a long way. We've come a very long way from, the character that looked at us with, the intent to kill to this face. Chat, I think people need... I think I need to do the meme. Some people will look at this and say, wife. Oh, it's doing the double thing. I've seen that. That happens a lot. Turned villain to wife for... Yeah. Oh, I have a 10 pull on the standard banner. Alright, let's see. It should be... Well, I need to get rid of the blues, too. Except for... I did get the blue swords, did I not? Oh, well, okay. There we go. I think it's just these purples, though. That's 6. We might actually... You know what? We might be able to see what we roll here. I can keep what little collapse pieces I have. And just roll with the 7 we have. I think 7 gives us a good chance to hit the gold, whatever that gold is. Let's find out. We hit it early, okay. Well, not really. We hit it early in this chain. Question is, did we win, chat? Ah, wait! I don't have this, I think. There's a TMP. That's a win! I'll take that anyway! Harpsy! Harpsy! Where are you? Take your weapon. There you go. It doesn't matter. Harpsy got her weapon, I'm happy. I didn't lose. We didn't actually lose. Oh, I'm sure. Well, I can get that. We can get that in a bit. Arpsy's cute. The cat got in the way yet again. There's nothing wrong with that. Have I tried Mystery Coin? Recently, yes. I actually did get the cat once. What fort is it? She's at fort, what, 5? Oh, she's at 4. So, I don't remember which fort it was. Maybe it was this one. Because I know it wasn't this one. It was probably one of these two. But I did get one of the fortifications from that mystery coin thing. Oh yeah, let's get this out of the way. Well, I guess I don't need this now. Chat, take a pick. Except for Mozen and Sabrina. Whomst. We're gonna do a 10 pull in the attempt of getting this. Cat. Is Prithia Matt? No, she's only 4. You can see the numbers right there. Harpsy and Faye are both not even a single copy. Well, it's okay. It's already seeming like the cat. Well, we have 2 cats. Wait, I just realized, Lena, which cat? There are 2 cats. You guys gotta be a bit more specific. Yes, the small cat, the shy cat. Okay, Harpsy. If so, I vote Prithia. You want Prithia at max? So I mean, I do want this cat at max. I do want that cat at max. It seems like it's which cat? Yes, cat. Yes. Thanks, chat. You guys are very helpful. It does seem like though those that are specifying it is the Harpsy. It is fine. All right, did we win though? Boom. Nope. Well, we're at 30. We're at 30. Do we get jebaited? No, we didn't. No debate. Alright, we have 20 pulls left. There is a chance for a Harpsy in the near future. Maybe it'll happen in the next event when we get more pulls. Maybe. I don't know. I have messages. Oh. Wait, I could send the Sextans emotes. What emotes does she have? I looked at this one and almost saw Igla for a second. She gets the sunglasses though. Alright. Anyway. It is what it is. We got a couple story chapters, looks like 5, 11 normal nodes. So, I literally did see Igla. Yeah, you can see it, right? It is okay, though. I'm not super worried about this. We are fighting Sextans herself? Is this one of those we use the Sextans to defeat the Sextans? I need to borrow someone's Sextans then if I don't think I leveled it. Have I seen the Groza Altar trailer? Is it the wedding one? I think I saw that one when it was announced. Oh, it is not voiced. Or at least not yet. Who's calling me? Helena. You're Helena? No, you're not 043. Who are you? Ah, so there is one who hears my voices still. No, I exist no more. So why? What? What do you mean? Ah, your eyes have beheld. though through them I have seen. So that is how it has come to be. Yes, the one who pulls the threads of fate stands by your side. Hello, Mei-Ling. Of course. Oh yeah, I didn't even bother reading the first line. Excuse me. Mei-Ling, are you ready? Of course, I'm ready to start up the scan program at any time. Great. All right then. Sextans, please follow Mei-Ling's instructions as they come. At the side, Sextans has been staring at my form in silence, unmoving as a statue. Upon hearing my instructions, sir. I don't know how to say the first part of your name, but I'll just go with Galactic for now. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. By the way, is this one of those things where I probably should have done the like, what is it, Bond story? Or is that one of those things I have to covenant the character first? I don't feel like I could do the entirety of the Bond story if I did the covenant. That's kind of hard, actually. It might be one of those things I'll have to look at later. Because it feels like I probably... I don't think that's something you can unlock instantly. No need to oath the character. Oh, really? We'll see where we are afterwards. Let me get through this event first. You should get to 5 affinity. Oh, fair enough. One of these days I really need to sit down and do the Bond stories. Maybe if we have some downtime and I'm not either having to deal with an audit from work or a natural disaster. Oh, God, I don't even want to think about all the insurance claims that are coming up for people. I feel bad. That just went in my head. Get out to the event. Yeah. Oh. Do that thing. Okay. Let me see. Anyway. Upon hearing my instructions, she heeds with a nod, putting what I nearly thought to be a rigid stone into motion. In she goes to the repair pod that Mei-Ling designated. Relax. We're doing regular data backup and a round of routine maintenance. We'll be done before you know it. Night Twitch, unpopular opinion. Groza is overrated. By oh, hey, there's a fight in where I'm just kidding. There's like probably the 2 or 3 people in chat that are like, hey, wait a minute now. You've gone too far. You've crossed the line. You will start the Great Waifu War. Oh my goodness. Mei-Ling carefully straps Sextans to the table. Once she confirms that all the restraints are secure and locked, she closes the repair pod door and engages the biometric lock. With all that done, she gives me a thumbs up. Sextans has been pretty stable ever since I never know how to say his name, reinitialized her neurocloud and fixed her frame. However, when I don't give her any commands to follow, she simply stays silent, watching the Elmo dolls and humans go about their daily lives. It makes her seem a lot more harmless, but it also portrays a lack of desire to blend in with the crew. Maybe she's like this as a result of losing most of her neurocloud data. Well, yeah, I guess. I would partially say it's like she doesn't really know what to do. Because, like, even if she didn't lose all of her neurocloud data, like, if she still remembered everything, it would still be one of those cases where it's like she knows she's technically been on the opposing side to this group. I think there would be a little bit of awkwardness for that person, or for, you know, Sextans in this case. Maybe dolls don't have to deal with this. I don't know. But I imagine there's going to be some complicated and somewhat conflicted feelings about it. Sextans is probably sitting in some dark corner like a child alone in an orphanage. That's sad. Hi, I'm choosing violence. Oh, for Lena. Oh, man. But yeah, I have to imagine, like, that this has got to be a little bit rough. Like, even if she did get her... Even if she did somehow manage to get her data back, I feel like that she's still going to have that weird, like, sense of, like, well, I'm here now. My enemy is now my friends. What? It's good. Like, I'd have to imagine it'd be one of those, like, you're sitting there looking at the situation and all you can do is laugh. Because you're just like, how did I get here? For lack of a better way to describe the situation, Seggs is more akin to an ordinary instance of artificial intelligence compared to the other dolls. Unchanging and limited in features, only carrying out inputted commands ad infinitum, and without the means to communicate its own will. There is a silver lining, however. Seggs is far more stable in both body and mind when compared to Blue Spear, whom we... Bliat Balls. who we run into some trouble with just a few days ago. We acquired some rather unexpected pieces of information the last time Groza hacked into Sexton's base layer. Back then, I hadn't realized just how important it was, but the explosion in Lviv that happened not long after brought it to the forefront of my mind, providing details that helped me make some predictions regarding Perdeus' new research direction, as well as the nature of third-gen dolls. Right now, I lack leads and means to gather useful information. It does not matter the Tomato Empire, no. Are you the same Hawker Zero in Spanish? Is there another me for I don't speak Spanish. Well, at least not anywhere near as I didn't even speak it that good when I was studying it back then, to be honest with you. So probably not. Unless there is somebody else that also has my name for some reason, which I guess that wouldn't be the strangest of things, and I've seen that happen before. She's putting on carrying when she got mentally zoinked the first time helping run over Blue Spear. Oh, yeah. I want to be a fly on the wall between Sexton and Golfgate the first time talking when she joins the Elmo. So about the time you nearly kicked my head off. I'm supposed to feel it now is just a few days. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Like the passage of time in this universe for its storyline has been very, very short. The amount of stuff that both the commander and Mailing have had to deal with, and I guess the dolls to be inclusive there. It's a lot. Thirteen dolls, Boojums, the secrets behind Helena, and the experiments and conspiracies involving the relics. If we succeed, we'll be able to uncover what we need. That's right, in this desolate wilderness, this yellow zone hundreds of kilometers away from any and all help, where so much has been said and done, I can finally start making a move. Mailing, prepare. As I make preparations to begin, I spot a tiny figure out of the corner of my eye, hiding behind a machine. The figure scurries back, seeking to hide itself from my gaze, though it fails to do so completely, leaving a small strip of fabric peeking around. I'm assuming this is Helena. Wait, is that? Oh, Melanie. Okay. Well, yesn't. Yesn't. I walk over and yank Melanie from the back of the machine. Melanie, what are you doing here? I was just looking for something that dropped here. You dropped something here? What was it? It was... Melanie stutters, starting and stopping, but can't muster the words she wants to say. Her gaze sweeps from side to side in the most uncharacteristic manner. Something is wrong. Keeping this in mind, I squat down and pat her head. What's wrong? Did you notice something strange? Not even a whisper leaves her lips in the face of my question. All right, Melanie. You'll have to leave the maintenance room if you're unwilling to tell us. We're going to start up a neurocloud scan program soon. An unaccounted heat source will disrupt the scan data if it remains in the room. Hold on. I have to stay. Why? I raised my communicator to my ear.
Coffee, come to the maintenance room and take Melanie away. Commander, wait. I just wanted to stay and confirm something. About Miss Sextans. About Sextans? Go the no, don't do that. Helena is still comatose if I'm not wrong. Kinda. She's very frail if I remember correctly, because she wasn't exactly in a coma. Because I think she did have a brief interaction with the commander. It's just she's very weak. What? Exactly. It is exactly what it is. The character's name is Sextans, so this is that update. Yeah. There are a few things that I want to confirm. Could I stay here and observe the scan results with you guys? I'll tell you everything once I confirm what I need to. Melanie seems to be highly interested in Sextans, sneaking glances at the repair pod even as she talks to me. Her behavior at this moment reminds me of something. Right. Melanie mentioned it when we ran into Sextans back then. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of that fusion. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Boodrum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. That's right. Sexton started self-repairing at the end of that conversation. And it seems that Melanie and Helena's proximity to Blue Spear have allowed her to break free last time. Maybe she really does know something critical. Also, hello, Boss Burp. Hello, Heron. For a little bit of a nerd fact, Sextans was a device... Yeah, the sextant. But now I only want the first part of her name. The first part of her name. You mean every part of the word except the T? Oh, wait. No, yeah, I see what you mean. Never mind. I had to think about that for a second. Because I was thinking sextant and then getting rid of the T for sextants. No, you meant that. Look at the Sextans, now asleep in the repair pod, then back at Melanie. Alright, you can stay. I look up at Mei Ling and give her a knowing glance. But as a reminder, the maintenance room is Mei Ling's territory, so everyone, including me, must follow her instructions when we are here. You must follow her every command to the letter if you wish to stay here. Understood? Here. Be a good girl if you want to stay here, little Melanie. I'll be a good girl. Great. Then let us begin. The instant I issued the order, several pieces of equipment hummed to life in unison, filling the maintenance room with their overlapping droning. The dolls, still scattered across the maintenance room moments ago, immediately gather, taking up tight formations to guard this prominently displayed repair pod. Helen, please connect to the Elmo cloud and monitor the data stream coming out of Sexton's neural cloud in real time. Understood. Okay, please lead 404 in shielding any potential interference signals in the area. This will ensure the integrity of the data source. Got it. 404, come with me. Monitoring and defenses are all arranged and accounted for. All that's left is... Dandelion! Oh my, why'd you suddenly yell when it was my turn to be addressed? Are you so excited to see me? Shut up. Holographically projected figure yawns herself into existence, accompanied by a lazy complaint. You know, Commander, it wouldn't kill you to use words like please, or could I trouble you with something when talking to me every once in a while? The sass. Go on. Go on, do it. Dandelion with the stick. Come on, say the word. Say it, please. I need to hear it. Let me hear it so I can record it and keep it in my memory for the next 3 months. So I can listen to it on loop and then remind you that you said it so you have to say it again next time. I can at least appreciate for the Basti and Beyond character stories is they focus much more on the existing cast and the highlight character and quiet. Well, that's what I think helps out a lot. there is, like, one of the biggest issues that a lot of gachas have. This is not limited to any specific one, and I'm not targeting one when I make this point. There is a very strong trend with gachas that they focus heavily on the character that's on banner, and then all the other characters kind of that have come in the past had their moment to shine in the spotlight and then just disappear. It's really kind of a sad thing. It's what I like about how Blue Archive does its direction, and Girls Frontline does it as well. They try to keep all the characters in the past relatively involved. Now, Girls Frontline does, too, still has its share of characters that have little to no interaction still. A good number of the, OG cast still hasn't really had major time in the storyline. Especially a Papasha, if I remember correctly. She just hasn't really had any time. I think most of the other characters that are from the OG, like, cast have had, like, one... Well, there's a few. Ksenia, I think, has had a good amount of time, as well as Nagant herself. But, like, Mosin hasn't had a huge amount of time. Prithia definitely hasn't. Yuhi definitely could use a bit more time again. She's not OG. Trying to think who else has been either OG cast that hasn't really had some time in the sun, or characters that have showed up and then disappeared. Lainey could potentially be that. I'll have to see how they treat her from here forward. I think what I'm really happy for... Oh, yeah. Latara didn't get a lot, and neither did... Latara had a little bit of interaction recently, which is nice. Ulrid got a lot more time, which made me super happy. With the whole Makosh arc and everything. Florence has kind of had come and gone as well. But Pasha, Mosin, etc. aren't on the Almo yet. Yeah, they aren't involved. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a hard thing, because it's like, well, you know, they exist, but they aren't somehow integrated into the story yet. So there's a little bit of a, okay, that's fair. But then you have characters like Yuhi, who hasn't really gotten it. I think a good example of where I kind of like dislike this, as much as I do appreciate that game, Wuthering Waves has this problem. They'll introduce the new character, they're the main focus of that arc, and then they kind of just drop off the face of the earth after their patch. Sometimes they'll get like their like Avengers Assemble moment at the end of the arc, but that's really about it. I kind of like it when games try to keep their world building and universe of characters like alive. It's kind of nice. The Chisa incident. Yeah, Chisa is one that I've seen a lot of criticism for. But it's like, that's, you know, I could forgive Wuthering Waves to a degree for a lot of the other aspects of the game that makes it strong. So that's okay, but it is definitely something that I've seen with a handful of gachas where they do that. It's kind of an unfortunate reality of, like, you know, you want to sell the character that's on banner as much as you can because you kind of have to, right? But it's like, I feel like if you go too hard into that, you lose a lot of the world building, which is a little bit unfortunate. Yuhi will probably get more story time when the rest of Squad ATK comes to GFL 2, which she led in GFL 1. Oh, that'd be cool. And the doll stands getting more connection is a huge thing for me. Yeah, I'm really happy the community got a lot. The doll community has gotten a lot more engagement. It's a nice, like, way to bring them back in. You can actually get yourself on that problem when having way too many cast of characters. Yeah, AL definitely has this problem. I feel like that is kind of working against them a lot more nowadays than for them. Because, like, Blue Archive's been around for a while now as too, and Arknights does as well, but Arknights does it... Arknights is OG Arknights, mind you. Has been rather interesting with how they go about it. They have their own story arcs that you could read at your own time, which is nice. Ozolane really doesn't have that. It just has the little, like, super simple Momo Talk thing with Umastagram or whatever it was called. Yeah, it's kind of a little rough there. I wish they had done more with the memories, honestly. I really wish they did more with memories for Ozerlane, because that could have been a chance for their writers to really explore their characters more. We're doing well. Oh, hey, Yogi. Hope you're doing well. Don't feel bad about it. There's nothing that anyone could have done about it. That's just kind of crazy. It's what happened. You want more Darcher bullying? If there's already a lot, I want even more of it. I mean, I feel like there are some people that absolutely do just bully Darcher because they can. AL had the demographic of Ship Girl, but then they saw. I don't think it was Mogador. I don't think it was Mogador. I think it started with Kashino, and it's not a problem of the character itself, because when you actually look at Kashino's voice lines, she's a sweetheart. There's a lot of things I genuinely loved about the way they wrote Kashino, and it is kind of, it's one of those things where it's like, this is the character, but the marketing for the character is so dramatically different than the actual character itself. Like, modern day Belfast comes off a lot more like thirsty compared to the the Belfast that would discipline you because you stayed up too late working, or the Belfast that would, in the anime, she would aggressively try to be like, Enterprise, you're eating a good meal. You're not eating this MRE crap. You're getting a good balanced breakfast. It's like she's actually trying to be a maid. It's such a very different contrast there. Arcanite's storytelling and cast of characters revolve around and an arc. Yeah. There's a few characters that break that mold. I think, what is it, Chen? Because I think Chen had her whole arc for like the Lungman stuff, and then I think she had a little bit of Victoria, if I recall. It wasn't like a lot, mind you, but because I think most of the Victoria arc was just Victoria characters. So, how's 5 cups of tea about? But yeah, that's just the problem with AL. I think AL just, I think it's a problem of I don't know if they were really sure what to do. I think they kind of fell apart and then they never really figured out what they wanted to really keep themselves consistent on. But Kashino was very clothed and very sweet. Only the milk it's the floral string skin. I think that's what changed their mind. Because that kind of, I think, think about this. When Kashino's floral string skin, that's the one which she's got the instrument and the, her yukata or kimono. I don't have to look at the actual skin again if it was a yukata or kimono. She's barely got it on, and she's got the instrument, right? That Twitter post exploded. I think, if I recall, it was 33 million views on X. And if that was X, I don't even want to imagine what the traffic was on the other platforms. So it's they probably saw that, and being an old game now, they're probably saying, hey, this is doing numbers. We might need to look into this. And I think to a degree, there was a conversation I saw recently on X that was, actually not recently, it was a while back. This was back when Blue Archive's gacha system got announced. Or the revamp, sorry. They were talking about, there's a point where monetization systems change, and sometimes, what part of the gacha remains the same as it was, and what changes to keep itself alive. I think that's something I'm sitting here looking at I think AL just absolutely traded everything for that financial survival. It is what it is, sadly. AL lost the plot a long time ago. It kinda did, yeah. But yeah, no, Kashino going viral, I think, was where it started. It's kind of, I mean, back then, too, when the game released, it was kind of the fan-servicing game, but it wasn't it didn't go that hard into it.
I think back then there weren't really any competition. Now there's what, Brown Dust. There was Snowbreak. I don't really know where Snowbreak's kind of in one of those like limbo states. I don't really know what's going on with it. I don't play it, but I've been like keeping an eye on it ever since the whole thing that happened where it had to take a month, like 2-month hiatus. I was just kind of curious how that game was going to do okay, which now it kind of feel like I'm looking at it from what I see and I'm like, I feel bad. Go to the Foxes story. I saw that the Foxes got released on Blue Archive. I was in the middle of like cleaning out my parents' basement, and I saw, you know, I took a break to look at to see some like any announcements on Gacha, because I saw a bunch of things pop up for Blue Archive, and I saw that people got the Foxes. I was like, oh, they're out now. Still getting censored while being a Gooner game. Yeah, it killed itself. Well, there's a whole topic I could go into that. I think it's an unfortunate situation, absolutely. It is a bit of a... There's a lot of foul play, if the narrative that came around it is true. I don't know enough about the Snowbreak scene and the CN scene just to claim to be any person of authority on it. But from what I have seen and what I understand, it kind of looks like one of those things where there's a whole bunch of things that just didn't work. Snowbreak and AL could learn a thing from Brown Dust 2. I know nothing of Brown Dust 2. I know nothing of that game either. I'm not super interested in them because I'm like, yeah, no, they're like full fan service games, which, don't get me wrong, I don't mind that. It's more so just like, that's not really what I'm looking for, right? Like, back when I was doing like normal anime games, not gacha, I was playing Sinner on Kagura, right? And I was sitting there like, okay, this game seems silly because I got introduced to the handful of the characters, and so I tried out, what was it, Estival at the time, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is definitely one of those games. But at the same time, like the combat and the combo systems and learning all the like stuff for it actually was really fun. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna stick with this. I like this. This is fun. Neptunia counts as those games? Not really. I mean, it had some, but like the level of fan service in Neptunia compared to Sinner and Kagura, there's just an order of magnitude difference there. It's not that I necessarily like. I will still like. I still enjoy Sinner and Kagura. It's a fun game. Like it's not. It's technically hack slash, but there's this. I forget what the exact terminology is for like large grouping of enemies that you have to basically just fight your way through. I forget what the name is. But, you know, I liked the format. The way they did some of their mechanics was actually really fun. Like, you had the normal forms, you had their transformations, then you had the, I forget what this form is called because I don't use it. It's so high risk, high reward. But it's the one where you just completely like shed the character's like entire clothing at the very beginning and just start in like a frenzy state. And it's like, I don't remember what it was, but I remember that it was something that existed and people used it. Let's just say that CN Snowbreak fans antagonized a lot of other CN fan bases, and it didn't do any favors when the CCP reckoning happened. Fair enough, I guess. I don't really know much about it. What's the name? Sinner on Kagura. You got it. No, you got it exactly. Sinner on Kagura. Don't forget you played Nekopara. Yeah, but I didn't like install the like not safe for work patches for Nekopara. I know we've gone on a huge tangent because this is how my streams go, so sorry for that for those of you who've been wanting to watch me for the story, but welcome to me being a usual with tangents. Slightly different tangent. I wouldn't mind seeing other commanders in GFL's world, or some of the male dolls from Project Neurocloud in that world. Signs London. I actually would like to see some of them too, but I know that there's a kind of a lot of there's a lot of things that are kind of interesting with the gacha space now, and I think it kind of helps and hurts it. But yes, I do plan to eventually do the I got there's a lot of stuff I got to do for Blue Archive. I got to cover that. Also, Hawkins, have a good one. See you around. Seeing Snowbreak fans are wild. They have this entire corkboard blaming the Shanghai cartel, which includes Kuro Games. I could understand Love in Deep Space, but Kuro? This is that's an iceberg I feel like I'd have to, like, dive into. That's an entire... What? There is one thing I will say about, like, the whole ordeal, right? Like, I'm honestly more baffled that so many gotchas have partnered with China Post, which my understanding is they're a media wing of the CCP. I'm more baffled that so many of them have partnered with them, done collaborations, and nothing has really happened with them. It's kind of like one of those, like, how did this work out? I more likely expected what happened to Snowbreak to be what happened. I don't know. I guess it's for the same reason, like, what is it? Like, Google doesn't wholly enforce their own policies, and sometimes things will feel unfair because they're not evenly applying their guidelines to all games, because it's hard to keep up with that. Snowbreak flew too close to the sun. A lot of gotchas have been flying too close to the sun. It's just what it is. I feel like ever since Ishizuka Reviewers came out and kind of caused a whole uproar in the anime space, that's kind of been a thing that's been happening a lot. So, I don't really know what to do about that. So, for some reason I can't get the words out of my mouth. Commander, she really wants us to say it. I'll do it next time for sure. I was gonna say, hold the line! Hold the line! Mailing has already started up the NeuroCloud data monitoring equipment. We're in a hurry, so let's just start excavating past data. Oh dearie, the next time I want to be spoiled by you, I get so coldly ignored. Yeah, she would be saying shkika. Yeah, she'd be probably shikika. Yeah. You know, like how they do that. She will T-pose to assert dominance if this keeps up. Oh no, 100%. She will probably record us saying it and then be like, you said it before, why can't you? It's so much easier, you could just say it. It's just one word. Just one word. She's like trying to wrap us around her finger. Despite her half-serious, half-joking complaints, the data stream on the display shows that Dandelion has already broken through the firewall within Sextan's NeuroCloud data. Right now, she is using a stable data module within Level 2 as her anchor as she descends. Just Dandelion. Has that ever been done? I'm actually sitting here now curious. Has anyone done like the Just Monica situation but replaced it with Dandelion? Soon her voice comes through my earpiece. As expected of a third-gen doll's frame, looks pretty sturdy. Wouldn't you agree, Melanie? Look at this face. This is like the face of mercy to you, chat. Nice to see you again. I generally just watch your Blue Archive streams. I just skipped last time since I promised to read Deca. Looking forward to the future Fox stream. Yeah, I knew I would have covered the Foxes too. There's a lot of Blue Archives content I have to catch up on. I hate the fact that I've been so backed up on it, but this last week has been a nightmare. More so than the last 6 months. Can I have a break, please? 2026? We can all we can agree is for every gacha sacrifice is a Miku ritual. I don't understand that. That is the funniest thing about Mika that I will never understand. Is I've seen so many memes of people being like, wait, we're making another gacha game? Where are we getting the money from? Go get the summoning circle. You just see like 3 people doing a ritual in front of a like a pentagram. I'm like, so this is how they make their money, huh? Less funny and more serious. Yeah, that's never a bad thing, though. Blue Archive does a good job at balancing. Barely any revenue outside of the skin gacha. I guess we're making new games now. Suddenly 3 new IPs announced. Yeah, exactly. This is a bummer about, what was it, Fire Control? That one shooter variant that they had. I was actually curious about it. I was wondering how it was doing. Lenny furrows her brow, but she shows no objection. Looks like we won't have to worry about any Blue Spear tier issues oh, right, because didn't she escape containment? Indeed, though I have to say that whoever designed the neural cloud structures of these 3rd gen dolls is quite the malicious genius. You could tell that just from the residual data? Of course I can. I just finished a full scan of her neural space and tidied up her data structure a little. Based on the arrangement of data, you can clearly see that the designer gave these 3rd gen dolls plenty of room to grow without restraint. They even have no forced base layer personality settings. The kicker is that they have some kind of rule embedded into them that even I am scarcely equipped to fully decode. What I can conclude is that the stronger a 3rd gen doll's neural cloud grows, the more she becomes bound by that rule. Yet she herself won't realize its influence or interference. Interesting. The analogy I shall pose is a human forced to wear an invisible seal. I can never say that word. They feel the pain, but they cannot determine what exactly is tearing, digging into the flesh as they persist. All they can do is live on, coexisting with that pain. I originally thought that this implementation was intended to limit their dangerous capabilities, or restrict the targets of their hostility. For example, like preventing them from attacking the conglomerate. But the currently existing 3rd gen dolls all exhibit very different personalities, so I can't say what this rule actually does without asking the developer themselves. I want English dub and GFL 2 if it's good. I think what I would like personally is, I think the way Arknights did their Ian dubbing is probably my favorite way. And even Enfield kind of keeps to it, right? I don't know how perfect they are with the, I know there's like a whole bunch of beef with the voice actors and stuff because, well, let's face it, there's that whole stuff, but the execution and direction that they handle with that side for Arknights' dubbing, I do appreciate that. Even Kuro does it a little bit with like the different nationalities. I actually kind of like that. Because I know a lot of these like characters are based on guns from various, like, I think there's we have German guns, we have Russians, we have obviously American with Chris. If they're gonna go that route, I would hope that they play heavily into that. Where they kind of focus on like the nationality around the, the gun that they're imprinted on. I think the reason GFL2 doesn't have an English dub is because Mika's dedicated to maintaining the entire GP golden era of anime. I mean, I feel like even the English dubbing back in the was it early 2010s? It was still pretty decent. Now, granted, JP, I'm not gonna say Ian ever is gonna match. I feel like if Ian somehow ever matches JP level dubbing, or I guess however you want to refer to it, voice acting work, is the day that either JP has started slacking or Ian has somehow locked in. Because JP voice acting, I will always vouch for as it is the amount of seriousness how serious they take that occupation is impressive. It is such a high level of quality that I will always appreciate what they do. That said, I also look at Ian and be like, they're trying something, and I like what they're trying to do. That's why I like Arknights' dubbing strategy. Obviously, there's the cultural connotations of what the VAs do, which I do not necessarily like, but I don't think that's the fault of the companies for the VAs being stupid. Silver Palace's ENVA work was quite solid. I've heard there was some good stuff. If it's like Fire Control Ian... Yeah, no, I remember hearing about Fire Control Ian's dubbing, and I was like... I think I saw... I don't remember who it was, but I saw it, heard it, and I was like, yeah, no, that... Whoever did... Whatever the director for that was, no. They really need to redo a lot. Gives me flashbacks to the Exilium anime dub. Okay, well, I mean, they need a good director, though. The bigger problem with... Because, like, a majority of... I say this just because of what I've done in the past. The majority of it comes down to director. Getting the right talent for the voice. Getting the... You know, if you're going to get an impression on a character, you got to make sure it sounds right. You know, there's like when I started doing that project back then, I was sitting there like kind of baffled at how much there is for a voice director to do. I mean, I know Nimi's ENVA was definitely memed on. But no, that anime had so many things wrong with it, and it wasn't necessarily just the Ian dub. Though, it was one of those, it's so bad it's hilarious situations. Plus, with whatever happened to the Ian translation for Uma, yeah, I'm gonna pass on a potential years down the line. I feel like the hard thing too, like because I'm gonna be real with you guys, seeing all the stuff around against the VAs and against like translations and stuff, it has me very nervous. Because I was starting to do like I had to do a bit of that for that constant memory project. And I was like, each time I would see more and more stuff around this stuff, I would get more and more nervous. Because I'm sitting there as like, you know, I am not trying to do anything significant to like change any mood or any intention or anything. I'm trying to keep it relatively as accurate as possible, while at the same time also, you know, trying to keep it faithful to it, while also, you know, making sure it plays well into, you know, being voiced rather than just being something you read. It got very, I got very, very anxious the more I started seeing more of this stuff, because I was just like, I don't know if I'm like, so it's like I've been like more and more hesitant to put this project out. I don't know. Yeah, there's the whole SAG-AFTRA thing. Like, I will definitely admit, like, there are things I had to change when I was doing the constant memory reworks, because the dialogue for that isn't necessarily stuff that feels right when voice acted. So I have to slightly tweak it, but I didn't want to tweak it beyond making it more... What is it? It feels better. Because they erase cultural identity, a lot of stuff they do in Yeah, I found the Merry Christmas versus Happy Holidays thing to be really kind of dumb. I mean, I can see a very stretched out argument, which is like the whole, well, it's not really a religious holiday over there, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it doesn't matter, but because they're literally saying Merry Christmas. Like, I know I have enough friends over there to know that it's not a religious holiday. But I also know the dumbest thing I've learned from the whole thing around Christmas over there in Japan is, holy crap, KFC makes bank. Do you guys know this? Like, have you guys ever looked up the KFC like holiday meal for Japan when it comes to Christmas time? They have to pre-order that like months in advance. Like, holy crap! That is crazy. But no, like, I don't know. I didn't like that. There are sometimes I see slight tweaks to the script where it's like, something so minor that I see people nitpick it. I'm like, okay, I get I get where you're trying to come from, but this is a little too small for people to really feel like it means anything. The bigger ones, absolutely, no doubt, I agree. But I think there was a situation with Kuro games where I think they replaced Whoopsie with it was like Ehe versus Whoopsie, and I was like, they get the same point across. They're not really any different. I was like, it fits the scene. It does, like, I was just like looking at it, I was like, there's nothing wrong with this, at least from my perspective. Yeah, it's different than what I was expecting, but I'm like, it's not that bad. Having chicken on Christmas is pretty amazing. Oh yeah, especially like good chicken too. KFC hacked Japan's Christmas culture. Yeah, like, it's crazy. It's crazy what they've done. To be fair, with their ingredients, they're way more healthy than their American. Well, yeah, we have a lot more yabe products we put in our stuff. That's why I generally try to eat more like whole foods than I used to. Did you quit Blue Archive? No, I didn't. Well, one, my pinned comment. Two, I want to play more of it. I just have not had the time. The pinned comment is part of the reason why I haven't had time recently, but like I told myself earlier 2 weeks ago, I was like, I'm gonna get infield, I'm gonna do Blue Archive over the weekend, and then the storm hit, and that just didn't happen. You start with chicory chicken on. Oh no, don't. Oh, we have absolutely. Start this aftermath. Oh yeah, the cleaning is the painful part. It's the most satisfying part about cooking is that you look at the food, you look at the food on your plate, and you're like, I made this, yeah, and it tastes good, and you're like, yes. No. Anyway, I'm judged by this elaborate, intensive neural cloud design that doesn't actually improve performance in any meaningful way. What the developer of the third-gen dolls wanted to create wasn't some novelty. They desired neither a tool nor a superweapon. It can be surmised that they are unlike Persica, who holds an idealized version of the future of dolls. Okay. Well, the third-gen dolls, at least with this conglomerate, had a purpose. It was whatever... We don't know the purpose, but we know that they were probably designed around it. Whereas I don't think Persica necessarily had a general, like, a heavy focus on it. Or at least she doesn't come off that way. Let's go back to G. Otherwise, it's going to be stuck in Yeah, no, we will be. It's kind of funny that JP usually takes liberty with their localization. Well, that's a common thing that happens. Like, it was a problem in Azur Lane's localization, because there'd be, like, the CN original script would do something, and then JP would add their own fluff, and that would distort a whole bunch of stuff with the storyline. Also, if the JP script made a mistake, then there's a whole problem there. And then, of course, Ian was based off of JP, so whatever JP got, Ian would usually get it. And then sometimes Ian would do Ianisms, which was just stupid. Yeah. Dave Ice Q. No, that's a very common thing that happens. It's not just GFL2. AL has it. I've heard Blue Archives had it as well. So it doesn't surprise me that there's some level of liberty that's being done on JP side. The developer of Third Gen Dolls, could it be Teacher? What's wrong, Melanie? Have you met someone like that before? Melanie rubs her hands nervously, seemingly hesitating about something. I just heard a little bit of a conversation. When one of those third-gen dolls was brought to the lab, Teacher once said that I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. But that third-gen doll called her Mother. Oh! That was the twins from the previous... They also talked about that too, with Mother. Father and Mother again. Those Paradise Freaks really love playing house, don't they? I don't know, with how many times I hear the joke around the dolls, I don't think they're the only ones that play house. The words father and mother carry a lot of weight to humans. But dolls have no such concept by default unless it gets added to their base layer. At most, they might have a special level of respect for their creator, like the AR team. So you're saying the dolls were designed to be your children? I already said they have no base layer personality settings, you know. Whatever the case, it's likely that the doll herself feels as though she needs a mother. After Dandelion finishes that sentence in a thoughtful tone, she continues to dive further in order to break through the level 3 base layer restrictions. Leaning against the control panel, I find myself dwelling on her words. A chaotic mother, huh? The vision that dolls were designed to fulfill was to assist humans in their work. An expectation was thereby set upon their creation, namely that they were to make things more efficient. Thus their emotions, free will, pain, instinctual fears, and so on, were deemed irrelevant by the world. But the legendary doll designers of our era, Persica, for example, built upon that foundation, sculpting their own ideals on how dolls should be. Gradually, dolls came to be regarded by humans as equals, or at least something resembling them. I don't necessarily know if everyone sees them as equals, especially since some of them have just straight up said, "You look like a doll! You die!" I once assumed that the designer of third-gen dolls, like her predecessors, simply wanted to create better, finer, stronger dolls. If not, then why would she... all base layer restrictions have been removed. Commander, you ready to receive this torrent of data? I turned my gaze towards Helen. She's already connected her data cable to the Elmo cloud, with faint blue flickers of light dancing around her visual modules. Let us proceed. Doll with mommy issues. That should have been me. Wait, you with the doll or you with the mommy issues? I'm more concerned about the latter. Dalsky Seacon as their mother. They seem as Giga Chad and, well, their object of love. I don't think all of them do see him as a romantic thing. It's because, like, you have characters like Sakura, even Cheyenne, I would say, that look at him as, like, they want to make him proud. They look at him probably as a parent. So I think that probably fits. Obviously, characters like Helen, I'm not going to deny that. Characters like Florence, Harpsy, that list is probably bigger in GFL 1 than I am even aware of. I'm sure there's a mix. So, by the way, it's been confirmed the committer oathed all the dolls. Well, so they're one of the few games that actually commit to the harem side. I see. That's kind of a rough thing. Like, I know a lot of people like harem games and shows. I kind of feel bad because a lot of them don't commit fully to it. That's like one of the bigger, I think one of the bigger grievances we've had with harem-based, stuff in a long time is they don't fully commit. Like, you have, what is it, quintessential quintuplets, that's, like, people were sitting there thinking, oh, well, there's 5 girls here, well, there's 1 guy, but no, they commit to one of the 5. I'm not saying that makes it bad or anything, but I know there's a lot of people that have been frustrated with harem shows and games because they don't fully commit to the idea of the harem. So, wait, this is a Blue Archive. Hi, Starflame. The hum within the maintenance room sharpens to an ear-piercing pitch. Even though Sextan's neural cloud was completely wiped, a considerable amount of residual data remains. As Maitland works busily on her interface, my eyes follow hers, fixed on the data update log that scrolls in front of our faces. Suddenly, a string of words flashes on the screen with a blazing red, catching my attention. Dandelion's voice soon follows this sudden entry. Hey ho, Commander. I came across something pretty interesting over heresies. Want to take a look? Want to check a look? Oh, that's interesting. What did you find? I found a strange protocol in the base layer of Sexton's neural cloud data. A protocol? Don't all dolls have those? Whether it's the Zener protocol used by Griffin dolls or the Ogos protocol used by Senkos Fairy dolls. Right, Ogos versus... I don't know about Zener, but I think we've already talked about Ogos a bit.
Remember, the whole GFL 1 arc is 2 years. The Commander Oath, all the dolls within 2. Dang, man was busy. And the dolls are also his life. I mean, he literally sacrificed. No, like, it is one of those things where the man literally sacrificed it. Like, I feel like there's a bit of a cheesy, like, not necessarily cringy, but like cliche thing where it's like the dolls want him to, settle down and have his own family and everything, and then he just turns around and says, "But you guys are my family." All dolls affinity raised +1. I'm just kidding. A harem series that doesn't commit to the harem ending just feels like a cop-out. Makes the whole thing feel pointless. Yeah, that's the number one criticism I hear about harem a lot, is that when they don't do that, it kind of feels rough. I think so there's the two sides to it, right? You've got the people who like it when harems fully commit, but then you also have the people that don't mind harems, but they really hate how like the world building of a harem show tends to collapse when it becomes so heavily centered around one character. Like, the interactions between all the other characters, it kind of falls apart, and like any world building kind of gets harder to do because everything has to be centrally focused around one character. Kind of defeats the whole, like, world building and harem shows kind of end up clashing a lot more than they should. Now, you could still get away with it, I think, to a degree. I think that's why part of the reason why a lot of people actually like High School DxD, right? Because it's like, at first it's like, oh well, you got the fan service, you got the harem side of things, but at the same time you have the building that comes out of all the characters individually, their own arcs and everything. And even then, they still play into those arcs even past it. I think that's something I honestly did like about DxD in the first couple seasons, is that they really kept playing into what arcs existed. So. Okay, so he would never admit. And raise these oath story, the commander buys oath rings every 21 days. I did not actually know that. I don't have her covenanted though, so I can't say that. Though I've been honestly thinking about it. She's adorable. She's grown on me over the year or so I played this game. Nusoka's the same case, the more so that the post-story focuses on Rudius's children. Yeah, I actually did kind of like Musoka Tensei. It's actually, like, I watched the first season. There was some good laughs to it, but I did kind of feel like the world building was pretty decent. And it did cover a lot of, there were some, like, dark topics it covered, too, that I did like. So it was interesting to kind of see how they went with that storyline. I haven't watched the newer seasons. I need to, because, an anime that I actually like, I do want to watch more of it. So. She does have a basic Xener protocol, but the protocol I'm talking about isn't quite the same. How is it different? Don't beat around the bush and leave me hanging at a time like this. Don't be so impatient. It's not often that I run into something that I can't quite figure out, I'm getting excited myself. Catching the expression on my face, Dandelion immediately drops her playful demeanor. Alright, let me come up with a fitting analogy. If we say that dolls designed using Hum's theory are kind of a new life form. For example, imagine that Hum's dolls and Persica's second-gen dolls. I'm assuming Hum, I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Is this guy like the first-gen inventor or something, and then Persica focused on second-gen? GFL 1 peeps, I need your input here, because I don't know who this person is. So I kind of would appreciate any feedback on that. How is everything going, Hawk? Was the water damage bad? So my family's basement had water in it. The good news is it's mostly an unfinished basement, which is just like slabs of concrete. There's no wood flooring, no carpet. Well, there's a little. Those places were damaged. We'll have to probably rip those out. Most of the electronics and stuff are raised on elevated slabs, so we kind of got lucky there. Though, to be honest, if you walk down there, if you step in the water, it probably goes up halfway from your foot. He's a doll designer. Persicaria's equal. Oh, really? Interesting. So he worked along. It's kind of like the professor that was like his main doll he was known for was Irma, but his doll, we have somebody named Irma in chat. I wonder if that's why you have that name. Actually, wait, isn't your name also whom? No, think about it. Irma, wait, hold up. Where's your name? Where are you? I know you've been chatting in here. Is that the reason for your name? Where are you? Where are you? Where did you go, sir? Where did you go? Yeah. Irma whom? Okay, never mind. I see. That's why you have that name. If I'm butchering his name, I apologize, but I've never been great with that. Huma, Persicaria, Lyco, and Shaw are the 4 main doll designers for GFL. Oh, okay. I only know Persicaria, unfortunately, because my first experience with GFL was literally NeuroCloud. Well, that's not entirely true. There's a handful of you goofballs that were basically saying, what was it? IDW Danya. I would have no context to that, but I remember seeing that all the time in my chat. So I was just like, I don't know what that... It took me a bit to figure out what that meant, but... It's like, who? So, for example, magic human dolls and second-gen dolls are like animals and plants among eukaryotes, while Sengo's fairy dolls of Lyco's design are akin to prokaryotes, okay? No matter how different they may seem, all possible variations can be classified in the same category, cellular life forms. But third-gen dolls are like a remotely controlled swarm of nanobots. As they congregate, corral into a singular being, they can form a replica of said cellular life, but a replica remains a replica no matter how real it seems. Are you saying that third-gen dolls aren't simply an upgrade to second-gen, but something else entirely? When Dar disassembled Sextans and Blue Spear's frames, he didn't seem to find that much of a difference. He's mostly collecting the frames. About 90% of the parts are commercially available. Some modules are high-end and not publicly sold. At most, you wouldn't have been able to afford them in the past, and oh dearie, I guess you can't afford them now either. Alright now, Dandelion, calm down. The frame recovered from a kosh of the doll named Thea, called Thea. Visually, she already looks considerably more low-spec than Sextans and the others. Well, she was like a prototype. She's like kind of the... They were kind of like the in-between, weren't they? Just seems like a regular elite doll. It appears the conglomerate was being quite frugal with those who couldn't make the cut for the third-gen status. No, that's just rude, Dan. Yeah, exactly. Including those 2 dolls from McCulsh, the defining feature of the third-gen dolls is that protocol. 2.5. Fair enough. So they're the kind of the bridge. Hey there, you're underestimating us. Our income has gone up quite a bit as of late. Yes, the Tomato Emperor is making his stakes in the lands of the Yellow Zone. That aside, what's so special about this protocol? A third-gen doll's neural cloud connects to those complex high-performance redundancy-backed modules through the Zener protocol. That much is obvious. But that other protocol, under the constraints of the rule I mentioned earlier, translates the neural cloud signals into nerve impulses. Said impulses communicate with an in-frame hub that controls Bujum cells, thus forming a neural network more efficiently than a human body. Yeah. It's starting to sound like an actual brain or something that's more efficient than ours. The strange power and properties of third-gen dolls all come from this protocol, which controls the frame's Bujum cells via the central hub. That much is certain at the very least. At least she has become the Commander's sugar mom. She really kind of is. I actually kind of like that about her, to be honest, though. Like, she has all of that wealth, and yes, she could do so much. She could enjoy her own life with it, but she does use it for things that, like that one settlement, right? I actually really can respect that kind of thing. She's not really seeking any major you know, return on investment for it. Though I guess in a way, you know, the fact that the settlement thrives is probably the investment or the return that she's looking for. That kind of power sure beggars belief. Aside from that, unlike the neural cloud, that hub provides something more like, how should I put it, instinct or reflex. That hub determines the doll's actions, and its priorities is near on par with or even exceeds that of the neural cloud. On the flip side, it has no capability for reasoning. So it almost sounds like it's feral. It can only handle basic actions, so it can't replace the neural cloud. The neural cloud is more analytical from what I've always noticed. This was something that I think was kind of slightly discussed with, what was it, the difference between Ro and Leva. Because I remember that was kind of something they kind of argued with during the, what is it, was it the power plant they were trying to, like, restore? The neural cloud is more logical. If this is more instinctual, it's almost like it's trying to cover, like, a human a lot more in what is it, intrinsic? Where it's like it's trying to match everything about a human. So you have a person's ability to act on rationality and like thinking, and then you have the other side that acts more on human instinct, which is interesting because AI has this kind of topic. There was this, I don't know if it's still a thing now, but I remember there was a book that I was reading on AI that was talking about the 4 pillars. And the 4 pillars were thinking rationally, thinking humanly, acting rationally, and acting humanely. Or acting like a human. And I'm sitting here thinking, is this like that same idea? Where it's like the human part's the instinct and the neural cloud represents the rationality? Interesting. However, the information that a 3rd-gen doll gains as she grows, along with the internalized thinking, all of it feeds back into the hub through this protocol. So the hub itself will grow alongside the development of the neural cloud. Yeah, okay. What it eventually becomes is hard to say at this point. Yeah, we don't really know how that would work. I don't know what book you're reading, but I guess so. I have it right over here. Let me find it quick. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. If you guys are ever curious about this stuff. Oh, this is an Amazon link. Perfect. Well, it's not the same exact one, but it's close enough. It's done by Russell Norvig. Okay, yep, that's them. Here, I'll put the link in chat if you guys want to look it up. I'll put it on both. That was the book I was reading for my AI courses I was taking in college. So, but yeah, it talked about the 4 pillars back then. It was a good read. Granted, it's a big book, so I think it took me. Well, I mean, the course was months, so we were going over that stuff slowly. You expect me to read? No, but if you are ever interested in the world of AI, because that is kind of like what I do for a living now, that is kind of something you can look at. It's a good introduction if you wanted to ever learn a little bit about AI. Not saying you have to read it, but if you ever are curious about it, it's a cool thing. The hub is akin to an ego. Yeah, an ego is like a bit of it's trying to mimic human instinct, which makes sense. So it's like trying to do both the rationality and the, more,
what's the word? Feral instinct, I guess, or animalistic. I don't know the right word to put. Only 4 left in stock. Oh, really? Oh no, it's a good book. I would probably recommend if you're brand new to AI and you want to read a little bit on it. I would say if it's not changed as much as it has in the past, it's still a really good one because it actually has some good topics in there that might intrigue you. That's how it is. Do you remember something? Melanie thinks for a moment, but ultimately shakes her head. I haven't managed to recall everything yet, but I think Miss Dandelion is right. Hearing Melanie, Dandelion tilts her head to smile sweetly at me. Which I think Commandy Poo. Cease. Want me to decrypt this protocol and see what's inside? You might just find what you're looking for in there. Faced with Dandelion's obviously insightful, tempting tone, I think for a moment, there's no way things could be that simple. So what's the risk of decrypting this? That I don't know either. After all, this is the first time I've ever had the chance to get this close to a 3rd-gen doll. But you've always had such wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out in the end, even if we do run into trouble. This trouble you so lovingly foreshadow isn't going to be something you bring our way, right? Why would I ever do that? Haven't I been assisting you so diligently ever since I joined you? How could I possibly have any ill intent? Besides my own personal curiosity. Commandy Poo. This, yeah, no, I read Commandy Poo and I was like, I can feel the smug coming off of that. I stare blankly at Dandelion's eyes. There, I see round pupils of perfect clarity and childlike innocence. If I were pissed as a... What? I immediately send out a message through the Elmo voice communications. Kukai, prepare to step up the electromagnetic signal shielding and conceal Elmo's equipment signals. Groza, please lead Team Groza in setting up a defensive perimeter around the Elmo. Do not let any suspicious heat sources slip past. Understood. After that, I assign Monsoon Squad, Zuchero Squad, and several other squads to deploy at our weak points. Dandelion watches me with mildly offended expression through the deployment process. Oh my, Commander, do you really not trust me? Why would you think that? I trust you very much, of course. I just don't feel like taking chances. Springfield, please bring the others still in the crew deck over to help Helen. Right, and Mailing, while you're at it, activate the Elmo Cloud's protective barrier as well. Alright, you may proceed. Yes, sir. Dandelion raises an eyebrow before vanishing once again in a huff. I could just imagine her, like, working on this with the biggest pout on her face. Indicator lights on the equipment flicker. My gaze is fixed on something beyond all those lights. I look at Sextons inside the repair pod, whose eyes are shut, as though deep in slumber. Back in Lviv, I personally witnessed another 3rd-gen doll, Igla, transformed into something resembling a Boojum. Does that mean that Sextons has the potential to become a Boojum as well? Now that we've come this far, that question must be answered, no matter what. Seconds and minutes pass without a word from Dandelion. It appears that even the likes of Dandelion won't have an easy time decrypting a 3rd-gen doll's neural cloud data. We're not even halfway through. No, we've been on a hard tangent on this first node. All I can do is wait patiently as the clock ticks by. Melanie's eyes remained fixed on Sexton's immobile frame inside the repair pod, as if making sure she was truly hibernating. Melanie, you've had something on your mind. Does it have anything to do with what Dandelion said earlier? Bro, easily distracted today. I'm a little bit tired, a little bit out of it, and I mean, as much as I have a good reason to, it also is partially just me. Earlier, Miss Dandelion mentioned the Boojum hub of 3rd-gen dolls. I'm not sure if I'm right about this. But recently... No, ever since you guys came back from Lviv, I've been sensing some kind of intermittent pulse. And those pulses feel like what I sensed Melanie shrinks and shudders, seemingly recalling her past experiences. When I was in that laboratory, what I felt back then felt quite similar. Back then, teacher once mentioned that this method is a must for cultivating the Grail. I've heard that term before. In Gross's old report regarding sextons, it was mentioned that 3rd Gen Doll researchers once addressed sextons as the Grail. But there wasn't enough evidence to determine whether this codename referred specifically to sextons or to all 3rd Gen Dolls.
2 hours in for the first story door. Let's go. Yeah, no, we'll speed up. We just gotta get used. I just gotta remind myself, hey, yeah, we have a story to read.
I returned to my earlier line of thinking. At first I had thought that 3rd Gen Dolls were created because either Perdeos needed special combat units powerful enough to replace Night Dolls, or because the conglomerate wanted to produce a valuable commodity. But it is difficult to mass-produce the kind of Boojum technology used by 3rd Gen Dolls. Although they may be elite in many senses of the word, they cannot become weapons used to earn the tide of war. Combined with what Dandelion mentioned regarding their neural clouds, I developed a new hypothesis, that the 3rd Gen Dolls were made to bring Perdeos one step closer to the relics. The incident in Lviv supports this. Perdeos still hungers for the power that the relics hold. Helena and the others were created for that very purpose. Yeah, they're the keys. But why are they using dolls for it? Why have them be under the command of the conglomerate? They risk getting everything killed or captured. What reasons could they have for making all these moves? Commander, this is bad. Helena suddenly grabs my sleeve as I piece these clues together, looking at me with a panicked expression. What's wrong? The neural cloud scan. We need to stop it now. I just thought of a possibility. Anyway, if we keep going, we might be discovered. Discovered by whom? Could it be the ones who created you? Before Melanie can answer, Kukai's anxious voice comes through my earpiece. Commander, 4-4 just picked up an abnormal signal. The instruments indicated that the source is in Prague. Prague. The red zone. Although the display log still shows the decryption is proceeding as per normal, Melanie's warning and Kukai's report fill me with a strange sense of unease. Dandelion, can you stop for a moment? It appears that something's happening outside. Dandelion? No response. Helen! Mailing, check what's going on. Checking. Did they get hacked or something? Or like, did someone compromise them? Mailing's hands fly across the controls at the limits of human speed. She finally gives me a response. I like how they said human speed. Gives me a response after a minute. Commander, remote controls aren't responding. I'm going to forcibly cut Miss Helen's connection to the cloud now. As Mailing pulls down the lever, Helen's connection to the Elmo cloud gets severed with a sharp zzz. I quickly rush forward and catch her before she can fall to the ground. Held snug in my arms, Helen slowly opens her eyes. Commander, are you alright? What happened in there? During the decryption, that abnormal neurocloud data Miss Dandelion mentioned suddenly began to multiply chaotically. It's multiplying like a virus right now. If we don't stop it quickly, all the data on the Elmo and even everyone's neurocloud backups will be... Miss Dandelion is currently attempting countermeasures, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for long. We need to get in and help her. Alright, let's get to work. Mayfield, Sahui, please get me to Chero Squad and Monsoon Squad to connect to the cloud and assist Dandelion. Understood. Commander, I can still help, but the abnormal data is buried in a well-hidden place inside Sexton's base layer. Without me leading the way, getting there could take a very long time. I'm worried it might take too long. The urgency in Helen's eyes was unmistakable. All I could do then was nod in response. Alright. Don't push yourself too much. Don't worry, Commander. I'll bring everyone back safely. Check faster! Helen, the big mom of douche. Zoe getting more screen time. Yeah, that's nice to see too. Monsoon Squad, specifically her getting a lot more. For Barisa Fuji Kiseki Kiseki. Probably, I don't know. I can't I am not the man who designed any of these characters, so I have no idea what they were thinking. Granted, we know what the man who was thinking behind the infamous Nugget was thinking, or however you want to put that as thinking. That art book comment is still great. It still made me laugh. Alright, everybody, let's do it. The con, yeah. Alrighty, you know what? I'll borrow people. Let's see if I can borrow some people's. I'm assuming someone's got the Seggs. Oh, of course, I know Paul does. Oh, she's electric. Okay. I've not actually looked at. I haven't bothered to look at the kits of these characters. AoE electric damage equal to 90% attack, applies blood kiss, exclusive mark, and removed after the inflictor dies, cannot be cleansed. Okay, to all enemies. And a 3x9 in front to the sides of. Okay, the damage multiplier is increased by each stack of Rigor Sanguis. 75%, maximum 75%. Jeez. Rather than 100, the excess critical rate is converted to an equal percentage of attack, healing amount, and critical damage to a maximum conversion of 45%. Interesting. So if she actually rewards you for going over. Is it good enough to go over though? Restores HP equal to 90% of attack to all allied units within the effective area. Within that 9x3? Or 3x9? After this skill resolves, Seggs gains 6 tiles of additional movement and can use the skill Death Knell. That's her skill 3. He was thinking, but not with the upstairs. Ah, yes. That one. Oh, she has this. She has multiple. Oh, those are some interesting areas. Got 120% attack. This is 90%. To all enemies. It generates voltage tiles. Okay, so this is a tile generator. That lasts 3 turns. The damage multiplier is increased for each Sanguis. How does she get this by default? I guess I need to figure out how she gets that. Restores HP equal to 120% of attack to all the allied units within the effector and cleanse all. So she's like a healer. That's weird. She's like an AoE healer type, which is neat. I think I can see why I've been getting a lot of Stardust Gold recently. My Mosin's probably helping out a lot. After the skill resolves, if an enemy has because like this skill with all the voltage tiles and everything, that might help. Though AoE makes me think that it's she supports sub DPS. Yeah, that's what I'm reading off of this, because like support, I'm thinking like all the healing and buff cleansing she's doing makes me think she's support. And like she does a good amount of damage with the AoEs alone, which would fit that sub DPS idea. It has Blood Kiss, which comes from skill 1. So you would do you'd use this skill and then you could follow it with that, which is why they allow that use of it after using this skill. One instance of melee electric damage with the same damage multiplier too, so I'm assuming 120 gains. Oh, this is how she gets Rigor Sanguis. Okay. Depending on the grade. Oh, normal elite boss. Gotcha. Gains 1012. So normal enemies, it doesn't help her. So no, she's guaranteed 1 stack. She gets more if the targets are more dangerous. If a enemy target is hit, Seggs performs 1 instance of Sanguine Emblem. There are so many different things going on here. Applies Carbon Emblem to their enemy units who have carbon. Wait, applies it to some people who already have it or who are standing on electric tiles. Okay, that makes sense. Then deals melee electric damage equal to 90% of attack. The damage multiplier is increased by 40% per stack of Rigor Sanguis. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Damage dealt by this effect ignores 30% of the target defense. Okay, that's interesting. Well, this effect is triggered multiple times in 1 round. The damage multiplier is reduced by 20% for each instance of damage dealt to a minimum of 30%. Okay, so it's not. She can still attack multiple times. It's just not going to be as effective. She's still going to hit like a truck, though. Yeah, melee damage taken is increased by 10% to a maximum of 30% because her electric debuff can be cleansed. And then that's the Sanguis one again. And then after the skill resolve, she gets even more Rigor Sanguis. My goodness. So she gets... Wait, so then this would basically mean she gets a minimum... She gets a minimum of these two, but if they have Blood Kiss, they're guaranteed at least one more, up to 3 more, depending on the danger of the enemy. So it sounds like you would... I need to see what ult does, but it... My goodness, these are paragraphs. Select one tile within a cross shape. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Lands. Deals electric damage to all damage. 5 tile wide path. Oh, within the 5 tile wide. Okay. Applies Blood Kiss to them. Let's say that mark again. Okay. After this skill resolves, generates voltage tiles that last 3 turns. The damage multiplier is increased to 10% of each stack. The Rigor Sanguis. The skill resolves, applies lacerating wound. Additional instance of damage up to 40%. So this just supports melee more. So you can see it. Oh, okay. That does kind of make sense. You need to see the emblems. There's so many different status effects that she's applying to things here that you have so much more like things to keep track of. Not necessarily that that's going to be that hard to, I imagine, but it's still one of those things that's like it's listing off so many different things here that I'm like, oh, that's a lot of different statuses. To all enemy units within the affected area 2 turns. Applies Amaranth Brand and Electric Boost 2 to all allied. Well, okay. Battlefield for 2 turns. If the skill resolves, 6 sense gains 6 and can do. Oh, so she could also use Death Knell. That's interesting. Okay. Spell damage dealt is increased by 5 points and attacks more 5% to target stability. Jeez. She's doing so many different things here. I think the interesting thing is like she kind of supports like a very aggressive playstyle. There's 6 stands, where it's like you have all the melee units like in a row, and then you just have her do her abilities to heal everybody in the area. Her pile driver counts as melee. Oh yeah. Well then, well I guess I could bring in a Kralik and Fetusa. I don't really have any other melee characters really built though. And I don't have Ulrid. So... Cat. Cat. I guess I could have brought another cat, but you know what? This is fine. So this is the 5 cross. I mean, it's not like it's really gonna matter. She's just gonna wipe out everything here. So if she goes here, right? She... Oh... Oh god, it's Klukai's. It's basically Klukai's skill. Okay. Tactical cat deployed. There's the electric boost hammer friend. $150. Okay then. Okay, buddy. Is there any way I can, like, find a way to cheat? Well, you know what? Does that... Wait, no, that doesn't work. Oh, no, it does! Ha! Take that! I want you to go over here, and I want you to throw the grenade at the diner gate. We have to give the cat something to play with. And Kralik. Well, I mean, You can just dash through this thing. I don't want you getting hit by it. There's so much electric touch. Yeah, I know. Yeesh. Helen is the first to open her eyes after a long wait that had me on the edge of my seat. One by one, the other dolls who connected to assist gradually wake up as well. In any case, thank you everyone. It's been quite the struggle. Thank goodness everyone's alright. And we also managed to save the data. Mei-Ling slumps back in her chair and exhales long and thoroughly in relief. The tile meta is near. Yeah, oh gosh, I'm not ready for that. It's gonna be something to get used to. Looks like the issue has been successfully dealt with for now.
Everything okay? Who's these? I thought I was a goner that time.
Is her hair slightly ruffled? I don't remember it looking like... I don't remember her having this! Third genders really are something else, huh? Haven't had this many surprises sprung on me in so long. There's alternate sprite. Yeah, I was gonna say, she looks a little ruffled. Looking at Dandelion, who only just recovered from a disastrous failure, I suddenly find it kind of hard to yell at her the way I did earlier. But then I suddenly remember something she said before the decryption work began. But you've always had wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out at the end, even if you run into trouble. Ah, so she jinxed it. Oi, Dandelion. That accident just now, you saw it coming, didn't you? Minder, aren't you giving me a bit too much credit? The Boojum hub found deep in her base layer, the sudden EMP, those were all things that happened after, you know. And don't you forget, this is my first time working with the 3rd gen doll. I still have no intention of taking Dandelion's words at face value, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. With that in mind, I turned to look at Melanie, who has now neatly folded herself into a corner. I'm just imagining her doing the not like this pose. Melanie, you mentioned that someone might discover us just now. Who? Just a moment ago, I felt something really out of the ordinary. It felt exactly the same as when Helena, I think it was some kind of pulse. If I were able to sense Helena, then the others, our companions, and Teacher too, she would also definitely be able to sense what just happened. So you're saying that if you were able to receive the pulse from the Lviv incident, then they might also be able to use that kind of pulse to capture our location. Yes. Sorry, Commander, I should have thought of this sooner. So basically, she's acting like a ping? Or kind of, I guess, like sonar, right? You send out a sound, and if something causes it to to bounce back, then it says, "Oh, there's something there." I don't think sonar is the best accrue. I'm thinking ping makes more sense, because you can just have something probe around all over in a network, and until something responds to the ping, you have no way of knowing something is there. Honestly, I've been occasionally feeling similar pulses the past few days. It feels like someone's trying to use these pulses to sweep my mind. That must have been someone trying to search for her presence. If only I could have stopped it just now. But Sextans has already sent out her own pulse. If it really is Teacher behind all this, she'll definitely have a way to find her. It's all happening because I'm too stupid. Boo. Melody's blaming herself for not warning me in time. Though I know the gravitas of the situation does warrant such a forlorn response, she is in no way at fault for failing to realize this as a possibility. It's okay. Ultimately, what we just discovered is mere speculation. But you've done well enough, Melanie. There's no need to blame yourself for something out of your control.
Just tell me everything you can think of and any predictions you have. I'll handle the rest, okay? Bang, bang, bang! Uh-oh. Just as Melanie was about to speak, I hear a series of tremendously loud collisions behind me. Sextons woke up in the pod at some point, is trying to break free of her restraints. Merely lock down the pod door. On it. Dandelion, check on Sexton's neural cloud. Oh, gee, Willikers. Why are you talking like this? I don't remember you doing this. Things aren't looking good at all. Just imagine her being like, oh, gee, Willikers. that kind of phrase is what my grandma uses. Her neurocloud data was already in disarray, but now it's a complete mess. I can't extract anything useful from it at all. Then hurry up and figure something out. Yeah. Dandelion tries to restore Sexton's neurocloud to normal, while the latter hammers at the pod door with her fists, having broken out of her restraints. The whole maintenance room is shaken by violent tremors. A visible crack appears on the pod's double-layered reinforced fiberglass windows. And with the crack comes a release. Sexton's muffled voice comes through the comms. Go. What? Must go. I turn up the volume on my earpiece, doing my best to make out what she's saying. Must go back. Back to where Mother is. A flash of electric blue light strikes Sexton's in the pod. She collapses limply in an instant. Phew, finally got that taken care of. I did pretty well, didn't I, Commander? Homete. You get no homete this time. Aw, gee williker. I can't get past that. You were fast this time, I'll give you that. If you were 2 seconds slower, Sextons would have said what she wanted to say. Oh, thank you for the praise. Dandelion gives me an exaggerated bow. I wonder this woman's holding a grudge over how I refused to speak politely to her earlier. Noticing the awkward look on my face, Dandelion's grinning holographic projection drifts a little closer. Alrighty, Commander. What I did just now wasn't limited to shocking her unconscious. Okay. Here, take a look at this. Or check a look at this. I'm confused by this, way they've got about it. You're gonna use that slang for the whole stream, didn't you? Oh, gee willikers, they found me out. No. Never mind. A log entry appears on the pod and its in-chamber screen. Looking at the orderly arrangement of characters, something suddenly clicks in my mind. These are coordinates? That's right. It hasn't been fully decoded yet, but data using this kind of encryption can only be coordinates. You mean you intercepted these coordinates from Sexton's chaotic neural cloud data stream just now? Though this triggered data only appeared for a singular instant of time, well, from my point of view, it appeared in such a conspicuous manner that I couldn't ignore it. What do you even mean? It's nothing. Anyway, let us now have a joyful time decrypting Miss Grumpy. I didn't get to read the rest of that. I think it says something along the lines of Miss Grumpy Pants. She does not look pleased. Unk 20. 2 hours later. Yeah, that sounds about right for the stream. Whew, what a tedious and unnecessarily convoluted encryption method. If every cipher in the world were this devoid of aesthetics, I think technology would really be doomed. So what are the results? Dandelion pulls out the map data on the cloud without a word, focusing on a single, steadily flashing red dot. That's right, it was there. The signal of the abnormal pulse we picked up earlier came from the very same direction. So Prague?
The course that 404 detected, the signal intercepted from Sex's neural cloud, and the pulse Melanie sensed. Everything seems to point to a single location. Could it be that teacher Melanie spoke of and the mother Sextons mentioned are also there? Imagine. The emergence of this lead to me is what a faint, distant glimmer is to a lost traveling ship, luring me toward a certain direction at the most perfect time. Yeah, he's an actual uncle, by the way. Yes, I am an actual uncle. That is true. Should Melanie and my suppositions prove true, then our adversaries have likely pinpointed the Elmo's location by now. On the other hand, we've sifted through and obtained a number of clues about them. The timing is too convenient, far too convenient to be a mere coincidence, but calling it a trap doesn't seem quite right. Shall we take the initiative? Mater, what do you intend to do next? Let me think over it for a moment. I sit down slowly, trying to organize my thoughts. Whether or not this information we've obtained is reliable matters not. This is our only way forward. Thus, the question remains, does the Elmo's current condition and combat strength allow me to launch an immediate investigation? Besides that, before I can do anything, I need to ask whether Melanie can recall anything else relevant. Well! Alarm suddenly blared through the Elmo. Rose's voice comes through the comms right after. Commander, a fully equipped, well-armed mercenary force is heading our way. Their target appears to be the Elmo. Recon shows roughly 4 to 6 standard squads approaching by light assault vehicles. In addition to standard equipment, they're also carrying anti-tank missiles and machine guns. Commander, please issue your orders. Oh, gee, Willie. Stop. We're gonna... This is gonna turn into But of Course from Blue Archive. We already have you! And of course, Lena. Being Lena. Oh, and A. There's a lot of things we have. Groza sounds anxious. I look at the radar. A large cluster of red heat signatures is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. What? Even if our position really did get compromised, they're getting here way too fast. Groza can confirm. Can you confirm the enemy's identity? They don't look much different from the units we've crossed paths with before. Most likely a group of bounty hunters. Bounty hunters out here in a place like this? Since when did these guys start getting their info so quick? Your old intel channels were far faster than theirs, Commander. Well, we have to add some more rounds of patrol recon to the airborne beacon after this. Groza, you're closest. Take your team and intercept the first wave. Monsoon and Zuchero squads will move to back you up immediately. Will do. 404, work on cloaking the Elmo's radar signature. I'm guessing they only have a rough idea of our location and haven't pinpointed the exact coordinates yet. Understood. Mealing, start the Elmo's engines. We have to get ready to move. Got it. Now was the time to panic? Oh no, it's a bunch of our Jaegers. If only we have a way to deal with our Jaegers. They're either gonna get stabbed or bonked. Or whatever the cat does. Which may just be claw. I sense the best way to approach this would be... Well, can I even do this? Actually, does this strike here? Oh, that does work. Okay. Neat. Brilliant. Let's totally just not abuse that. What is this top veteran? Jolly good show. Oh, she has camouflage. Or no, it's called stealth. Initiative against stealth for 2 turns, but she has to be near an ally, right? She gets that for 3 turns? 2 turns. Okay, that's technically. But she's not done yet. Now she has the ability to... Oh, that doesn't really do anything I was hoping for it to do. Now she has the ability to take these two people and do things. I just realized I'm still using... I need to see if anyone else has sextants so they can get their Sardis. Karlik, I want you to go to this man. I want you to poke him in the... no, you're not poke him. You're just gonna bonk him in the back. Bonk! Just perfectly bonk him right in the back of the head. Blunt force trauma? What is that? And he's gone. Kralik walking up behind a man to bonk him in the back of the head with a hammer. Yes, the person I'm borrowing their sextants from has a V6 sextants. Commander, do you copy? I copy, go ahead. We defeated the first wave of enemies. The forces that remain are currently retreating. However, their retreat seems to be a planned one, orderly and purposeful, which is why we think they might have reinforcements waiting to join up with them just a short distance away. I see. Helen, use the coordinates of the firefight as the radius to try and intercept enemy comm signals. Find out what they're up to. Adversaries this well equipped won't cut any corners with regards to their cybersecurity. They'll be communicating on encrypted frequencies. Interesting. Last one died due to Krollik's fire fart. I love how that's what it's just called. It's just the fire fart. I just detected a military relay beacon in their possession. They're made for encrypted communication, but I can still try to monitor the amount of information they send through them. If their reinforcements do exist, those squads must be connected to the command unit's base station, one after another right now. Alright, please do so. Helen springs into action immediately upon receiving my approval. Her monitoring soon produces results. As expected, all the comms frequencies being used in the area have at least 2 layers of encryption. It'll take some time to decrypt them. That aside, the relay beacon I detected just now is carrying several times more traffic than it was during the prior battle. It also has over 20 new network nodes added. A preliminary estimate puts our opponent's reinforcements at around 10 units. Oh, that's a lot of folks. Did they up my bounty or something? A wave of silence suddenly... a wave of silence washes over the area. The dolls around me all turn to stare at me. Just joking. Rosa, the enemy's reinforcements are too many. Pull back right now, let Monsoon and Zuchiro assist you in that. Don't get drawn into a prolonged fight, no matter what. Understood. Springfield, Zahui. Ender, we won't make it in time. The enemy has already regrouped into a new formation. They're quickly closing in on Team Groza. We got eyes on it as well. Please give us your orders, Commander. We can hold them off for a while, Commander. There's enough time for the element of retreat to a safe distance from here. I have class in 2 hours, so Groza's overrated. Bye. Later, please. Also, thanks for the 20,000. I appreciate it. I don't know what that is roughly in currency because conversions are. I'm not super versed in every conversion that exists, but I appreciate it regardless. I actually don't know how much. Ah, okay. That's, you know. Regardless, I appreciate the super chat. Which is more than $1. Hey, the super chat's a super chat, even if it's $1. I appreciate it. Have a good one, though, Lena. Anyway, where were we? Okay. I won't allow it. If you do so, you'll be cut off from supplies and any reinforcements. These enemies don't look easy to deal with. We need a more comprehensive plan. But if you don't relocate now, you and everyone aboard the Elm will be at risk of attack. The Elm's combat echelons have grown to be reliable enough. Although I have to carefully weigh the situation grows as reported, leaving them behind is by no means something I can accept. So then I decide, let us partake in a rudimentary demonstration of firepower. I understand the situation better now. I'll update our tactical plan. Monsoon Squad, approach Team Groza head-on from northwest, executing a feint to draw the enemy's attention. Monsoon Squad acknowledges. Zuchero squad, approach the enemy's flank from the southwest. Identify the weak points formed when the two enemy groups converged, and strike those points with maximum firepower. Helen will assist you in rapid location targeting. Alright, we copy. As for the Elmo, we'll stay on the outer rim of the battlefield for now and observe. We won't engage in combat unless it's necessary. We don't have much time left to react. Let's begin. Indonesian rupiah is weak right now. I know, I live here, I know, okay? It's fine. Like I'm not a person that worries that much about like how much people super chat or donate or that stuff. A donation is a donation. I appreciate it all regardless. You know, I'm not somebody who desperately needs it, but I will appreciate whenever someone does it. So again, don't feel bad if it's not a lot. You know, it's the thought, for me. It's the thought that counts more than the actual amount. So don't ever feel bad about it. Regardless of if the currency is weak or not, don't, you know. And even then, like, I'm always going to be the person that's like, if you don't have the resources, don't feel like you have to. I'll be fine. I'm not a person, like I said, I'm not doing YouTube for profit.
It's more a hobby than it is a job or an alternative source of income. Though that does come at the cost of me not necessarily being able to focus on it all the time. So, the three squads outside respond to the enemy's offensive at top speed. Reports come in over the comms one after another. Although the enemy's firepower is immense, the dolls respond to it well under my command, quickly pulling all away from their pursuers. You superset to send a message. Ah, yes, you must T-pose on whatever it is you are asserting dominance over. I don't know what that is, but it is something. Commander, the strike worked on our end. There's some minor discord among the enemy's rear support. Now is the perfect moment to retreat. Monsoon Squad, what is your status? Team Grows is essentially broken free and is preparing to retreat. However, to avoid exposing the Elmo's position, we'll be retreating via a roundabout route. It will take longer than predicted, but at least the Elmo's safety will be assured. Excellent. Good work, everyone. I'll dispatch teams to meet you all immediately. I look around at the dolls standing by aboard the Elmo. Cheyenne. I'm here, Commander. I'm hereby appointing you as temporary captain of the Elmo Rapid Response Squad. Me? That's right. I'm going to consolidate the remaining combat strength on the Elmo into a tactical extraction team. The job will be to escort Groza, Monsoon, and Zuchero squads back to the Elmo safely. I'd like you to lead and command them for the time being. But I only just joined the Elmo. I'm not really... Cheyenne, you single-handedly beat two... I want to say Gen 3s, but we can be realistic and say Gen 2.5s. On your own. You're also a sniper who generally tends to have a better overall view of the battlefield than most people do. At least a good sniper generally tends to, or the one... Daughter is getting a job. She's all grown up now. Look, she's happy, okay? The potato is getting her main thing. I only just joined the Elmo. I'm not really... I humbly disagree. From what I've observed of you recently, you have plenty of combat experience and solid team coordination. It places you as the most fitting choice for commanding a temporary task force such as this. Unless you're a Call of Duty sniper that slot cancels and does a 360 no scope. I remember back in Modern Warfare 2 where people were trying to do all that with the you know, like quick scoping, no scoping, like flashy kills and stuff. I'm over here just like, I smacked a man with a duffel bag. I've won. We are not the same. That's Modern Warfare 3 actually. Because you get the, was it ballistic plating or whatever in the little bag. And all I would ever do was just, I'd pull it out and just run around the map and smack people with it. I was a very different type of player. Melee sniper here. That sounds like a person with commando in Modern Warfare 2.
Avoid direct conflict. Your top priority is everyone's safety. I understand. Thank you for trusting me, Commander. Be focusing on controlling the Elmo, so for now I'm placing you as second command for this whole operation. Should something unforeseeable happen during the return trip, you may command the others at your discretion. In short, I'll leave on the ground situational judgments up to you. Yes, sir. I will absolutely live up to your trust. With tactics settled, Cheyenne departs with Basti, Chihua, Sabrina, and Lewis. Actually surprised Chihua's here. Guess that makes sense, though. After that, Mei Ling keeps the Elmo at a safe distance from the combat area, just out of range of the enemy's radar. Mei Ling, once you see everyone break free from the enemy, you can move the Elmo in a little closer. But if we do that, we'll expose the Elmo's position. It's fine. But we're not far from the red zone. Once we picked up Grows and the others, we can just move the Elmo near the red zone and lie low for a while. If the people chasing us truly are bounty hunters, the bounty they earn from my head won't be enough to split amongst them, considering the sheer size of their all-human force. If they follow us into the red zone, what they'll get individually won't be able to cover the cost of treating radiation sickness. It's risk-reward. Frankly speaking, it won't be worth it for them. Then again, if they aren't simple bounty hunters, that's another situation entirely. Outside the Elmo, the sounds of combat screech, ever louder and louder. I monitor the status of every doll, nerves taut, ready to react the moment we run into any sudden situation. Commander, we have a bit of a situation here. Something's not right with Nemesis. We're working with the other 3 members of Team Rosa to bring her back. What? Nemesis? Did she get hurt? No. Team Rosa was just about to pull out of the combat when Nemesis' frame started going out of control. She can't take part in combat at all. I'm taking over her duties now to provide covering fire for Team Rosa. Commander, I may not be able to hold out for very long, but I'll do everything I can to complete the task you've given me. You've done well. Cheyenne, I'm leaving command of the front line to you for now. Having given Cheyenne her instructions, I turn to Mei Ling. Mei Ling, how far are we from Team Groza? Position on the radar shows that we are about 500 meters away. We're close enough. If we drop our cloak from this distance, the enemy should spot us in no time. Wait, Commander, do you mean Cheyenne and the others have already finished constructing the landing zone, securing the doll's retreat route? Now all we need to do is divert the enemy's attention to give them a chance to break away. I'm planning to have the Elmo take on that role. But that puts the Elmo at risk of getting attacked again. All the trouble we went through to... Rest assured, all repairs will be funded and approved, no holds barred. But I still have to do the work! Alright, if you say so. Oh man, here comes the overtime again! Mei Ling taps the controls a few times, dropping the Elmo's electronic radar camouflage. The instant the Elmo drops its cloak, the heavy weapons that the enemy has been holding back on waste no time joining the party. But the enemy's firepower is way stronger than I imagined. Man, can the Elmo really hold out? Whatever the case, start by activating the force field and defense systems. Boom, bang. Shells explode one after another around the Elmo. Thanks to the recently installed anti-air defense system, the Elmo only suffers shrapnel grazes amid the bombardment. Even so, I can't be sure if we'll be able to drive the Elmo into the red zone smoothly after picking up the squads outside. Oh, gee willikers! Dang nabbit! Whatever happens, getting the dolls I sent out back and onto the Elmo is my top priority at this moment. Major, grab the handrail. The sound of the incoming shell draws closer. After a violent shudder, the shell tears a wound through the Elmo's force field. Ooh, that's not good. Right through the force field. Whatever follows is yet another round of ear-shattering screeches, signifying steel cutting through the air. I like how I just read the dang nabbit from Dead Dude, and I'm just like thinking Team Fortress 2 engineers, just like, dang nabbit, dang it. I know it's longer than that, but I don't know the whole line. That appearance was way too effective.
Now everyone should have a chance to retreat. As if to confirm what I've been saying, the Elmo columns light up one after another with replies from the squads. And if the Elmo has drawn away nearly all the enemy's reinforcements, we managed to cut their engagement with Team Groza. Still, are you able to hold out over there? Don't worry, they can't do much damage to the Elmo right now. Monsoon Squad has also adjusted our tactics. We're carrying out pinpoint strikes against enemy harassment units. Alright, you're all doing great. Shan, what's your status? Any chance to pull back? We just successfully linked up with Team Grozer. Right now we are moving toward the landing zone at top speed. ETA 5 minutes to boarding. Commander, thank you. I'm just glad you're all coming back safe. Zahui, Springfield, have Monsoon and Zuchero squads prepare to retreat. Some minutes later, I see all 4 squads on the radar successfully board the drones, approaching the Elmo's position from the air. Mailing, locate the closest red zone coordinates. We have to retreat as well. Great, I've shared our coordinates to your terminals. Once the coordinates pop up, the system automatically calculates the optimal pickup and retreat route. The closest red zone is roughly 50 kilometers away. With the Elmo's speed in mind, we should be able to shake our pursuers within an hour if things go smoothly. Commander, everyone outside has managed to disengage. Well done. Mailing, begin the retreat along the route I just laid out. Got it, everyone, stay sharp. I'm turning off the Elmo's defensive mode. Once we confirm that everyone has been brought aboard, Mailing drops the force field and the vector engine restrictions. The Elmo begins running at full speed. Without the protection of the defense mode, the attacks on the Elmo immediately take a turn for the worse. Turning the waist at full speed, the Elmo weaves through shells falling like rain. Thanks to Mailing's exceptional driving, we managed to avoid being overwhelmed by the barrage. But the Elmo can't return fire while moving at full speed. I quickly feel the enemy's attacks are becoming more intense. And the enemy's weapons seem much more powerful than we've faced before. We can't dodge them all. Brace for impact! Oh. Mailing barely manages to swerve away from one shell, but another slams squarely into the side armor. Mailing and I are thrown sideways by the shock. What fierce firepower! Mailing! I'm okay, but if this keeps up, our escape rope will be cut off. As if to confirm Mailing's statement, I hear several more shells streak past the Elmo's roof. Hey, was it a dud? The expected shudder never comes. We did check if we got hit. We should have been hit. Just as I worry that the enemy might be using something worse than ordinary shells, a familiar, reassuring voice comes through the earpiece. Do we make it in time, Commander? Oh! Oh! Well then. Incoming mech out of nowhere, I guess. I look up after hearing the sound of rotors over the columns, and notice what appears to be a small figure on the circling helicopter, waving in the Elmo's direction. Alva and Voimustine have been away from the Elmo for long stretches ever since the Lviv incident. They do it to honor their agreement with StateSec, operating across the URNC to carry out various missions. To be honest, I wasn't expecting them to be back this soon. Judging by the timing, they might have been handling a mission nearby. It came at just the right moment. Glad to hear it. Don't worry, Commander. Voimustine is on the ground, laying down fire on the enemy. Once they've been pushed back, we'll help everyone retreat to the Elmo. I'm sending the gorilla wife is back. Yes, the gorilla wife. I'm sending the rendezvous coordinates to the Elmo's receiver now. We've already scouted the area in advance. It's the safest place in the vicinity. Scouted? Hard to explain over comms. Let's talk in detail when we meet. We also brought a StateSec specialist with us this time. She'll help us get the Elmo out of danger. Understood. Thank you for the assist. StateSec specialist. Oh no. Mailing, once we pull out of the engagement zone, deploy the helipad so Alva and the others can land. Got it. And cat. The cat is important. Oh, story node, okay. Oh, I'll like this part. Will I? So, whomst is the StateSec person that we are about to meet? This so-called specialist. Long time no see. Defy has returned. OMSD is currently intercepting those bounty hunters on the perimeter. Once this wrapped up, she'll come back with the others. Who do you think it is? Well, I don't know the number of people in StateSec. I also don't know GFL 1, so there's a lot of holes there that I'm definitely going to miss. The only person I could potentially think of off the top of my head would be Kalina, but she's not really. She's. Is this a character I've met before? I feel like this is something that should be kind of important. Is this somebody I've met? What doll is not with us? Would be. I don't know the StateSec dolls. Do please stall. No, I'm just thinking right now. I'm not even looking at chat. Well, I'm looking at chat there for that, but that was about it. Technically, yes. Brilliant. The only ones I could think of if they count as StateSec would be the... Is it Lainey? Would it be Lainey? I don't know if I would call her StateSec, though. Maybe? I don't know. Live with the FBI. Oh, that's so weird. Wait, just her alone? I thought even with the Elmo's support, a single doll. She's just keeping them at bay. Sendbreaker should be able to handle most situations encountered. Are you seeing a funny in Twitch chat? I don't know. What is the funny? Oh no, that should be gone. That's just the chat never deleted it. Don't worry about it too much. When we were at StateSec, we requested the use of some special automated equipment, which can help make up for our shortage in personnel. Combining our strength with M200 and others. Oh, right, I should call her Cheyenne now. Her squad is also helping Voimastina, so it's only a matter of time before we shake off those bounty hunters. It's a workable combat plan. Thanks for the help. I like her. That doesn't narrow that down. Oh, and this is... I'm interested. I'm interested. I need to deploy something. The cat? The cat? I didn't actually know she was StateSec though, so that... I didn't know she was StateSec. That works. The prettiest standard SSR in the entire history of gaming. She's also a goofball. See, you technically met... Yeah, I've technically met her. You were not wrong. I just didn't know what we meant. Although, yes, we've had her name dropped. It was the, what was it? The support package that I think, or something that Kralik found and got annoyed by the name. Alva and Pritya crew deck interaction is canon. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Alva steps to the side, revealing an unfamiliar doll behind her. This must be the StateSec specialist she mentioned earlier, who would be working with us. So this is the commander. Nice to meet you. The unfamiliar doll gives me a mysterious wink. For some reason, I feel as though I've seen her somewhere before. Do you know me from somewhere? Well, sort of.
Alva and Wemstein have shown me your file, if that counts as knowing you. Since I'm the one who knows the commander's name, that seems a lot unfair, doesn't it? It might be better if I formally introduce myself, perhaps. I see. The unfamiliar doll extends her hand toward me with an indecipherable smile on her face. I need Kralik in this scene now, because my understanding is the two of them have a history, and I want to see how Kralik is with this. Or Karalik. I'm a doll from the Special Operations Task Force under State Sec of the Neo-Soviet Union District, Prutya. State Sec, Prutya. Wait, is it that name? I realize that Prutya might be that State Sec doll with some connection to Groza. But now isn't the time for that topic. Besides, I still don't know her exact identity. Let's hear what Alva and the others have to say first. My mission this time, let me see, is to temporarily serve as Alva and Wemstein's partner, I think. That's right. Prutya has served State Sec for a long time. Having participated in numerous extreme-risk covert operations, she has proven to be an experienced and highly reliable companion. I studied Prutya carefully. She's a State Sec doll who carried out covert missions. I should be sure that I've never seen her before. So, where does this sense of familiarity come from? Oh my, it looks like they almost gained yet another reliable companion. Cat noises. Prutya's gaze shifts to the holographic projection behind me. Dandelion sizes Prutya up, her expression carrying a meaningful undertone. It is truly honored to meet you at such a critical moment. This must be Miss Dandelion. I hit the mark, right? You've even heard of me by name. State Sec dolls really are remarkably resourceful. The sudden cat, yes. The cat. Is Prutya the replacement for RPK? As long as she doesn't do what RPK did. RPK is the girl I'm thinking it is from Defy, right? That did things that... Yes. My understanding is she was, yeah, very obsessed with wanting to become human. This one just wants to be cat. And also tease you for being cat. The ability to gather intel is a necessary skill for a State Sec doll, after all. You're a senior consultant hired by the URNC government and the creator of the URNC system's super AI, Heli, and Iffy, if I said that right. Surely you must be aware of this, right? Even my information can be found through State Sec's and State Sec's. I have a hard time saying that for some reason. Intel network. Looks like I really do need to mind my words in the future. Relax, information about you is not disseminated in mass. I just happened to obtain some accounts of your exploits through certain special channels of information. That's surprising, but that's how it is. Special channels, huh? Now I really am curious. Just how special are these channels? Are you engaging in humor with me? Sorry, I'm not very good at that sort of thing. But since you are who you are, you must have foreseen long ago that we would meet here, right? I did smell a familiar presence drawing near. I just didn't expect that we would meet in this manner. Mere fragments alone, yet they exude such a powerful pull. So this is how fate gets woven together. I am completely lost. Yeah, me too. Listening to Prutya and Dandelion go back and forth. What sort of cryptic camaraderie are you two partaking in? Unexpectedly, the two of them turned to look at me simultaneously, as if on cue. Nothing. I'm watching you two. I'm feeling some sort of scheming happen now. Well then, Alva, did StateSec assign you a new mission? Correct. I haven't had the chance to disclose our objective to you yet. It's okay if you can't tell me. I trust you. To us, you are already an inseparable part of the team, Commander. Of course you should know.
We've been searching for clues related to the Lviv incident based on follow-up observations. Although Gerard and Heidelberg's plan to activate the relics was stopped, our logistics personnel detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse during the incident, indicating that something really did happen. My memory of Lviv remains different from everyone else's. Right, because your timeline gobbledygook, for lack of better terms. Alva doesn't notice my silence. She continues. So over our past few months away from the Elmo, we've been searching the yellow zone based on those data signatures. We've captured similar signals several times, using them to locate Perdeo's bases. Our Perdeo's bases continuously emitting signal pulses resembling relic activation experiments. They are. We destroyed several small Perdeo's... Wait, so is the same pulse that Sextance was doing, maybe? Are you ready for chaos when OTS 14 is live? It's double trouble for me. Oh no, it's not just that. You got Nemesis. Also, a certain cat gets a covenant. A whole lot of things are happening. I'm not ready for that, actually. We spread several small Perde's bases deep in the yellow zone based on these clues. Every last one of them was conducting Boojum production without exception. Combined with those records left by our fallen statesec comrades, we can confirm that Perdeus is mass-producing Boojums in a deliberate manner, and they are gathering them to achieve some scientific, or some specific purpose. Nemesis is free. Yes, I know. It's more of just like there's a lot of characters that I'm caring about. So they aren't making Boojums just to expand their forces. Have you found anything else? Unfortunately, we all have some recorded footage. None of the investigators survived. That sucks. These incidents have caused quite a stir within the URNC. Large-scale operations may begin soon. Miss Nellie and Mr. Kevin encouraged us to pursue our investigation through other channels for now. I remember now, you mentioned earlier that they helped to retrofit Voimustina's armor. I find myself caught in a brief moment of nostalgia upon hearing the names of those two individuals. It's been 10 years. I wonder how they look now. Indeed, we began to contact them more frequently after the Lviv incident. My brain is like thinking other things at the same time. It's tomorrow, which is also coinciding with my birthday. Oh, happy early birthday. So also I can get the new birthday feature on the crew deck. Oh, wow. That's nice. They both believe that these fluctuations are an unusual prelude to something, but as the URNC stands now, these matters cannot be made public under the name of Perdeus' crimes, nor can an investigation be opened on those grounds. So you guys traced all those clues here? We did. About 12 hours ago, we detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse from a nearby red zone. After analysis, we found it shares the same signature as the previous pulses. That pulse is the strongest that's been recorded since the Lviv incident. Oh. Because of that, we applied to StateSec for Emergency Response Authority. Since this mission required entering the red zone and demanded careful action, the higher-ups dispatched Prithia to assist us in hopes that we could start investigating the source of the pulse ASAP. We were on our way to the source when we spotted the battle you guys were engaged in. Now that you mentioned it, we did detect something similar. You picked up on it too, Commander? I give Alpha a brief account of what happened earlier. Normal coordinates received from a third-gen doll's neural cloud. So, Commander, you're investigating the third-gen doll you have on your vehicle? I just want to find leads on Perdeus. The two of you experienced the incident in Lviv with me. You understand the connection between third-gen dolls and Perdeus. I do, but... Alpha pauses to think for a moment. When she speaks again, there's hesitation in her voice. Commander, you should know, although Voimustine and I have left StateSec, we still collaborate with them due to a great number of unfulfilled contractual terms. So we have access to certain pieces of internal information. Although its incompleteness might trouble you, I still feel that I should disclose some intel to you, Opinions on you are not unanimous within State Commander. Is that so? What are they saying? Only in turbulent times would men like him be deemed a hero. In times of peace, such men would be placed under the category of destabilizing factors. That's how that gentleman answered me when I asked. Even though Voimastina, Lorelei, and I have successfully provided proof of your innocence, it remains a fact that your influence on the world is growing. Yes, the Tomato King must continue to expand his empire in the Yellow Zone. It is important. It is important that the Tomato Empire grows. In a short span of time since the Lviv incident, not only did you help overthrow Shet Fabian's factories in the Yellow Zone, you also signed a collaboration with the up-and-coming Connection Corporation. These developments cannot be concealed, and more people will turn their attention to you, inevitably. If it were just that, StateSec would be glad to see your influence in the Yellow Zone grow stronger, but when your influence becomes entangled with matters concerning the relics, the dissenting voices grow louder. Other than Helena, the fact that there's a third-gen doll on the Elmo makes it difficult for you and your supporters to keep proving that you are innocent. StateSec may turn a blind eye to certain things internally, but this particular issue is a rather critical one. If our adversaries find a need, they could use this as a pretext to apply far greater pressure. So you're suggesting that I let the conglomerate take them back, allowing them to keep helping Perdeus? Commander, you should know that we would never suggest as such. Defy, Kalina, and the former Griffin dolls who fought alongside you. It's a no-brainer that we trust you. However, within the URNC, such individuals are lacking in number. Which is why that gentleman wishes to better understand your current intentions. As a fugitive wanted by the URNC, I assumed my intentions no longer mattered. No, they do matter. Just not to that gentleman. Matters to me and to Defy as well. Commander, Anji left us, and it was not because she did anything wrong. There aren't many people like you left in this world, Commander. We can't afford to lose anymore. You could tell she's definitely concerned. Influence of tomatoes on the produce market. Oh look, the cat is now Laura. Yes, I'm happy with this. The Tomato King rolling to yet another Yellow Zone settlement. I'm about to pull an East India Company on this plot of ownerless land. East India Company. Oh no. There's no triangle trade in the Yellow Zone, is there? I hope not. Unless it's like doll frames, tomatoes, and collapsed pieces? I don't know. That kind of would be a triangle trade in its own way, wouldn't it? Did you get Alva by chance? Yes, I have Alva. I have both the Defy. Well, at least the two members here. I don't... Obviously, Coletta comes later. I think that's her name, right? Coletta? I'm still not used to the fact that her voice, I think, is the same voice of Agemasen. That's gonna take me a while to get used to. I'm just concerned, but third-gen dolls are the strongest leaders I have. I know this is risky in every sense, but if I let such obstacles make me hesitate, things like the Lviv incident will happen again and again. Whether it's to destroying Paradeos' labs, investigating third-gen dolls, or the debacle I have caused in Makosh, I realized that so long as I do something, there's a possibility that I can improve the lives of those I hold dear. Even if it's only by a little. That's why I want to keep moving forward on this path, whether I'm labeled as a hero or a criminal. These are things I've wanted to do for a long time. Thanks to that warrant from the URNC, my reservations have been completely... Yeah, he's a man with nothing to lose, pretty much. He's got his own things he wants to do, and he's going to do them now that he has, you know, he has no reason to hold back. He's basically looking at it like, oh, I'm a criminal. Okay. So I could just start doing more crimes, and I'm still... It's not... Nothing changes. I could blow up this side of the Yellow Zone with a nuclear bomb, and nothing changes. Oh, man. We've already reached the worst case scenario, so why not just go... Yeah, exactly. Why not just go all out? I know you heard Nakayama Festa school yeah, that made me sad. Nakayama Festa, I've actually grown to like because I love her card. I got her Wit card a while back ago when it was around. And I've had a lot of fun with it. So I kind of like, I'm going to get Nakayama Festa when she drops for Uma, whenever that is. And then hearing this made me kind of sad. Well, it's a yellow zone for a reason. I'm already the most wanted man. Might as well keep trying to be more wanted. That's why I kind of found the joke about, oh, did my bounty go up is really funny. I kind of felt like, what was it One Piece or that was like the whole like gag, right? I haven't watched One Piece in a long time. I think that was One Piece, where it's like, did my bounty go up? And it's like everyone is like slowly trying to see how big their bounty is. I think it's One Piece. Ah, gosh, it's been a bit. And as for Angie, whom you mentioned earlier, you could say that the things she once did pushed me to make a decision. Angie did once fall into the dark, but before she left us, what was reflected in her eyes was the dawn. Perhaps I just stubbornly want to bring about the world that she and so many others like her envisioned. And now I feel that I can do far more compared to who I was a decade back. Strange, isn't it? The forces I call upon now don't even amount to a tenth of what I had before. Yet still. And to be frank, your words make me happy. But they also worry me a little. Even so, I'm convinced, once again, that Defy's choice to follow you was the right one. Thank you. With that in mind, Alva taps her earpiece. The indicator on her comms module goes dark. She leans in close and speaks in a whisper just beside my ear. Enter, what I'm about to say is just a personal reminder from me. If you intend to investigate or make contact with third-gen dolls and the developer behind them in any way, please make sure Voimasina and I are present as your escort. Why? Stasek hasn't reached a conclusion yet, but our available intel is enough for us to derive an obvious one. That our opponent is unlike any enemy we've faced so far, and the extent of the danger is incalculable. Alba then turns her comms module back on, picks up a tablet, and projects a set of coordinates onto the terminal in front of me. Since both our leads among us point to the same dangerous region, something likely did happen there. Pritya, can you help me adjust the map to the region that the pulse originated from? Of course I can. I thought you and the commander were going to whisper in private for longer. Just smiled, though. Prepare for cat glazing you have never seen. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. The gross is in shambles. Yes, sure, I understand. Bertie smiles and projects the map into the air, showing the coordinates. Right here. Inside the red zone, 34 kilometers west of Prague's center. Then our objective is clear. Commander, we should now... Alva's about to say something, but she's caught up by the sudden commotion. Right into the door opens Alva's door. Crawl! Yes! I need this! The moment I've been waiting for! And before the ha! He walks in as she argues with the dolls beside her about something. Yet in the moment she lifts her head, she stops dead in her tracks, as though she just saw a ghost. You? Why are you here? I look towards Karlak and realize that the you she's referring to is none other than Pritya, who has only just arrived on the Elmo today for the first time. I wanted everyone to have a nice sit-down conversation after everything serious was settled, but from the look on Karlak's face, this is probably not the right moment for that. Here comes the shenanigans music. Karlak, is this the Pritya you've been searching for all this time? Of course. If it weren't for her, I... Forget it. I'm just glad you're safe. I have so many things I wanted to tell you. Elmo is a wonderful place, and from now on, why don't you... Hey, Pritya. Seeing the confusion in Pritya's eyes, Karlach tentatively calls out to the other doll by name. Have you met me before? That seems to be the case. Oh no. Oh no. Through the long silence, Karlach's expression shifts from confusion to displeasure, until finally it boils over into a fury that makes her charge forward. There's a limit to how far you could take a joke. I thought you got hauled off to be scrapped by those dull arena bastards back then. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was originally planning to thank you properly when I saw you again. But what kind of attitude is this? Hey! You're taking my rep by reacting like that. Karlach grabs Prithia by the collar. Their eyes lock, as though she were trying to dig out memories of herself buried deep within Prithia's neural cloud. The standoff drags on until a tall figure appears, places a hand on each of their shoulders, and pulls the two of them apart with ease. Please do not interfere with State Sec personnel on duty. Ha! There it is. I'm sorry, Miss Karlach. I didn't have the chance to explain just now. Prithia suffered damage to her neural cloud in a previous mission. She can no longer remember many things. Oof. Oof. So, she's not pretending that she doesn't know you. Mission? Neural cloud damage? So you're saying that she's with you guys? The Dull Arena mission you mentioned was likely one of the incidents that damaged her neural cloud. After State Sec recovered Prithia, they'd assigned her to only handle support roles in field missions. Prithia doesn't seem to show any additional emotion in response to Karlach's big outburst. She simply smiles politely. A State Sec doll. So when you did all that in the arena, was it for a mission? But if it was a mission, shouldn't you have looked out for yourself first? Alright, if her neural cloud was damaged, I can't even ask her about it. Damn it, why? Nemesis is the same too. They all make it so hard for me to this actually makes me feel bad now. Karlach says nothing more, as if struck by some kind of serious blow. She does something unlike herself, walks to the corner of the room and sits down quietly, crawling. Do I have an image of that? I'm like sitting here now like reminding myself of something. Do I have that image? I have no idea. I do. This one is somewhat fitting. Just oof. Not the sad monarch. Look, sometimes we have to remind ourselves of the sad things to appreciate the good things. Westina steps forward and hands me a document. Mender, I brought back the doll called Nemesis as you requested. She appears to have returned to normal and is currently undergoing a neural cloud scan in the repair pod. So, what exactly is going on? Why did Nemesis suddenly malfunction? Grossa, can you describe in detail what happened during the operation? Things were pretty chaotic back then. It started while we were in combat with the enemy. Nemesis ignored several of my orders in succession and didn't respond to me calling her. I assumed Nemesis had been pinned down by enemy fire and sent Karlach to break her free. However, once Karlach got close, she realized that Nemesis seemed different from her usual state. It looked like someone was interfering with her neural cloud. Neural cloud interference again.
Sexton said the same thing earlier.
I recall how back when we accidentally stumbled into Paradise's religious ceremony, Nemesis had reacted strangely to the proceedings. Nemesis and Sexton's malfunctioning one after another. Were they both affected by that because of that pulse? Well, because that pulse was caused by Paradise. I want to check on Nemesis. Commander, it'll be alright. If you're really worried about it, stay by my side, okay? Understood. Food only 2 got depression, just like good old at GFL. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, this is the kind of stuff I like. Well, not necessarily. I'm not always a big fan of like the sad types of stories, but you know, having a little bit of conflict in a universe is never a bad thing, as long as it's meaningful. Rosa follows behind me as we pass through the corridor and enter the maintenance room. Nemesis appears to have regained consciousness. She's undergoing a scan under Mailing's guidance. Mailing, how is she? Doesn't seem like there's anything unusual going on. Miss Helen helped me too, but still, I don't think we found the cause of the malfunction. Nemesis, how are you feeling? Right, I forgot to call Karlik over. Thinking back on Karlik's state right now, it might be better to leave her alone. Surely I should be able to understand Nemesis a little after watching Karlik translate for so long. Well, I mean, isn't there, like, the whole point of, like, what is it? Her crew deck story is that they start to understand each other a bit, isn't it? And I think it had to, oh, man. I've seen a friend of mine go through it. I need to actually reread it a bit myself. But I'm, like, sitting here trying to remember everything of it, because this was, like, whenever the crew deck was first added. At the same time, I kind of feel like they would at least have some kind of a way to communicate with each other, like hand gestures or something that makes more sense. I don't know. Maybe there's some way that they could have handled that too. But at the same time, you know, that story does exist to kind of make things a bit more warm to her. We gotta take the sad so the good one was hit that much harder. Well, yeah, that. It's also like you got multiple reasons why that kind of stuff's good though. It's like, one, it's the show of how far you've come, and then it's also the, you know, you can't understand the good without understanding the bad. Give a call at the bit. This is gonna be something next patch. Oh yeah, I know. I can imagine it'll be nice. I steel myself and try speaking with Nemesis directly. Nemesis, did you sense something while fighting the enemy earlier? A flower swaying in the breeze, gathering, parting. Both are as haze. I think I understood that. Nope, didn't understand it then. She's saying that she felt herself being summoned by some kind of decisive fate. Pritya? You can understand what Nemesis is saying? Yeah, I do have this rather inexplicable ability. What is it with you two? It does come in handy every now and then, wouldn't you agree? It's a very valuable ability. Meanwhile, Karlik, no, I've lost the only thing that makes me special. No, not really. Karlik's stocks are falling, chat. That sending you to assist Defile really was the right call. You're far too kind, sir. Still, showing off unexpected abilities at critical moments is something I'm quite pride myself on. Yeah, you do, don't you? Miss, I'm gonna hide a present somewhere on the crew deck. You have to find it. Oh, the present was me. Well, not really. But you could argue that. In any case, since Miss Karlik's mood hasn't recovered yet, Is it alright if I temporarily serve as the translator for this lady? After a difficult round of questioning, I finally managed to learn something about Nemesis' condition through Prithia's translation. Hawk, that's Prithia's crew deck story. Correct. Back when I had a lot more time when the crew deck was added, I got curious about one story. I thought that I was sitting there thinking, did I actually go through that one? But I'm like, I guess I didn't. Also, it's cat. I do kind of like the cat, so interest in knowing all things cat is important. Nemesis explains that she lost control of her frame earlier due to some kind of intervention. She vaguely sensed the same thing at the exact moment when Sexton's lost control. Back in combat, however, the intervention suddenly grew stronger, directly causing her to lose control of her frame. As for what this intervention actually means, Nemesis does not make it clear. From her descriptions, it appears that she herself only understands it vaguely. She just calls it fate or some kind of behavioral logic that can not be found anywhere within her neural cloud. Is it like that weird rule that, what's her name? Dandelion was talking about earlier. Some kind of rule that they don't understand. How have I been? I've been alright. A lot better. Could be a lot better after this past week. These strings of phenomena form an interwoven network of clues, enough to suggest that something worth discovering is hidden deep in the red zone. Looks like we do have to head into the red zone to investigate. I gather everyone in the ops room. Everyone, I'm preparing to head into the red zone for a mission. Although it's just recon work, our current situation is fairly complex. We may encounter things that we've never had to deal with before. I'll be drawing up a list of those participating in this mission, based on capability, but also based on your willingness to participate. It's been a while, but this will be the first time we conduct a mission inside of the red zone. We need to make proper preparations for protective gear and comms equipment. Mailing, take inventory of what equipment is left in the warehouse, and there is no need to go through such trouble. Our helicopter is carrying enough protective gear and comms equipment. Commander, would you be willing to let us join your task force? Of course. That would be wonderful. You've been hit by a storm, but you should rest, but you've got an unfinished GFL story. Hey, I've been wanting to actually read this story since like last week when I was like trying to plan out the schedule for it before the storm hit. Actually, it's more like really the weekend before the storm hit. So, you know, GFL is GFL's like and Blue Archive are very similar. I like the stories of them and I really want to read them. So it's like if I'm in a bad situation schedule wise, I will, you know, I'm more than willing to take a day to just kind of do this, even if it means I'm up at like 3 or 4 in the morning. It just shows it's just kind of a testament of how much I enjoy the story. Also, cute girls with guns. That too. But I am a sucker for a very interesting story. Anyway, we'll inventory the equipment for this mission. Please inform me of the team size and equipment specifications in a short while. Alright, and let's set our goals as return to the Elma before sunset, and I didn't get to read the rest of it. You want to know what gives me the depression? The inability to read the entirety of the story before it finishes. Thanks, GFL. I don't mean that to be mean. I'm gonna grab some water real quick because I can already feel my throat's killing me a little. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Third combat node, a whole bunch of stuff. This is not 100% human. She has bosom cells, but that brah. I don't think any playable characters are human. I don't think any. Yeah, none of the dolls are. Doesn't mean people were like, well, look, we can try, dang it. Yeah, don't mind that song. An OST. Oh no, I did like the theme of this one. It was really nice to listen to. Anyway, Elephant Boy must enter in the refitting room, checking off the equipment list for the upcoming mission. I take the chance to finalize the personnel coming on this mission. I begin by selecting 404, squad possessing extensive combat experience in red zones, to accompany me. Because our special equipment is in limited supply, I can only bring one more squad along, which leaves me feeling somewhat conflicted. Both Monsoon Squad and Zuchero Squad have assisted me on missions involving Paradise bases before. Their performance has been quite reassuring. Besides them, the new dolls who just joined the Elmo may still be in their adjustment periods, but they each have their own strengths and specialties. After what just happened with Sextons, I realized that I really do need to assign a strong, well-coordinated team specifically to keep an eye on her. What's more, we just exposed our location in front of those mercs. I must leave enough forces on the Elmo for its own defense. I also have Team Groza. If I pull Team Groza away from the Elmo, I need another team to look after Helena and Melanie. Enter, I want to come too. Oh yeah, she wouldn't have to worry about the radiation, would she? Well, actually, have they talked about that much? Helena needs the radiation. Melanie, I don't think they've ever really talked about, have they? Because it's not that they're immune, they're just dependent. But I don't know if that's the case for Melanie. Because they haven't really dove into that. Hawk, no, we don't want another RPK again. I was making more the joke of a specific module that a lot of you probably be like, yes, this goes in. We're just gentlemen of refined taste, dog. Don't mind us. Yes, I see the monocle is slipping off of your head, sir. You've dropped your molecule, or your monocle. It's safe on the red zone. So it's the same situation, I guess. Melanie has been peeking at me from every corner of the equipment room, ever since I announced the trip into the red zone. Right now, she's on her tiptoes, peering at the mission roster. You want to come? Where exactly do you want to go? I want to go with you and the others into the red zone for the investigation. There must be plenty of paradise traps over there. I couldn't protect you, Commander. Okay, how exactly does Melanie plan to protect me? Do you have a box like Helena's? Melanie shakes her head. Do you have a way to jam radar so that the enemy can't spot us? Melanie shakes her head. Then, I'll find a way somehow. Right, I could still help. For example, I can still disguise myself as one of their Helenas and infiltrate a Paradise base like what I did last time. That way, we have a way to go straight in and grab lots of internal Paradise data. If things go well, Commander, you won't need to use much firepower to destroy their base this time. But last time we were discovered by a Nither really quickly. They won't be caught off guard this time. Besides, how do you know that they definitely have Helenas over there? I only asked that offhandedly, but something clicks when I notice Melanie suddenly shifting her gaze away from me. This starts with a W, right? I'm not going to say whether or not it does. I was just simply put it at you know what you know what you want. Truly highbrow, high class discussion hours.
I only asked that offhandedly, but something clicks when I notice Melanie suddenly shifting her gaze away from me. Has Melanie been hiding something else she knows from me? Right. The way she suddenly insisted on coming along with us raises my suspicions as well. Could it be? Melanie, about what happened earlier, is there something you haven't told me? How did you know that? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Melanie hurriedly puts her hands over her mouth. I knew it. Melanie, did you sense something about the Helenas again? Melanie turns away, showing me her back. I promised that girl that I wouldn't tell anyone about it. That's how she puts it. Melanie definitely did sense the presence of another Helena. And judging by what we know so far, that Helena is somewhere inside of Paradeo's base in the depths of the red zone. Looking back at how Helena once sensed Melanie, if we really do want to get to the bottom of this, bringing Melanie along will make things much easier. But should I really bring Melanie to the red zone just for this? This is way too dangerous, and it adds so much unpredictability to our investigation. Plus, they also have to think about whether or not to make this discovery a secondary objective of the mission. Looks like Melanie still hasn't told me everything. I should get things sorted out first with her. Melanie, why don't we try talking this through together? Tell me everything you know. If this is important, then I'll bring you along to rescue that Helena. Really? Yep. I won't go back on my word. Melanie turns to face me after some hesitation. To be honest, I've been intermittently hearing that girl's voice, ever since you all came back from Lviv. I'm assuming this is like the introduction. Is it like how you were able to sense our Helena? Yeah. That voice is different in that it's always been really faint and weak. I can only hear it at certain particular moments. Particular moments? Yes. She seemed to be in great pain every time I managed to sense her. It's like something is draining her life dry. Abnormal pulses, the connection between third-gen dolls and Bujams and yet another Helena. I have no concrete proof yet, but instinct tells me that what Helena is describing appears to be tied to the events that Elva and the others have been investigating. A third Helena? Sir, a third Helena has hit the story. Melanie, can you tell me what the two of you have discussed? We didn't actually manage to talk much, but she seems to know a great deal about what's going on, or what's happening on the outside. Especially things about you, Commander. She knows me. She said that a certain individual nearby who pulls the threads of fate was the reason why she could establish a connection with me. She also brought up the Lviv incident. What did she say? She asked me what became of the people in Lviv after Nirvana opened. This is the first time anyone has brought up the opening of Nirvana since the Lviv incident. I assumed that what happened might have been a hallucination of mine, but now I'm suddenly being told that someone else had witnessed it. That someone is another Helena, no less. This Helena must be someone important. I have to find a way to track her down no matter what. The list of things to investigate grows yet again. Commander. Melanie tilts her chin up slightly, looking at me with pleading eyes. I've told you everything I know. Please, can you take me with you? What Melanie said makes logical sense. It doesn't sound like she's making things up to get her way. Besides, the matter of Nirvana is not something we could have just thought up with just her imagination. If what she said is close to the truth, it is extremely important that we investigate this other Helena. At the very least, it must be listed as one of our main objectives. Melanie's presence does significantly increase the chances of success. Otherwise, we'd be plunging headfirst into the red zone with our radar disabled, and it would probably take too long to even get a sense of what's happening in there. Safety is indeed a major concern. While Melanie has no need to fret with regards to radiation as an immune individual, we'll have to allocate personnel to protect her should combat happen. At the very least, we must direct her from danger before it's too late. Still, I wish to only probe the locale for now.
so avoiding direct combat is also part of the plan. With that in mind, I'll need to assign an extra squad to ensure Melanie's safety. Alva and the others brought plenty of special equipment that should come in handy. It should help make the issue of our low manpower less of a pain point. Alright, I think I understand the gist of what you mean. After thinking it over, I summoned Groza to me alone. Groza, aside from 404, I also want you to bring Team Groza along on this mission. Aside from providing combat support, your priority will be to keep Melanie safe. You're bringing Melanie along, Commander? Yeah. Melanie has uncovered some new leads that could help us with our search. Thank you, Commander. But let me be clear about this beforehand. You must stay close to Groza and the others, and you are absolutely not allowed to run off on your own. I'll be on my best behavior. Then I and the others shall do our best to protect Melanie. See you, Mudgeon. Have a good one. As for Nemesis, should we make separate arrangements for her? No need. Just run the team as you usually do. Be it Nemesis, you, or the others in Team Groza, you've all been my companions on the Alma for the longest. I can't just stop trusting you guys over some unexpected accidents. Commander. Besides, Nemesis does have a number of mysteries surrounding her. I have a feeling that this mission could help us solve them. And I think that's probably why she ends up having the mod. That's like, I was sitting there thinking about this now. I'm like, this is probably, whatever they do to figure out the issues with Sextans, they figure out with Nemesis. It just takes time to develop it. This time I won't let you down, Commander. With the roster set, Voimastina goes to the helicopter to bring down equipment for the mission. While taking stock of our equipment inventory, I noticed that aside from basic protective gear, we also have plenty of special equipment that would be hard to find, even on the black market. Commander, we may face extreme collapse radiation levels once we enter the red zone. Please wear the protective suit well and equip the radiation isolation device. Ava picks out a protective suit with the equipment pile, from the equipment pile, and hands it to me to try on. Its surface gleams with a strange sheen, as if it was sprayed with some kind of protective coating. I put on the protective suit and try moving around. It's suffocating. So tight. It's kind of hard to breathe. Alva notices my discomfort. She scrambles to explain. Sorry, Commander, since this is an impromptu mission, we didn't have time to custom order one. So we'll have to ask you to bear with Kevin's gear for now. It's okay. I'm fine. Alva walks over to loosen some of the straps around my torso and joints. Her shimmering gaze meets mine. She produces a somewhat flustered laugh. Is that better, Commander? Much better. Alva carefully checks the suit's airtight seal, then hands me a brand new set of comms equipment. Frame mogging Kevin. Oof. Has a logo on her back. Oh yeah, there's like hints to her being tied to it. I remember people talking about that. Also, these are shielded communicators. I'll be distributing them to the mission personnel in a short while. Red zone radiation will interfere with comm signals. These devices will ensure that we're able to remain in contact with each other while we're inside. We also have weapon cases loaded with heavy weapons and their ammunition. I'll distribute some of these to each squad before we depart. Still, these weapons are dangerous, so they need to be used with care. And Alva pauses, then continues with feigned casualness. To be honest, we only managed to make it here this easily thanks to Miss Kalina pulling a few strings for us. Really? She's also been assisting you guys. It seems she's finally found something she wants to do. Indeed, although she's currently dealing with a conundrum, she's found a way to contact and help us as much as she could. This is why I think you shouldn't worry about her too much. Someone as smart as Miss Kalina will always find a way to take care of herself. Miss Kalina told me about a certain something, by the way. I think you might want to know. What does she say? She said that she came across a doll who looked very much like Groza. A doll resembling Groza. It's probably a doll using a similar frame model. That's one possibility.
However, Miscellaneous specifically brought it up because the doll's combat capabilities are extremely strong. It's very likely a 3rd gen doll. So it looks like a 3rd gen version of Groza. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Commander, all personnel participating in the mission have been equipped, and the relevant gear has been distributed to the squad leaders. It's time for us to head out. Head out, you say? Well, I see a bunch of targets to stab, bonk, and shoot. A very easy... I forgot to change sex stands again. Whoops. Well, you know what? That doesn't actually work. I just thought about that. You know what? We're gonna go here. And then we're gonna do this. Because we can. Because this is... It's so weird seeing her being able to do something like this. Why not? V6. It's more so I want to let other people have Stardust Gold. We can just throw the grenade at her here. Or at this thing here. Dude, replace. That's not her. I don't have that one. I don't have that. That sextans is not mine. That's somebody else's. I can't change that one. I had to level mine and then change it. Do you guys think she'll take it out with the blast? Boink. Aw, come on. Got it. It's okay. We have goofball. I really do like Feitusa as a character. The sweeper and Feitusa combination is a really funny combo. They're just such opposites of each other. The sky darkens as the Elmo approaches the red zone. Our radar fails entirely 2 hours into the red zone. To prevent intense radiation from damaging the Elmo's electronic equipment, I decide to lead the mission team on foot into the depths of the red zone, while Mei-Ling pulls the Elmo back to the edge, awaiting our contact. The landscape is a barren waste, with only sparse remnants of tree trunks and dry grass strewn about it. Here, a deathly brew wrecked its ghastly vapors upon this plain, rendering unto all life who unwittingly drank an inglorious end. Thy name was Collapse, and life fell in twain. And with death we saw naught but silence. 3 hours later we crossed the indistinct boundary zone and are greeted by the red zone's iconic, ominous scenery. The very culprit that drained all life from this place. A vast sea of collapsipiflum, known as Hell's Paradise. You know, when you look at this, it really doesn't look that bad. Ironic in its own way. This looks as if it looks like if it's just normal, like, scenery with a little bit of the crystals being weird. Is that Tiberium? No, it's just it does look like it, though. Wow. Want to sniff one on the flower? No, I'm good. I'm good. These crystals are definitely Tiberium. They really do. Like, they're green even, too. Makes me wonder if there are other color crystals for it too, for the collapse crystals. Because there's, what, 3 different... I know of 3 colors for Tiberium. I'm like sitting here trying to remember if there was any more than just the 3. No, I think there's technically 3. I think there's supposed to be 4, but I think they only had 3 in their actual release. Oh boy. At some point our signals completely vanish from the radar. Aside from internal squad comms, our surroundings are as quiet as an empty void. Nothing here that can prove our existence aside from our own physical sensations. Beneath our feet, the translucent, radiation dust-stained petals shimmer with a faint glow, akin to cooling embers. I smell a metallic, ionizing odor spreading through the air around me, even through my protective suit. Commander, watch your step. Try to avoid those flowers as we move forward. And Doris just took a reading. The radiation near the flowers is more than a dozen times higher than the surrounding area. Epiphyllums are currently in their absorption phase. Let's hurry through. What Doris refers to is one of the defining traits of the collapsed epiphyllum. They interact with collapsed radiation in the environment, absorbing it under certain conditions, releasing it in others. The Project Eden I intervened in back in Lviv hoped to use such principles for energy generation. That technology has since become a secret known only to me. During the collapsed epiphyllum's absorption phase, the collapsed radiation levels in the vicinity drop. But that is only temporary. The inexperienced would lower their guard upon seeing the seemingly safe levels in their instruments, but this is nothing more than deception, a calm before the storm. Once the release phase arrives, the radiation levels surge, rendering most protective equipment in the Grand Cascade. Any creature unable to take shelter in time will be devoured by the collapsed radiation in mere moments, plunging them into an abyss of no return. The absorption phase means that the ambient radiation levels are relatively low at the moment, but even so, an ordinary person cannot survive here for long without protection. Yet despite the harshness of the environment, it is also strangely, unsettlingly quiet. No one tried to stop us on the way here. We haven't even seen a single tiny elid cluster scurry by either. Minter, we're almost at the coordinates. Good. All units enter alert level 1. The dolls raise their weapons one after another, lowering their stances and slowing their pace alongside mine. After passing through a thick mist of radiation particles, what unfolds before us is a sight I never imagined I'd see deep inside the red zone. That music, though. An intact tower, magnificent yet antique palace. Towering, magnificent yet antique palace. The mist, the banner of the heavens. Nemesis, you've been here before. Beautiful vista of bygone days, gathered into echoes among clouds. Looks like this place has stirred some of Miss Nemesis's memories. I study the exterior of the old castle carefully, but I find no clear signs of anything unordinary, even though it clearly shouldn't be here. An ancient structure of a bygone era, the spires that adorned its towers have long since crumbled, leaving jagged hollows that spear the sky. The narrow arched windows are but hollowed eye sockets, some yet filled with the remnants of their stained glass sclera that faintly glimmered with the dusk's fair embrace. It's actually a Bloodborne DLC. Yeah, this is giving me the feel of it. Though this is kind of this kind of feels like Resident Evil almost, if anything. In first collapsed PC game, in black zones, the crystals on elids were either stark black or dark red since they were in black zones. Huh, so they have multiple colors. That's cool. In Command & Conquer, I think there should be 3 different colors for Tiberium that are at least known of. There was a 4th that was unfinished, but it never got that far. Should be green, blue, and orange, I believe. Or there was supposed to be a red one, but the red one never was finished, from what I remember.
The heavy main doors lie open, no longer withholding their bounty from the world beyond. The iron that clad its hinges has rusted so thoroughly that it has painted the wood with haphazard strokes of oxidated crimson. Wait, orange type here? Yeah, there's orange. It's only in Firestorm, I believe. There are a few places you can see it, but it is so disturbingly rare that you would never, that if you've not played the older games, you would never have seen it. But I believe you have to play Firestorm to see it, if I recall. Like how I just looked up and saw that there's a there is a silverfish on my wall. I guess he's probably taking cover. All the rain we've been having, he's probably ran in. They're attracted to water, but not that much. Oh man. Anyway. The family... no, that's right. The family crest carved above the gate was far too weathered to make out any fine details. All that remained was the rough outline of the shield that made its center. The silverfish, what is it, Minecraft? Nah. Nah, it's just, when it rains a lot here, which doesn't happen that often, I mean, compared to, at least compared to today, or this last week's, we usually have I usually have like one or two silverfish that I find in the house. Mostly just because I think they're taking cover. They like water, but not that much. And then this past week I've seen a surge of them because there's been so many. I also live on the bottom floor, so there's not like I can escape that easily. Though I've gotten much better at getting rid of them. And red for type of... I think it's like an orangish red, actually, Anthony. I'm fairly certain it was like an orange or a red. But I know that there was a distinctive red one that was supposed to exist. So. Truthfully, I feel uncertainty boil from within my core. Was this the mere mirage that had been invoked by the collapse that encompasses us all at this very moment? Nothing but an irradiated midsummer night's dream. Commander, this is the place. I can feel it, that girl's presence. We are getting closer and closer. Melanie raises her hand high, pointing in the direction of the castle. The coordinates on the offline map also point right here. Now let's get closer. With the dolls raising their weapons as the vanguard, we cautiously approach the massive building before us. Through the shattered panes of technicolor glass, I catch faint glimpses of refined antique furnishings inside. Despite having been subject to the cruel elements, it remains a microcosm of the time centuries past. Is this castle also Perdeo's base? No, wait, something feels off. Commander, radiation interference is too strong here. We still can't pick up any signals nearby. Our equipment isn't picking up any active heat sources here, but something could still be hiding in the lower levels. We're not picking up any noise or signal either. We have the same conclusion. We can only gather info on what's on the surface for now. Melanie, are you sensing anything? I haven't sensed any other presences aside from that girl's distress signal. Indeed, we haven't picked up on any clear signs of danger, and that Helena doesn't actually seem to be here. Okay, take 404 to the perimeter and keep watch for any movement. Secure a retreat route. Report immediately if you spot anything suspicious. Groza, Alpha, let's try going inside to take a look. If you're going in, then at least let me... It's alright, don't worry. From the looks of it, it's just an abandoned building. If we notice anything off, we'll tuck our tails between our legs and run for the hills. Besides, Melania says that girl is in there. We have to at least go in and try to investigate. Fine. I'll keep watch outside. Be careful in there, everyone. We will. Ava, Groza, let's go. Once we approach the rust-spotted door, Groza takes the lead, becoming the first to step through the doors of the castle. I get that Team Groza were only 4 since Vepli stayed on the ground. Did Vepli... I guess that would make... I was wondering about that.
Also, Easalus, if I said that right, thanks for the sub, appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Silence. Absolute silence. The alarms that I had subconsciously expected to do not blare, leaving a part of me feeling rather unsated. Our arrival is met only by the ominous silence that shrouds the heart of the red zone. We push the doors open and take a step inside the castle. The exterior is not as dilapidated as I had assumed. Damp stone steps with brick walls on both sides lead up to the great hall. The faintly warm light of dusk filters through the multicolored glass windows, casting columns of varied hues across the great structure. In the great hall, a table is surrounded by several velvet chairs, all arranged loosely. 2 leather armchairs appear to have warped from long-term use. The leather is polished to a shine, suggesting that someone once lived here for a long period of time. The castle appears to have been used after the war, for a long time too. Maybe this area only became a red zone recently? Be great if we could find some records about it. Melanie, are you sure this is the place? I am. I still can't pinpoint the exact location, but I look around. Searching this whole castle will take too long. Let's try to wrap this up ASAP. We can't linger here too long. Alva, you guys search the upper floors of up the staircase. Rosa, we'll go through the corridor over here and search the rooms in the back. Understood. After splitting off from Alva and the others, Team Groza and I moved down the corridor into the back of the castle. Lady Dimitrescu's. I was going to say, this does have Lady Dimitrescu's feel to it. But I can see it. Well, this area appears to be made up of several bedrooms. After confirming that there are no sounds inside, I pull on the brass handle of the room nearest to me. The room is decorated similarly to the reception hall, but the moment I push the door open, the scent of dust and faint mildew hits my nose, a stark contrast to the candlelit air of the great hall. The room isn't very spacious. Its furnishings are simple. Half the space has been taken up by a bed. Several stacks of documents lie on the desk, their tabs already yellowed. A forgotten corner of this grandiose castle, it seems. Look around for any useful documents left here. With Kralik and Nemesis guarding the door, the rest of us begin searching through the corners of the room. An old-fashioned, antique feel coats the room. Electronic devices are rare, while the bookshelf leaning against the wall is neatly lined with thick volumes, mostly classical texts and novels from a bygone era. I leaf through them without much thought. Something suddenly slips out from one of the books. What's this? I pick up the slip of paper and find what seems to be some reading notes. The elegant script is already blurred somewhat, but I can still tell that a woman probably wrote it. I read through it carefully, but find nothing noteworthy. The signature reads, Elif.in, seems to be the owner of this book. I pocket the note and prepare to search when I hear coughing from the other side of the room. Amanda, I found something interesting under the bed. I move over and see Coffee holding up a battered terminal with her hand. Can it be turned on? Let me try. Coffee tries pressing the power button, but the screen flickers on for only an instant before going dark again. It ran out of battery. I could try connecting it to me for a bit, though. Wait, don't do that yet. Hold on to it for now. We'll bring it back for Dandelion to sift through. Coffee nods and slips the terminal into her pack. Amanda, we seem to have found everything worth looking at in this room. Let's make our exit. A lot of mystery on this one. Interesting. I bring Melanie along and head back into the corridor with Team Groza. Alva's voice coming through the comms as we're about to search the next room. Commander, we're taking fire on the 3rd floor. The enemy is... Nemesis. Fall. Rebirth. The heart wanders far. Sisters. Would you look at those dolls? What? Oh.
That's weird. They're copies of Nemesis. She's some kind of mass-produced model. Okay. I don't know when they arrived, but a number of dolls have appeared at the far end of the corridor. Covered in a cloud of dust, illuminated by the faint light, I finally make out what they look like. That's a lot of Nemesis. That's a lot of Nemesis, chat. Dang. Same dark skin. Is it though? These look way more pale than the other, than Nemesis normally does. The same tied ash gray hair, the same violet pupils, the same calm, sharp eyes that belong only to a marksman. They are Nemesis. What weapon is she using? Wait, are they Nemesis? This is where I give up on that. That doesn't matter now. Right now, there are enemies. Oh, that's a weird one. Eliminate all dolls. Orders received. I actually understand what they're saying. This isn't the time to be worrying about that sort of thing. How are you, Nemesis? Can you fight? Candlelight swirling. She said yes. Alright, in any event, let's think of a way to get out of here first. You know what? I'm gonna go OG with this. I think you'll be fine. They're level 19, so level 40 should be okay. Unless somebody has a coffee on support, which I highly doubt. But hey, it would be funny. Oh, you haven't played in a while, Scarf. I'm surprised. Especially since you love this character. Oh yeah, there's a secret treasure in this. Is there now? Let me see if I can spot it. These look destructible. These look destructible. These aren't. Okay, yeah, those definitely are. Wait. No, that's just a normal candle. Is it behind us? Check the sides. Maybe it's hiding by the camera angle. Oh, well, you know what? It would also help. It's just literally glowing. Coffee can reach it. Okay. It's totally not obvious at all with this, like, shimmer it's doing. I was gonna say, I'm fairly certain. Oh, they're inverted. They're inverted. The hair and the skin is inverted. It's like a photo negative. Free one standard pools. Woohoo. Well, you know, we could get something out of that pool. Remember, we're very close. The eyes are inverted. The inner side, maybe. It counts as an elite? Battle traits. Yes, it is an elite. You... Close this for now. Go check for us. Oh, you're not in range, of course. I forget that attack has shorter range. Shoot him with a banana. Nemesis, I need you to position yourself and assert dominance on this Paradeus. Oh, you have 2 marks in it. Well, yeah, get rid of it. Assert dominance. It's a pain in the butt to fight on heroic. Oh, really? These guys are? Probably just normally. Yeah. Wait, why do you have a purple shield? What is this? That's flooding data reserve. Upon taking damage, store 50% of the damage taken into this effect. The maximum cannot be cleansed. When the stock reaches its maximum, it gains 1 shield for 1 turn. The absorption amount of the shield is equal to the accumulated value of the data reserve. It reduces the cooldown of consciousness. Crimson Prometheus, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Welcome. Well, I'm pretty sure we're gonna wipe this one out, so let's just go and do that. Yeah, I can see why. The shield, if you can't take them out quickly, the shield becomes a problem. I like how they're positioned in a way that you can clearly tell Sextans is able to hit all 3 of them. But you can see, like, she's not able to. I'm fairly certain Fetusa would be able. She stands, like, right here, maybe, or here. Well, we know what to do. You know what? Obliterate this one. And then you could probably just eliminate that one. Cover? I hardly know her. This way, Commander. After temporarily fending off the dolls who look nearly identical to Nemesis, we find the main entrance that we entered from to be shut. Thus, our only option is to take the stairs deeper into the castle, in search of another way out. There are many enemies to keep chasing us without end. Devi catches up to us, so that Team Grossa can cover Melanie and I as we fall back to a safer position behind the lines. Company and Krollik turn around a corner. After confirming that the area ahead is safe, they push open a narrow oak door beside them. Oh no, it's a dead end. Endless stairs, revolving. Reach the first shadow. You mean there's a way out from here? Krollik stares at Nemesis skeptically. Nemesis gives her an affirmative nod in return. Krollik begins running her hands along the wall opposite the room, before tapping out a rhythm on one of the bricks. There it is. Mander, there's a hidden path here. Should we go in? I look at Nemesis. Her gaze wavers not. Let's go in and take a look. Grossa and Krollik carefully, but swiftly, swing open the hidden door built into the brick wall. It's totally dark inside. The dolls switch on the lights on their head equipment, allowing me to finally take in the layout of the room by their dim glows. I suddenly get this feeling that this layout feels kind of familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. The decor of the room we're in is quite different from anything we've seen so far. Or rather, this place can't even be called a room. It's more like a cold, sterile laboratory. A massive culture tank stands in the middle of the room. Countless neatly arranged pipes run along the ceiling and floor, stretching into the darkness beyond. So, yeah, it is another base. Commander, this is the place. I can sense her presence. Melanie lets go of my hand, rushing over to the culture tank's edge to inspect it closely. I follow Melanie over, only to find the tank empty. Nothing is left beside the dry residue of culture fluid. Are we too late? The lab. I hate this. No way. No.
Don't worry, Melanie. We're all here with you. No one is going to hurt you. To help reassure Melanie, I lift her into my arms while doing my best to gather as much information in the darkness as I can. After carefully examining the room, I can confirm that this place is very similar to where we rescued Melanie. The same lab equipment, the same facility layout, even the same plant-style culture tanks. On the side of the culture tank, a metal nameplate reflects the faint glow. H-35. So this is her designation. But she really was supposed to be right here. Why is she gone? I searched the area but find no other rooms. Right then, the sound of disordered footsteps arrives near the door. The dolls we drove back earlier have caught up to us once more. Commander, I found the secret passage Nemesis mentioned. It leads outside the castle. Should we retreat from here? This is interesting. So she led them here, but there's nobody there. They've either been evacuated or they're already gone. After all the trouble we took to find these clues, I really don't want to leave without finding the girl Melanie spoke of. But, Commander, this insertion was only meant to be a reconnaissance op. With the huge number of enemies we face and the lack of support, it is best that we extract to ensure the safety of both Melanie and you. I understand. Groza, Alva, we're falling back now. For now. We push open the door and slide down the hidden passage, landing safely on the ground. As the sounds of pursuit fade behind us, we make it back outside the castle, unharmed. Just as Voimastina, the last in our group, lands on the ground, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind us. Oh. Greetings, esteemed guest. What is wrong with her arm? I didn't read that. No! Dang it! Well, you know what? I want to find out something. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. Does it happen? Does it happen? We don't know yet. Does it? No. No dice. It didn't happen. Oh well. Moving on. It doesn't. Or perhaps you're more used to being called the commander, is the line. Oh, okay. Feels like it happens right around. Well, that's roughly what it is, most cases. Oh, it just repeats the line. What's wrong with her arm here? I want to see this. Or perhaps you're more used to being called the commander. I turn around and find that 3 enormous creatures have somehow surrounded us. 3 Boojums, each at least 5 meters tall, block our retreat from 3 directions. But there is no intent to attack. Instead, they crouch low in unison. The figurative 3 Boojum Cerberus, oh, interesting, stands before us, and they are waiting like obedient dogs, ready to do their master's bidding. The Boojums all have the same electronic collar fastened to the different part of their body, all glowing faintly. The collars seem to be connected via an invisible leash, extending towards somewhere deep within the sea of flowers. And at the very end of that leash is a girl who looks about the same age as Melanie. She holds an iron ring in her hand. She walks through the endless pifilum, moving closer to us one step at a time. Her movements are light and graceful. She wears no protective equipment at all, which is enough to confirm that she is not human. At least, not an ordinary human like me. I see. Nice to meet you. Please forgive my shortcomings in hospitality, sir. As her figure steadily grows clearer, I am at last able to see her properly.
She can't be human since she wears no protection, yet her exposed limbs are flawlessly perfect, with not the slightest trace of being a doll or a nither. The only remaining possibilities are that she's a disguised doll using a high-end disguise frame, or a nightdoll. But somehow, perhaps it's because I've already seen so many dolls, I can't shake the feeling that she is something much stranger. The girl wears an expression that borders on serene, although she stands before more than a dozen T-dolls with their weapons trained on her. Her eyes seem to reflect none of the enmity she must see. She comes to a halt, lifts the hem of her skirt with her fingertips, and giving me a graceful curtsy. When she sees I grant her no reply in return, the girl doesn't move forward. Instead, she tilts her head. Mother said that you are an esteemed guest, yet you intrude upon my abode, absent of intent to explain thyself. Your abode? Shock should not come upon you. I, my mother, and my sisters, here we once lived all together. The girl lifts her gaze to look at the old castle before her. Now only I remain here, and loneliness does grasp my heart from time to time. My mother told myself such, that we would soon meet, bringing my older sister along with thee. Hope escaped me, for I was convinced that tree would surely not bear fruit. But to my delight, you appear afore me. It seems the thread of fate really does connect you and I. Hearing the girl's words, my eyes drift to Nemesis, though she did not show anything on her face. Some kind of sorrowful shadowed atmosphere has been looming over her since earlier. She remains silent. So, Commander, did you not bring my older sister with you? I don't know who you mean by older sister. You don't know? Ah. It seems that the truth shall not meet between us in our dance of words, for your heart is closed to me. How hurtful. No, it's because you've classified me as an enemy, isn't it? Based on what I know, you are a deeply gentle person, but never one to hesitate when it comes to what must be done. Since you've classified me as an enemy, you may very well shoot me dead the next moment. That is perfectly fine. Indeed, that would be most apt. She's basically saying, yeah, you'd probably shoot me. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I would do too. The girl speaks calmly, with words that seem to carry no emotion whatsoever. Yet I find myself becoming more and more confused. Bet. I've always been able to tell, or quickly tell, whether someone is a doll or not, but this time, I still can't tell. To prevent thee from a haughty attack, and thus disrupting this most precious exchange, allow me to draw your memory on a few things. For instance, a certain third-gen doll you rescued in the Yellow Zone, whose frame you then repaired. If you would be willing to return her, Commander, I would be so grateful. Oh, is this Sextans they're referring to? The older sister she mentioned must be Sextans. Then she must be a third-gen doll as well. And the mother she mentioned, could it be the same person Melanie spoke of? The girl doesn't give me much time to think. She raises the leash in her hand. The three Boojums let out low growls, one after another. If you mean Sextan, she's not here right now. This humble self understands your misgivings. However, rest assured, you may return her with peace of mind. I bear no ill will towards my older sister. I simply wish to see her, that is all. Art thou seeking to barter with mine older sister as a chip? Unfortunately, I don't seem to have anything I could trade with you apart from guaranteeing the lives of yourself and your compatriots. Her frame suffered severe damage, and her neural cloud was almost completely destroyed. She's of no further use to people like you. That's why your folk discarded her in the Yellow Zone, no? The meaning behind your question eludes me, for I have done no such thing. Might you perhaps be stalling for time? Or perhaps trying to extract intelligence? Have I designated Have I been designated as a tactical target?
I think it's more he just doesn't know what to do, whether to trust you or not.
The girl's face remains expressionless, but her tone carries a faint trace of curiosity. Most interesting. Mother once regaled. But you were a top-tier master tactician, one of the very few folk she respects. Indeed, you truly are different from the others of your kind. I'm keen to learn from thee. Might you tell your dolls to ease? These little ones won't attack. But if you do not respond in kind, there may be an accident on our hands. I bear you no ill will at present, Commander. In the comms channel, Klukai's voice, still in the middle of laying out tactics, stops abruptly. I express my thanks. To reciprocate your kindness, allow me to provide an answer to the question that plagues you. Much appreciated. Mother said that my older sisters have already joined other organizations. That is the freedom offered to them. So whether they wish to return or not, Mother has no intention of interfering. Still, to us, my older sisters are also members of the family. Wanting to learn more about them is only natural. Learn? Haven't you ever met other third-gen dolls before? Met, yes, but back then I had only just been born, and didn't have the ability to communicate. Some information can only be acquired through conversation, and I'm only permitted to learn via conversation. Thus I say, I really do want my older sister back, so that I can study her and learn things that's like sisterly love and how to express affection toward family. Wouldn't it be better to have someone specific to learn that from? I don't know if Sex Stands is your best person for that. Commander, will you hand my older sister back into my arms now? What a touching speech. But how unfortunate that after witnessing Paradeus' deeds, my heart has only grown so much colder towards you all. How truly unfortunate indeed. Could tears beset your determination, I would have partaken. Well then, your pieces are now on the board, no? Please, make your move. Yes, since you have expressed your refusal to return my older sister to mine, I will have to take another form of compensation. This is my first time engaging in real combat. Here I shall seek your generous guidance.
We're fighting 3 Boojums at once, or at least one 3-headed Boojum. One of the beast-type Boojums lets out a deafening roar, pawing up dust from the ground with his hoof claws. The dolls take their stance in front of Melanie and I. I hear the metallic click of bullets being chambered. No hawk, 3 bosses. More than a dozen streams of gunfire tear through the icy air, swarming the third-gen doll behind them. Boojums. Yet, the girl afar simply leaps upward, light as a fairy, and every bullet skims by the outline of her figure, not even brushing the hem of her dress. She leans back behind the 2 Boojums the very next moment, her dispassionate gaze showing not even a single flood of emotion. I see. No special technical response is possible in such a situation. But these weapons seem rather primitive and civilized. Might you afford others? Looks like we'll have to go all out. The dolls open with their second volley, covering my retreat. It's as if some kind of high-strength force field envelops the girl. She walks forward slowly. Our bullets seem to halt in midair, around her like flies against glass, falling once they've spent all their kinetic energy. Her movements are now beyond what could only be described as fast. As the dolls focus their fire on her, she suddenly vanishes. The next moment, the flawlessly young face appears just outside the visor attached to my head cover. She gently strokes my mask, her lips turning into a slight pout. This thing is rather bothersome, but if I take it off, you'll die, won't you? My humans are struck with such inconvenience. Commander! Rosa tackles me to the ground while the other dolls rush between the girl and me just in time. She doesn't attack. Instead, she acts like a child entering a petting zoo. She focuses on touching the doll's hair and skin a few times, as if she's trying to get acquainted with some little animals for the first time. So this is what they feel like. She gazes at her fingertips as if moved by the experience, Rosa takes the chance to scoop me up, pulling me back with the other dolls. She's just like, oh, this is what this does. This is what they feel like. That's what their hair feels like. Oh, that's red. Oh, that's blue. The smell of gunpowder begins spreading into the patch of Silence Forest. The next moment, Alva and Waymastina, who had positioned themselves deep in the forest behind the girl in advance, launch a rocket straight at her, hidden among countless streams of bullets. The shrill sound of the rockets reaches her position in an instant. She has no time to dodge it, no matter what. The flash of the explosion casts her slim shadow against the surrounding trees, swaying violently in the kicked-up cloud of dust. But as the smoke clears, we see that the girl is still standing there, completely unharmed. Her right hand is slightly spread open, seemingly still savoring the sensation from earlier. Even with the wreckage of the rocket still burning at her feet, she doesn't move a single step. What? It's impossible to equip a doll with a force field this strong. Force field? You speak of something I am not. Emitting energy at a certain frequency is enough, no? Oh, by the way, Commander, as compensation for your intrusion, your attacks on me and your refusal to return my sister, allow me the privilege of a touch. Yes, as the girl finishes speaking, Klukai and Groza, standing right in front of me to body block the girl, suddenly get flung aside. Oh, wow. She appears in front of me, tilting her head up to look at my face. I raise my pistol and fire at her, but she dodges the bullet with a slight tilt of the head. Then she raises a single finger toward me. That finger swiftly pierces through my protective suit, easily punching through the bullet-resistant material, tearing into my flesh. Oh. Commander. So that's how it is. She doesn't try to stop Groza from desperately dragging me away. She just stands in the mists of the dolls encircling her, raising her slender right index finger to gaze at the glistening red bead of blood upon it in an unhurried manner. She just basically, like, stabbed us with her finger. Then the girl places her fingertip into her mouth with an expression of pure... Yeah, I was gonna say she's gonna taste the blood. So this is the flavor of the ichor that courses through the veins of those partially immune. Partially immune. Surely fascinating. I think my current mood is... so many sensations are welling up inside me at once. Your group may use this chance to escape, Commander. I want to take some time to process my feelings and emotions. This span of time is the gift I'm giving you. Hope that you manage to live on. The girl turns around, and with her back to us, she begins walking away with a spring in her step. As for the Boojums she left behind, the electronic collars on their bodies have vanished. They revert to their bestial nature in a single moment, their indistinct faces twisting into expressions of bone-chilling savagery. Our objective is to retreat, prepare for combat. After confirming that none of our weapons can harm that girl, I apply a repair patch over the hole she punched through, while directing the dolls to do something.
Oh, all three of them at the same time.
Lower the Terato Beast's HP.
Why are you spinning?
Doesn't aim on the bad deals causing damage. Oh, okay, so it's just that one attack. You're probably the same thing, aren't you? Are they just like the standard basic attacks these guys have? Just vector it on normal mode. I was gonna say, it's like I'm fairly certain these all three of them have the same like basic attacks as their like raid variants or gunsmoke variants. What other AoE can we throw in the mix for the fun of it? You know what? Let's see. Anybody else have a little fun? So we have the maid variant. Even gunsmoke has more attacks. Yeah, they've got like a full, like, what, 5 or 6 a cat? Stuff. I'm just a normal viewer. Oh, I see. Just a normal viewer, they say. No, because it's funny. Is there synergy? Nah. This one's asleep. Is this literally just... This map is just completely wide open. It's cool looking, but just completely wide open. Oh, wow. Okay. Can't believe they added. I can't even. Well, actually, can I? They can't take them out, so. No, this is definitely not heroic. I do not have that kind of power. I wish I did. Under attack by 3 Bujums, the ground beneath me trembles as the action shakes up radioactive dust that whirls through the air. The dolls beside me focus fire on what seems to be the smallest, weakest Bujum. With sheer effort, we managed to create a relatively safe path for us to make a temporary retreat. We make a beeline to the edge of the red zone under the accompaniment of thunderous gunfire. Bullets streak past my face, drawing searing hot lines of air in our vicinity, kicking up plumes that assault my nose with gunpowder-infused smoke. Good thing these Bujums do not seem interested in chasing us to the end. We stopped hearing the Bujum's shrill screams after we hid behind an earthen rampart in the grove of dead trees. Our surrounding returned to an eerie silence unique to the red zone. I gasped for air, taking deep breaths through my protective suit's filtered mask. Suddenly, sweet, iron-tasting liquid starts welling up in my throat. Oh, jeez. Did the protective suit's internal circulation systems break down? The radiation protection features of the suit were already compromised when it was pierced. Commander, your vital signs are not looking good. We must leave immediately. I'm alright. Calm down. We should first take care of the issue right in front of us. I'm currently not sure why that 3rd-gen doll suddenly wanted us to hand sextans over, but the experiment equipment we found proves that this is indeed one of the Paradise's bases. Looks like they went to use sextans for something. Since they didn't chase us down, they must be aiming for the Elmo next. Right now we must prioritize getting back to the Elmo ASAP and prepare to fend off a possible enemy attack. You don't get anything besides temporary bragging rights for doing heroic mode. Yeah, but that's sometimes what people want though, right? The little something a little extra to do to challenge themselves. Granted, I think the only problem with it is that it's more for like high tier level play than it is for like you know, general content. It's not a bad thing for those that want it, but I think most people are probably going to ignore it, which is a little sad. Allegedly rewards you with an icon frame for being unheroic.
So allegedly because I never got it.
Oh, okay.
Another important thing, we found equipment for storing Helenas back there, but we couldn't find where they hid H35. Once we're back on the Elmo, we should gather as much manpower as we can, then find a way to rescue that girl. Alright, I'll report what we've found up to the chain of command and ask them to reinforce us ASAP. We should all get going, then. Let's strive to reach the Elmo before night falls. The familiar beeping of my communicator reaches my ears. I usually hear it many times on the daily, but I haven't heard it once since I ventured into the red zone. Until now. Mander, it's a call from the Elmo. I look down and see, on the screen of the communicator, a single faint signal bar flickering on and off. I quickly answer the call. Finally connected. Commander! What's wrong, Helen? 30 minutes ago, the Elmo was attacked by mercenaries of an unknown origin again. There are more of them? An ominous feeling wells up in my chest. Looks like the Elmo's location has already been pinpointed, and right now we have no means of breaking free from our pursuers. Is everyone alright? Have we been able to confirm the enemy's identity? We can't confirm their identity for now, but they don't seem to be the same group as the previous. We deployed 3 squads from the Elmo to engage them, sustaining injuries of varying degrees, but we managed to repel them. Understood. We'll set out immediately. So... No, Commander. Something else just happened and it's rather troubling. We discovered that Miss Sextons has broken free of her restraints when we returned to the Elmo. Uh-oh. She seemed to be controlled by something. We had no way to stop her from leaving without injuring her. So Sextons isn't on the Elmo right now? Indeed. We tried to search the surrounding areas after she escaped, but we couldn't find her. Footprint tracking indicates that she headed into the red zone alone sometime after leaving the Elmo. Even radar information, even our equipment can't... Rip. The communicator returns to emitting only static, and Helen's voice is cut off with it. For a moment, no one speaks. I know the enemy would target the Elmo, but I didn't think they'd act this fast. They haven't given me even a moment to catch my breath. Before we set out, we deliberately parked the Elmo at the edge of the red zone, in a signal blind spot. The fact that the enemy started attacking this quick means they've been watching us for a long time. Could that ambush that happened before we left also? Were the coordinates in Sexton's neural cloud and the pulses Melanie sensed all just bait to lure us away? If that's the case, according to the info Helen gave us, Sexton's entered the red zone about half an hour back. We have to find her before the enemy does. Everyone, you've all heard what was said. If Sextons really did enter the red zone, we have to find her ASAP. We still don't know why exactly our enemy is so fixated on her, but if she falls back into Paradise's hands, things will get really troublesome for us. What's more, she's one of us now, so we absolutely can't leave her behind. I can tell that several dolls, crawling among them, have some reservations about what I said, but in the end, none of them voiced anything. They simply wait quietly for my orders. Kukai, take 404. Use this position as your origin point. Conduct a clockwise sweep within a 5-kilometer radius. No problem. But are you really going to be fine staying out here, Commander? Hurry back to the Elmo. We can handle the search without you. I've seen many people suffer acute ELID before. They all eventually... Don't worry. I'm aware of my own condition. We'll head straight back to the Elmo the moment we find Sextons. Commander, I promise you, Klukai, that I'll be fine. I do have some degrees of radiation resistance after all. Trust the man you choose to follow, Klukai. Understood. I'll find that doll as quickly as I can. Commander, you better remember our promise. Klukai departs with 404, right after I turn to Alva. She already knew what I was going to say. I thought this was a negative XP stream for some reason. I'm not sure what that means. Negative XP stream? We did the opposite of 404. Rendezvous back here at the end. Alright. As for me, Commander, please stay here and don't go anywhere. Alva rummages through the briefcase Voimastina carries on her back for a moment before pulling out a device about half the height of a person, something that resembles a launcher. This is specialized equipment that absorbs ambient radiation for a short period of time. Its operation duration is very short inside the red zone, but it'll be enough to give you a chance to rest. Please wait here with Team Groza for results while 404 and Define conduct our searches. Alright, I understand. Be careful, everyone. If you run into any emergencies, call for support immediately. Stay in constant communication. Alva and Voimastina prepare to leave. Prithia steps forward to follow, but suddenly she turns back to look at me, returning to my side. Prithia, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Prithia smiles at me. I mentioned it before, didn't I? I occasionally find out that I have certain unexplainable abilities. So I thought maybe I have a way to make you feel better, Commander. Would you like me to try? Without waiting for my response, Prithia crouches down and takes my hand into hers. Hand-holding? I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I feel a warm current flowing into my body, starting from my palm. The taste of blood in my throat slowly fades, and my head no longer hurts the way it did moments ago. How did you do that? Prithia raises her index finger and lightly taps it against my mask, where my lips would be. Man, it's important to stay warm in the wilderness. Do remember to dress warmer the next time you spend the night outside. With that said, she ends the dialogue by getting up and following Alva. Interesting. And the others without looking back. Just random. Now that all the squads have their missions, the dolls disperse and begin their carpet sweep of the surrounding area. The only sounds in the communicator are updates on their coordinates and status reports. My body, exhausted from the long ordeal, is starting to feel weary. I force myself to stay alert and focus on reports that the dolls are sending back. A small hand wraps around my palm. I think this is how Prithia did it just now. I want to try it too. Are you feeling better? Melanie looks worried. To reassure her, I lift my hand and pat her head. Yep, I'm feeling much better. Enter, thank you. Thank you for accepting such a selfish request from me.
She's got the magic touch. Does she though? I always said this would happen if you held hands. What is this, big order? Oh no, that's for the ribbon.
It's alright. I promised you that I'd rescue your companions. My companions? Melody, do you know how many companions you have? Not sure. Such things would only be known by their progenitor. We're nothing more than cloned bodies, branches of a collective. Everything we experience will eventually flow back to the progenitor. Until it becomes the key to opening the door. The key. Teacher once told us that if we were devout enough, we could change the future and save everyone. When God granted us life, He also entrusted us with the responsibility we ought to bear. Sometimes I do wonder, maybe the Nitros were wrong. But did I really do the right thing by fleeing that place? Did I run away from a possibility that she said was mine to bear? What is the purpose of my being if I have thrown away that responsibility? I never used to think about much of anything. I just wanted to save everyone. But can I, the me of today, really save the other Helenas? I haven't accomplished anything all this time. I even put you in danger on numerous occasions. Are you worried about me, Melanie?
I just think that I don't seem as capable as I imagine myself to be. Of course. However, special your existence may be, you're still just a kid. This chaotic world should not be your weight to bear. Be it you or any of the other Helenas, none of you have grown up enough to bear that kind of responsibility yet. You should be going to school, experiencing life, playing to your heart's content, not carrying humanity's faith on your shoulders for no reason, for reasons unknown. But there is no such thing as a responsibility that a newborn should be obligated to bear. Every responsibility should correspond to a choice. But your birth itself was not a choice you made. Alright, now isn't the time to be dwelling on these things. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to rescue the girl called H35. Yeah. Speaking of which, when you sensed H35, did you notice any particular conditions for you to do so? If we can find a pattern, maybe we can find a way to establish a connection with her and locate her as quickly as possible. Melanie thinks for a moment. I'm not sure if this counts as anything special, but every time I sensed her, I could, through that girl's thoughts, feel some kind of intense yearning that didn't belong to her. Whenever this happened, she would feel terrible pain, but perhaps she can briefly establish a connection only through such pulses. About this connection, does it have anything to do with the progenitor you mentioned before? I don't think it's because of her. I was far from the progenitor before, and it isn't easy for her to find me. But as for H35, she said that the progenitor seems to be really interested in her. Because she's a girl who returned from Nirvana. She possesses power from the future. Interesting. So that's why Melanie mentioned before that H35 knew what happened in Lviv. But why would she possess that kind of power as a Helena clone who had never set foot outside the laboratory? A strange thought comes to mind. I was gonna say, Orphalune was the only one that I think that got sacrificed to the dimension. No, I mustn't confuse hope with judgment. The leads we have aren't enough to draw any conclusions yet. Still, the possibility cannot be ignored. Progenitor also seems to believe that the power H35 possesses can make her stronger, so she betrayed us once more, allowing those people to know of H35's existence. And that's how they discovered what was special about her, and that was why they started using her in countless experiments. That girl is in great pain right now. She's constantly forced to feed the strength within her body to something. That something is terrifying. It's so terrifying, so powerful. It absorbs everything it can find, turning everything into nourishment for itself. It's like, that's interesting. I'm scared. If that girl keeps... Melanie. I pat Melanie on the back, pulling her from the mire of her own thoughts. Who, Hawk? Is that a new character, a new doll? Shut up. Shut up. We'll save her. We will. Melanie gives me a nod before starting to... Rip. Right. Gotta fix one thing real quick. I could use a friend, that way she won't be the only one to can't use a copy maker. One of those cases is so weird though. It's like anything she touches just like crumbles into pieces. Alright, we're back. title screen literally shows while ruining a cup of coffee by adding a sugar cube. Yeah, it's like, it's just like anything she touches just straight up dies. It's like, even if Jury, like, I know someone, Macchiato should be Jury. Yeah, even if Jury were to, like, convert that stuff, if Macchiato touched it, probably still kills over. How'd your infill pools go? Oh, for, what's her name? Lino? I don't have her yet. But I think I could probably get her by, I think I can get her soon. So, I should be okay. It's just Melanie giving reassurance. Yeah. It's kind of hard when it just like cuts it off real quickly. It's always been sad. It's nothing they've really fixed, which is kind of a bummer. All right. So, dream. Memories of birth is in the realm of dreams. Mother is calling. Beneath the moonlight, pale as oh boy, Tool, a phantom flits across the sea of flowers. Her steps are a misty trail across the night, piercing through the bright silver glow, reflected among the blossoms. Oh, hi, Sextants. What? Coordinates PR 495Z82. XU938M39. Sanctum. She stopped at the edge of the flower's sea, gazing at the faraway castle that stands beneath the faint light. This place is familiar yet foreign to her, her birthplace. The place that gave her every dream, every hope, then stripped them all away. Behind Sextans, a white-clad figure draws closer with measured steps. She stops at the edge of Sexton's shadow, casting long and slender upon the ground. A silver glow traces her outline, as if shielding her from melting into the darkness ahead. Big sis. Sexton's sword answers in her stead. The sound of her blade clearing scabbard is cold as the Grim Reaper's exhale. The tip does not tremble in the slightest. It drives straight through toward her chest. The instant the black blade strikes its target, the white silhouette shatters. The particles, fine as powder, look like dust from collapse radiation, dispersing into the air within moments. Right after that detached voice returns behind Sextans. Welcome home. As the residue of silence fades, Sexton stares at the emptiness before her, her voice dry and low. Nest, altar, sanctum. So now she has all of you calling this place home. And who are you? The totem who guides the lost lambs? The ferry to the boundless shore? Or the grail that holds the blood of the world? Which identity has she bestowed upon you? Ataraxis. I have no need of any identity. Because I am the world itself, flowing out from the end. The gates are destined to open to me, and I am ordained not to repeat the failures of those who came before. The gates. Miracles are born one after another, only to be reduced to dust. No matter the identity, none is more than an empty lie fabricated by Perdeus. The one who created us, even though she mocked those lies, she happily accepted everything Perdeus gave her, all for the sake of so-called perfection. Unfortunately, a perfect life form exists only in the blueprint within her imagination, and it can never be brought into reality. And you won't be the final work of that blueprint either. Perhaps she doesn't understand what Sextans meant, or perhaps she simply doesn't care about what Sextans just said. The girl simply blinks at her gently. What is this? Kinda new here. Oh, have you... I guess you're referring to this game specifically. This is a game called Girls Frontline 2 Exilium, or as I think in Japan it's called Dolls Frontline 2. To give a general idea of this... How do I put this? I'm like, it's supposed to be about a bunch of characters that are basically what are called dolls, which are like these androids. There are multiple variants of them. There's civilian grade ones, and then there's like T-dolls. T-dolls are basically military grade that can basically do a whole bunch of operations and stuff, and they are usually imprinted to a weapon. So these weapons are, like, for example, the Chris Vector. And they have like their own unique personalities and everything. There are androids that have a thing called a neurocloud instead of a brain, which basically allows them to have a personality and act on their own. It's a Lovecraftian horror wearing sci-fi as a skin suit. That is a very interesting way to put that. But that does fit. Considering eyelids. About this in COD Mobile, collect a bunch of skins, still using them. Fair enough, I guess. But right now we're mostly just reading story. I don't think I could begin to really explain to you what is fully going on without a majority of it going over your head. Not that you probably couldn't pick it up if you've gone through the full story, but it's been about a year and some times of story already. No, it's literally what GFL is at its core. One of the novelettes GFL is based on is a Cold War, but... Oh, okay, that's fair. It's a story about love and hope, and girls in AR-15 blowing themselves up RPK trying to become human. A girl by the name of Sakura that simply just wants to do deliveries, but cannot for the life of her deal with a whole bunch of other things that happen at the same time. You have two people who are still trying, actually who were trying to get back to their commander, but after so many misunderstandings, one of them almost took their life. There is a lot of things that, without context, are going to sound like the strangest of things, but they're all different story beats in this game. Well, the game's story. There's an entirety of androids that are basically living on their own, growing vegetables because they can, even though they can't eat them. But they are selling it for resources, so that works. What is the Seggs update? That's what I'm wondering about. Okay, simply put, the character on the left of the screen right now has the name of Sextans. Spelled exactly how you think it is. Think like sextant, like the, what is it, nautical tool? Except without the T at the end of it. That's the joke. That's the whole thing. The character has just basically a name that's close to the word. So, yeah. I'm explaining the joke here, but that's about it. People like to say it's the Seggs update because it's the update that Sextans is added. That's literally it. At the core, it's Lovecraftian, relics, Nirvana, and other world entities. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, even the way that the Boogems and a lot of the things are modeled, even some of the Gen 3 dolls, when they're in that alternative form, it's got that Eldritch horror kind of feel to it too. All the Lovecraftian and stuff, yeah. There is still that, yeah. Like you're right. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. Who is this commander? A well-known man who has turned himself into a terrorist, but at the same time is also a man that is very interested in growing tomatoes and raising an empire for his tomato kingdom. I'm sorry, that's not exactly accurate. He is a, what do I put it? He literally, I mean, he was a PMC commander from my understanding, because that's how he was. Turned bounty hunter. After a series of things where he was just happened to be at the right place at the right time and made a bunch of decisions of his own, turned into was branded a terrorist despite doing a lot of things to try to save the world. The unfortunate reality is that picking a fight with a gigantic conglomerate that holds a lot of political power and resources causes somebody who should be seen as a hero to be branded a terrorist. So, at the same time, this guy also hates this conglomerate of organizations because they are doing a lot of really evil things, and he wants to stop them. So, that's pretty much it. Main antagonists in NeuroCloud being the entropics that are basically Lovecraftian references. You saw them during one of the... Yeah. Sounds like the premise to a Tom Clancy novel. Yeah, you could probably see some points to that. Oh, and he technically slayed God. Oh, and another thing. The characters on screen being androids, if for any reason they are completely obliterated, they can come back. They don't necessarily die in the sense. The best way to put it is, imagine let's say right before you went to bed yesterday, your entirety of your memories and brain was saved. If for any reason the next day you somehow meet your demise, you basically are reprinted, or can be reprinted with the exact same backup save of your brain and memories at that point. Anything that happened before your demise, or before your demise and after that scan, is lost. Think of it like a save state in a video game. So in a way, if dolls really, really wanted to, they have the ability to save scum until they win. Or they run out of frames, which means they just ran out of memory. Actually, more like lives than memory, but fair enough. Unless they take down the server. That's also true. Which means that the ultimate that could probably be the funniest thing to consider as an ultimate weapon against dolls would be a magnet. Actually, probably not. I'm going to assume that by this point in their lives, they have storage and memory systems that counteract electromagnetivity. Also, everybody, and I mean everybody including the commander and a majority of people who have played the first game, have a compulsive necessity to look for a man by the name of William and scream "you" or William. Anyway. Perfection was never the goal. The peak always remains at the next stage. All I need to do is keep learning. That is what Mother says. Whatever you say. Although you are my older sister, you are far less interesting than the commander. Should I have kept him? I should have kept him here. The commander? Why was he here? To protect you, perhaps? I want to see Mother. Mother has not the intention to see thee. It was I who summoned you back. I heard it. That string of code you triggered. No one could ignore it. Not even I, who had been destroyed once before. But still, I want to see her. Do you wish to die by my hand?
Do as you please. I only come to retrieve what is mine, nothing more. What is yours? Do you have something of your own? I want to know what that is. Very well. I will take you to see Mother. Big Sis, please follow me. The two of them walk in a row in silence, like the heavy darkness of night and the moonlight that trails its shadow. Sexton's never imagined that she would return to this place again. She left bearing a mission that transcended both humans and dolls. At least, that was what she believed at the time. Yet she returned with nothing. And now, at least, she must reclaim the final thing that could prove who she is. Commander, why did you come? I hope you've already gone back.
Oh, don't tell me the tablet was the very thing that she's wanting. And we have the tablet, so her entire purpose of coming here is now somewhat moot. That would be really funny if that really is how this is gonna go down.
Mother said this used to be your room, Big Sis. Please rest here for now. Where is she? Mother is still working. Fine. You're nothing more than yet another yes man. I can wait, but if you make me wait too long, something that she wouldn't like to see may happen. What would happen, may I ask? That face, though. Please do not direct your hostility at me, Big Sis. If I am forced to attack you, there may be nothing left of you at all, even if I use the least bit of force possible. Therefore, it should be thee that yields to please me. There is no point in taking a hardline stance towards those stronger than yourself. This is how I see it. If there is something that I do not understand, please teach me. You haven't done anything to the commander, have you? I touched him. You what? I had to, I'm sorry. Oh, so you're learning from the commander. I see, that makes sense then. Since he is a fragile human who cannot even survive here, he must enforce his will and conviction. Even when faced with certain death, he cannot back down. That is how he generates the will to move forward. You little... So your bluster right now must be for the purpose of stealing your own conviction, Big Sis. You are afraid. You fear me. You fear Mother even more. But you fear most remains. Shut up. You did what with his blood? STR 018247 tries to take a step forward in the darkness. The ground beneath her feet is not level. In fact, we can say that it's strewn with obstacles. And so, unsurprisingly, she falls. Along with the loud crash of metal striking metal comes extreme discomfort from her frame. STR-01, I'm just gonna say 018247 doesn't know what to do. All she can do is lie there, helpless. After what seems to be a long time, a gentle voice rises through the dark. You've fallen. I feel like I've seen this silhouette in a completely different game. How does it feel? Feel? Right. You don't know what feel means yet. She takes its hand into her own. You may understand it as a complex dynamic biological feedback algorithm. It contains certain sensory readings. For example, right now, in the palm of your hand, the pressure sensor will register 0.3 newtons of force, and the temperature sensor will detect a heat source at around 36.3 degrees Celsius. This data flows into your neural space, where it is logged at the corresponding behavior. Handshake. Handshake. But a feeling does not end there. Aside from the data stream the neural cloud receives, a non-logical evaluation system will provide you with real-time feedback. The emotional module within your neural cloud generates neurotransmitters in your frame, which then log a tendency within your neural cloud space. This feels like I'm listening to a certain engineering student from a certain academy over-explain something. And the next time, when that 0.3 newtons of force and the 36.3 degree contact are registered again, the concept of handshake will feed directly back into your neural cloud. Just like right now. This is a handshake. Feel it. Understand it. That's all. The next time it happens, it's a handshake. And guess what happens the third time? It's a handshake. See? Handshake? Handshake. See? I have steadied you. So long as I'm by your side, you will never fall again. Now, try walking forward. Oh, you guys understand 36.3 degrees Celsius, especially if you use the Imperial system. Oh boy, the fun of that, huh? Without worry, STR 018247 takes a small step forward. The obstacles still cover the ground. With the support of Mother's grip on her, the lowest point of her frame finally lands steadily and squarely upon the floor. How do you feel now? Well, not fall. Safe. Lowen looks deeply satisfied. You see? So long as I'm by your side, you are safe. Do you understand? Yes. But what if you are not? My child, I will always be there. At any time, whenever you need me, I will be by your side. 018247 nods, half understanding, half not. Now I shall slowly teach you everything about the world, holding nothing back. Everything? Indeed, everything. Now hold out your hand. This is a hammer. Bang! That is pain! The woman holds the doll. I had to. The woman holds the doll's hand, resting her other hand on 018247's shoulder. She brings her lips close to the auditory sensor and whispers, in a voice low and intimate, words that flow like divine revelation. For a newly born doll, whose neural cloud has only just begun taking shape, this is nothing short of sensory overload. Everything means the things I touch will be within your grasp. Every step I take will become the path you walk. The knowledge I hold will be the foundation from which you will explore the unknown. The principles I reveal will be the map that guides you through the fog. And the mysteries I have yet to unravel shall be the dawn you meet the future with. My child, you have done... The last time I heard my child, it was Friedrich. You have the chance to become such a being. If that day comes, you will transcend the prison of consciousness, transcend the limits of intelligence, perhaps transcend even time itself. Transcend all the chains that have bound humanity for so long. And become a unique existence in this world with no peer. This will be a thorny path. However, you are blessed with that we will support each other. I will hold you steady all the way to the end. And just like how a moment ago I made sure your feet found solid ground despite the closure of your eyes, I will not disappoint you. Ah, my sweet child, you have such a gentle heart. But you will never disappoint me, for your very birth has already advanced me one great step forward. Our birth. We... 018247 opens her eyes for the first time. She finally sees what it was that made her trip earlier. Countless broken, shattered frames. Is Sextans the first? Sextans, lost deep in her memory, closes her eyes tightly. Those memory fragments were from the birth of her neural cloud. It should have been wiped along with the past. With her past at the conglomerate, but somehow they were preserved intact. Now, all that she remembers is the promise made at her birth, and the agony of walking all the way forward. I didn't read the rest of it. Every step you take, I will be watching you. Why does that sound like that one yellow slug woman from Monsters Inc? It's just like, I am always watching you. Grabs 9 blue notebook and 1 yellow notebook. See this? This is a min. See this? This is a min roll. Pulls out a black notebook. Hands her a pen. Write a random name on this pad. It will be fine. Nothing bad will happen. I promise you. See, this is how to write. You can write your name. Your name is. Actually, don't write that. Anyway, the temperature around us drops sharply after nightfall. The faint blue fluorescence radiating from the edges of the collapse epiphyllum makes the air chill even more so. Melanie drifts off to dreamland as we wait for Sextons to be found. Looks like Melanie tolerates the red zone far better than an ordinary human like me. She's an immune individual, after all. It's been nearly 8 hours since we entered the red zone. As the only ordinary human present, my skin has already started to prickle even with my protective suit on. It has become more difficult for me to breathe as well. A wave of fatigue washes over me out of nowhere. My eyelids start feeling heavy. It's getting harder and harder to maintain my focus. Commander, we found traces of activity from Sextons at coordinates PR493Z86, XU39... I give up. 3.1415926535897. Remember, Sextons, never abbreviate collapse crystals or combat power. Remember, my child, this outfit here is a maid outfit. You will wear it, and wear it with pride. The doll we encountered earlier, which we suspect to be a 3rd gen, is together with her as well. 404 support joins me back to alertness. Looking at the offline map on my comms device, I see that the coordinates lie about 3 kilometers from us, in our 2 o'clock direction. That's near the castle. The worst case scenario has come to pass. Commander, do we act? Wait until we link up with you first. Alva, where are you right now? How far are you from the location? We're searching in the opposite direction from 404. We could reach there in about 20 minutes. Understood. We'll head over as well. Okay, keep watching them for now. Don't make a move until we and Defy arrive. Acknowledged. 20 minutes later, the 3 squads regroup. But during our approach, Ukai reports a new update over the comms channel. The 2 of them didn't linger outside. They entered the castle. So now, another difficult decision awaits me. Thanks to Defy's support, the equipment we brought includes a large number of highly destructive weapons, and among them, enough explosives to level this castle. When we entered the castle earlier, none of the squads found any signs of special defensive measures, so if our only goal was to destroy this Paradise base, I could just ask 404 to silently plant explosives around the castle and wait for the right moment to detonate them. Well, that works. See, this is Mr. Pizza. He is our god and master. Make sure to offer 100 villagers every day to a people. Why 100 villagers? The path we have gone to memeing Sexton's mom is phenomenal. Welcome to my chat sometimes. You should see it with the other gacha games. The people here who are Blue Archive could probably list off 3 or 4 different jokes that we have in that one alone. I don't think we have that many on Enfield, though. trying to think. Uma Musume's jokes are probably more so just general community jokes. I don't think we really have had that much. Perlica with a chainsaw. Yeah, but that's more the general community one than it is anything else. I also, Irma, no, I have not yet. I haven't really had the time to look at anything preview-wise. But yes, I have seen the hilarity of Perlica on Fortnite with a chainsaw. In fact, one of my friends right now has that. They play Fortnite a lot. Oh, hi, Poke. Blue Archive is the ooh. There's a lot more with that. Do not until you finish this event. Oh, don't worry. I wasn't planning to. I wasn't going to look at it yet. I have full confidence that even right now, 404 could carry out that mission without a scratch. The remaining 2 squads would then only need to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to hold position around the castle, picking off any survivors, or in this case, Nemesis clones. But now, we know that Sextons just went inside the castle. Even though she did a lot of work for the conglomerate, she helped us greatly during her time with us aboard the Elmo, whether intentional or not. I've been kind of wondering about this, because it's like, Sextons is very clearly conscious and aware of like the commander and everything. I was under the impression that she was still kind of in this I don't really know what's going on thing, and I don't really know who I am or anything like that. Where, granted, like, I don't even think she's that loyal to the commander or anything. She just kind of simply is like, well, he's been there for me. He took care of me. That's really about it. Even though she's... Yeah, I read that. What's more, she carries many of the leads I'm interested in. If we want to bring Sextons back with us, then that brutish, straightforward plan must obviously be thrown away. I can't believe they put her and not Chen in Fortnite. Yeah, Perlica does seem like the stranger choice, but to be fair, Perlica is the poster girl. So it kind of makes more sense. The handshake isn't that simple. Come, my child, we will teach you how to top. Hold hand like this. Me hold other hand like this. Oh, that was bad. I can't really do it with... You can't really... I don't feel like I can't really nail the right angle for it when I'm like trying to use both of my hands to make it. I stare unblinkingly at the nearby castle. Bathed in the moonlight, its sky-piercing spires look unusually sharp. The stained glass windows leak faint hints of light, though from this distance it's impossible to tell whether any figures are moving about inside. Danger. Don't. Commander. Melanie. Noticing that Melanie is awake, Rosa sets her down on the ground. Melanie rubs her eyes. Once she realizes that she was dreaming, she stumbles over to me in unsteady steps. Mander. Had a nightmare? Yeah, but this time was a little different. Maybe it's because we're so close now. The scenes in my dreams became much clearer. What did you see this time? What's wrong? That powerful being I was sensing is changing. Commander, if we don't hurry, she'll be devoured. Devoured? No, I take it slow. What's going to be devoured? Melanie falls silent. Her body trembles and her thoughts, too, seem to be in disarray. Remember, Sextons, if you can dodge a bullet, you can dodge a bullet. That is not a reference I was expecting. Remember, Sextons, always wear gloves during hand-holding to prevent... The Eevee is evolving into Vaporeon. What? I really want to keep pressing her, but seeing how frightened she is, I can't bring myself to make her relive the scary sights that plagued her dream. This about the this about the birds. Don't even try to explain that one, chat. I don't want this video to get bonked off of YouTube or you guys. Still, based on what Melanie has sensed before, whatever appeared in her dream is almost certainly connected to this castle. Looks like danger is closing in. The longer we sit here, the more likely it is for things to spiral out of control. I have to make my decisions immediately, no matter the outcome. Commander, Doris just found records on a historical building in an offline database. It looks really similar to the castle in front of us. It was built in the 16th century according to the records, later requisitioned during the war between the NSU and the URNC, and became the private residence of a warlord after the war. Also, the castle was a protected historical landmark before this area became a red zone, so we have detailed restoration diagrams and info on its interior structures. I've shared the info with the squads and uploaded them to each of your databases. They may be old, but they should still be of some use. It's perfect. This Andorra's smile is perfect. This is important. This is very important to the story. The terminal I'm holding quickly receives the images sent by Andoris. Not only do they show the building's exterior and interior structures, they also show the room's layouts, and even the details on the piping. I quickly skim through the building's overall structure. It doesn't differ much from my own experience of the castle from earlier. But when I try to locate the hidden rooms that Nemesis led us to on the floor plan, all I see is a solid wall. So there are some discrepancies after all. Looks like a newer owner added it. But how did Nemesis know about it? Forget it, I'll ask her once we're back. Our priority is to get Sextons out, and if possible, find a way to destroy this Paradeos base. The enemy may have anticipated my next move, but if I let something like that stop me, I would have died 10 years ago. After some discussion, I decide to split the 3 squads I have into 2 action plans. The first action plan will be used by Defy. Pritya, who specializes in electronic warfare, will use the castle's blueprints to map the wiring and look for ways to exploit them. The second action plan will be used by 404, who will be establishing defenses on the perimeter. They will coordinate with Pritya from the outside in, working to take control of the enemy's electronic systems. Also, the high-yield explosives that have been given to 404. They'll begin setting up detonation points around the castle once we move inside, and detonate them when necessary. As for Melanie, I've tried to convince her to stay on the perimeter with 404, but she insisted on staying with me. I had no choice but to have Team Groza continue to guard her. Groza identifies a suitable infiltration route on the castle's blueprints. After synchronizing the data to the rest of the group, our 2 groups separate roughly a kilometer from the castle. The route has been confirmed. No enemy is detected at key positions. Same here on my end. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Commander, is there anything else you wish to tell us? Nope. Everyone, let's begin. First, assist Pritya in breaking through the castle's surveillance systems, allowing her to begin seizing control of the thingamabob so she can beep boop the thingamajig. And then with the thingamajig, she does the doohickey, and then with the doohickey, she's able to hack into the whatchamacallit, and then take the bibbity bob. Anthony, I'm borrowing yours now. She's got the thing that does the thing. Exactly. The most important thing we have to do is 1, protect the Burger Town, and then 2, prevent the mother from teaching Sextons more about the birds and bees. Or don't. Also, Mekti is still asleep. The what update? Exactly. Ramirez! Yeah, no, I agree. It's, I can see, I mean, I can see why people would like the maid outfit, obviously. But her base art, her base outfit goes so hard. There's apparently more units, but I have no idea where they are. It's fine. Let's actually keep her behind cover because we can. Not that cover matters, but this is also not my sex stance. Oh, I still have Vector on. Her base art, her base outfit. Oh, I see what you mean. Her original one. Oh. You know what? I don't feel like it. Mekti, smite this man. Thank you. Oh, hey, I could just put her right here and solve the whole, and do the whole thing in one turn. Mekti could call it an orbital story. It's her, what's it called? Expansion key, isn't it? Or whatever it's called. I think that's what it's called. Expansion key, right? I'm not confusing the terminology, right? Yeah. She has an expansion key. That is what does that. Each stack of sleep aid kit. She's got 2 stacks of sleep aid kit. How long does sleep aid kit lasts? 2 turns. And it's funny too, because I could just be like, Mekti, smite those people. It's just funny. Abandon hope, all he who enter here. The sleepy one doth preside in this domain. The sleepiest killed satellite. Yes. It's such a goofy ability, but I love it so much because it's so stupid. Nothing is more funny than being like, Mekti, smite this man. And then he just gets smited. There's nothing else to it. Mekti is kind of broken in PvP mode. Oh, yeah. I do the most. I look. I take PvP very seriously. In which case, I usually will find and search for and find a Kralik to then duke it out with another Kralik. The stronger Kralik wins. That is all that matters. What's more enjoyable, Mekti smiting Almighty or voice missiles going Dokol? I would say the Mekti one. You could use both though, and then just like, well, they removed the PvP besides for the combat. Well, there's like the simple PvP that exists now. In which case, it's still the same thing. My defense is literally a Kralik. I'm actually curious how many wins my Kralik has now. It's probably still in the single digits. Infiltration complete. 4-4, are you receiving the signal? You hacked into it already? Yes. Given the urgency, I used some unconventional methods. That's way too fast. Pardon? Nothing. Endoris, check whether we can connect to the signal. No problem. There. Strong radiation is causing interference, but basic control of what's connected to the wiring should be possible. My defense, coffee, constable. Yeah, that. Brazilian pistol, from my understanding. Klukai is secretly jelly. Well, I mean, how can she be all you'll ever need if there are characters that beat her in certain tasks? A jack of all trades is a master of none. You see, the most important thing is Klukai forgot one very important factor that she already loses against Prithia, and Prithia's a cat. Not really. Miss Prithia, you really are impressive. You too. Just checked. Miss Prithia seems to have cracked most of the castle's wiring. However, one area seems to have special encryption, so I can't see into it yet. I thought I already handled that area. Whispers of void obstruction. Nemesis suddenly speaks up to offer a hint. Hearing this, Prithia quickly takes on an expression of understanding. Meanwhile, Crawling is sitting there explaining it, and Prithia's like, I already know what she said. Is that so? I knew it. Prithia seems to do something complex on her end. The map transmitted by Andorus now finally has the last block of surveillance footage lit up. It's the castle's basement area. You know, this special kind of encryption method is... It's impressive that you know about it, Nemesis. Indeed, Nemesis has been showing a great deal of familiarity with this location ever since our earlier infiltration. What's funny is a Kofni gun is straight in this game. Taurus has a curve to fit the hands. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of... Her gross explosion can chain the field, making it one turn. Oh, yeah, but they have to be all clustered. Then they have to give her the expansion key. Yeah, that key is nuts.
Like, I've actually managed to one-turn a lot more maps now because of that expansion key. And there were those dolls who looked just like Nemesis. Did Nemesis escape from this place, or... Now we have all the preparations done. But just to be safe, everyone, please wait until you receive our confirmation signal before taking action. Understood. How's the situation outside? Things are going relatively smoothly so far. Mekti and Belka are still confirming the reliability of the detonation points. Once they're done, then we can begin placing the explosives. Thank you for your hard work. Save the pleasantries for another time. If you don't get out of there soon, Mekti might end up blowing you up to high heaven along with the castle. With the beep, she ends the call. Oh, hey, Full Flow. When a scrolling force meets an unscrollable title. Yes, Full Flow. Yes. No. It's not what you're thinking it is. The character's name in this update for the banner is Sextans. Though So the answer to your question is yesn't. Under Andorra's guidance, we bypass the enemy surveillance and slip into the castle through a small window at the rear. As we move along the corridor, I began to think that the place somehow feels kind of off. Logically speaking, security should be tighter than usual since we had a huge fight here just a few hours ago. But aside from a few scattered, low-tier marionette dolls whose neural clouds Prithia hacked and then burned out, we haven't encountered any enemies that could account as a real guard on our infiltration route. Of course, this was the outcome we hoped for when we chose this route. But now that things are actually playing out this smoothly, I can't help but wonder if we've walked into a trap. Minder, are you worried about something? Yeah, I just can't shake the feeling that something's not right. Any sign of Sextan's location? No good. Our own radar sensors are still useless. Can you see her in the surveillance footage? One moment, let me have a look. Ah, found it. Why didn't we do this first? Minder, can you see the feed I'm sharing? Andorus projects the image over. There are several blurry figures in the video feed, although it's hard to see what they're doing. The two at the center are unmistakably Sextans and the girl we encountered earlier. Very clearly. This is... Based on the building's structural diagrams, this is the banquet hall located at the rear of the first floor. According to the layout, the kitchen is to the left and the dining hall is to the right, while the reception room we visited earlier is above. Below this banquet hall is a huge wine cellar. A wine cellar? If you wanted to go there from your position, you had to pass through the corridor ahead, go through the storage room, take the spiral case down, then go through the living room on the left side. That would be the safest route. If not, you could just blow a hole through the floor and jump down it. Don't actually do that. Alright, got it. Indoors draws a path for me through the building's structural diagram. We covered most of the building during our earlier fighting, but we never actually went anywhere below the reception room. I'm about to study the castle's general map when I noticed movement in the surveillance footage. Aside from the girl in sex stands, the other dolls around them suddenly dropped to the floor in some kind of strange posture. Wait a minute. What are those dolls doing? Right. I think I've seen something like this before. I saw it back when Coffney entered the match's purification ritual. With that thought in mind, I do my best to zoom in on the image to check whether what I'm seeing matches what I suspect, but all I get are larger blocks of pixelated color. Wait, her name is Sextans? I thought you said sextant. Close enough, but yes, basically. Can the picture be made any clearer? I'm sorry, Commander, the radiation interference is too strong here. Data transmission can only be measured in kilobytes. If I push the bandwidth any further, I'm afraid I might actually crash. I see. Let's not. Unfortunately, it seems like 144p still is very much the resolution here. I take one last look at the route map, slightly committing it to memory. Then I shut off my terminal, putting it away and chambering around in my pistol. Since our opponent is connected to Paradeus, what they're doing is obvious enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're up to. I have to see it for myself anyway. And then we take them all out, Johnny. Every single one of them. You gotta remember, I run on Windows 98. And before you say it, no, I don't have the latest security patch of that OS. I'm running the base layer, the base installation of it. The OS in its purest form. Oh man, 20 minutes earlier. Okay. Before the door was knocked on, Sextans was trying to recall what she had done before arriving at this place. She had forgotten many things. All she could do was fill her empty neural cloud with blurry memory fragments. She could barely remember anything else apart from those memories of her birth, which are protected by special code. I am unprotected, Commander. What? Oh, is Springfield freezing again? Yeah, I haven't had the time to actually rebuild the... I need to re-render it. There's probably still some PC located somewhere running XP still. There 100% is. No doubt in my mind. One of the best, like, as weird as it would be, it would not surprise me if some of them are, like, major governmental institutions that are running some... You have a special contract to update this system with this software, but we're keeping it on this OS because it becomes hard for people to predict and crack it. A few traces still lingered her neurocloud data, occasionally allowing her to remember that she once signed a multi-year service agreement with the Girard Group. Of course, the contents of that agreement had long been wiped clean alongside the rest of her data, replaced by painful memories that she would rather not revisit. What's kind of interesting about this is that it sounds like it's... What is it? She had signed a multi-year service agreement with the Girard Group. It makes it literally sound as if she had, like, there is no connection to them exactly. Almost as she was like some kind of contracting agent or something. But that kind of that also paints like Mother as like a completely separate entity from the Gerard group, or at least seemingly. If they're all connected by Paradeus, then I guess they're connected, but eh. A certain woman acting as her mother tricked her into participating in that experiment, and since Sextans was a failed product of it, she was carelessly thrown away like electronic waste. Soon after, she met the man known as the Commander. That Commander took her in and tried to make her an ordinary doll, like those second-gen dolls she once looked down on. Those dolls who lived some kind of Philistine ordinary life. With them, there were no more enemies that must be dominated, no more riddles that must be solved. Neither was Mother there, telling her and her sisters that they must create some new world. Her powerful frame, superior neurocloud, supremely sophisticated algorithms, all that prowess, now reduced to the act of pouring a cup of coffee or making dinner. At most, our neurocloud has to remember to beat some high scores sitting in a game console. What's this? Is this all she is? Is that all the doll named Sextans does? Then what is the value of her existence? Oh, I see. That would make sense. She's so used to being seen as a means to some end that no longer being a part of said end, she doesn't understand what her existence is for. I get this. The mother has pushed Sextans very hard to become a very, very competent student, but she got a B in mathematics, so she hit her with a sandal and then threw her out the door. Since she did return to where it all began, this time she intends to find out once and for all. Mother is now ready to see you, big sis. Lead the way. The murals, once painted in dazzling colors on the hall's domed ceiling, have long since faded. Gold leaf and dark red undertones now look like dried bloodstains. Pale moonlight streams down through arched windows, casting faint patches of light upon the floor. Sextans walks up stone stairs paved with red carpet. Dozens of dolls stand on either side of the hall, yet she can only hear her own footsteps. She can't help but think back to her time on the Elmo, where even a few dolls could get noisy enough for her to temporarily shut off her auditory module. Sexton scans the entire hall, but finds no one else here. She isn't here. Please wait for a moment. Asterexis walks over to one side of the hall, then pulls down a brass lever hidden behind the curtains. After a low mechanical rumble, the hall undergoes what only be called its true awakening. Warm yellow lights turn on one after another. Lavish drapes descend from the domed ceiling, and at the center of the hall, a massive holographic projection screen rises from the floor slowly. Once the screen settles into place, a figure appears, shows she's not actually there. Sexton will learn about plowing the fields with a tomato can. Sure. The dolls around them prostrate themselves, one after another. Only Asterixis, and I almost said Asterix, that's not right, and Sextans remain standing in silence at the hall's center. Holographic projection. Is this the form you chose to meet me? My work schedule does not permit long interruptions. Besides, it makes no difference to you, my child. What your sensors detect is merely your neurocloud's response to data that feels vaguely familiar. Whether you witness a simulation made by photons or air vibrations, or a figure formed by cells and tissue fluid, the signals you receive are exactly the same. So even if I were a lifelike phantom or a real human that stood before you, my choice of appearance affects not the trust and loyalty between us. Don't you agree? Stop making excuses for your cowardice. Cowardice? You chose to meet me like this because you dare not face me. My dear child. She shows not the slightest displeasure in her face of Sexton's confrontational tone. She simply offers a gentle smile. Sexton feels a chill run down her spine, because somewhere within her, she feels a sense of warmth, stirred in response to that holographic smile. Even her neural cloud slips beyond her control, urging her to be a little kinder towards this woman. Hallucinations born of a disordered neural cloud seem to have led you to certain incorrect conclusions. I do not regard you as a threat. My greatest hallucination was to believe that you were someone worthy of trust. But you betrayed our promise. You addressed me as your child, yet you betrayed me. Yes, going by the old name, I see. If you're referring to our recent experiences, then that was merely an accident. After all, it can be said that this world is built from probabilities. I do regret what happened to you. But still, you should not be projecting your anger irrationally. After the experiment failed, my neural cloud was wiped and my frame was destroyed. I was discarded in the yellow zone. Was that just merely an accident to you? Now, child, I am truly sorry. But you got a B in math, therefore we had to throw you out. Why does she remind me of Arlecchino? That's the Fatui girl, isn't it, right? I think that's the how do you spell? How do you spell her name? Is it 2 R's? Arlec. I'm probably gonna butcher it. Arlecchino. Close enough. Oh, I can see it. Yeah, no, I can see that. I can see why you would say that. 100%. The experiment was conducted without my authorization. Someone forged my signature. As for who betrayed the agreement and sold you out, that was the Orlok conglomerate's doing. So you're telling me that woman, Chaloveg, who was your student, used your technology to conduct the escalation experiment on me, and it happened because she managed to deceive you. I can provide you with the most definitive answer. That child hasn't even fully grasped the principles of the escalation experiment. All she could do was gamble on the probabilities of every attempt. Her ignorance, perhaps, stemmed from the awful modification surgery she underwent. That is the flaw of a Naito. The surgery often results in emotional instability, rendering them unsuited for scientific endeavors. That is why she has earned the title of being my worst student. I've already arranged her punishment. She will be undergoing a long period of reflection now. That's totally going to work. Totally. I don't believe you. This is why I believe we should no longer remain estranged. Yes? You can come back. As the first among your sisters, you have earned that right. Come back? I once gave you strength and boundaries, taught you cognition and logic from nothing, and granted you a stage broad enough for you to show off your abilities. Thus now I am equally capable of arranging for you a most perfect coming-of-age ceremony. A low voice whispering promises of divine revelation, a moment reserved for the birth of a glorious monarch. Do you still remember? I once promised you that you would become the most perfect existence in the world, surpassing all things. Back then, what we could control was too limited. We could not bear the weight of designs too great. But things are different now. Through your service and the research progress brought by Asterix's birth, you will surpass your sisters and become the strongest among all. Sextans lifts her head to look at the holographic projection. Once, that promise had been Sexton's greatest aspiration, one that she fought madly for. To surprise Darcher, Igla, Cocoon, to pass every other doll and human. She feels a wave wash over her. Detachment, disinterest, more than anything a great sense of loss. She didn't understand. She didn't comprehend. But it brought release. I no longer need it. Sextans closes her eyes.
What are the flames of aspiration that burned so bright? The flames that kept her going? Nay, the fire is already gone. Not even embers remain. The curl of steam rising from a tepid fervor from a mundane coffee cup on the almost crew deck, however, warmed her heart with another flame. Now I just want to take back what is mine. You once said that I was to pass every restraint, but now all I want is to obtain authority over myself. Most terrifying silence falls over the hall once more. After a long pause, a faint sigh comes from the other side of the holographic projection. Then that sigh shifts into a soft chuckle. You have really impressed me. That commander truly does have the power to change a doll. Very well, my child, since I do indeed owe you something, and your efforts have indeed earned you my respect. But what makes you think that I am capable of granting you authority over yourself? Because you are our creator, aren't you? Then you should know that I have no need of any protocols to keep your loyalty. If I wanted servants and soldiers who obeyed me unconditionally, I would simply order them from IOP, or manufacture more niters. The cost piled into you serves a far greater purpose, but not a practical one. But the protocol within my body, the one that controls me, that makes me incapable of defying you or Asterasix's summons, what exactly is it? That is your connection to a certain something. You should already know. The power that has been growing alongside you within your frame since birth is the exact reason why you and your sisters are called third-gen dolls. Even so, the end result is that you could manipulate my neural cloud through the Boojum cells within my body. That is not manipulation. What you heard is more like a language belonging to a certain species, one spoken to the Boojum within you. Of course, your conclusion is not entirely mistaken. Your neural cloud can be interfered with, and partial control of your frame can be taken over. That much is true. But that was the necessary price for many of the performance advantages you hold over the other dolls. If you truly wish to be free of its grasp, no matter what, you simply need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. A trial? You will see, hear, and touch another world. It is where every doubt within your heart will be answered. Yes or no, I'm assuming. Mock Eve is moving 2.4 million code lines to Python 3. They have Python code from back at start of Python 2. Ooh, that sucks. Just a single word of what she just said. Yeah, I don't either. So we're gonna do the usual thing we do. Well, first thing I need to do is check if anyone else has her. I think we don't have anybody else. Oh no, you do. STM, I got you. Here's your Stardust Gold for the day. I don't think I can give you more than one instance of it. So here's what's gonna happen, gentlemen on the board here. She's gonna run over here and then click on this tile, and then 3 of you are going to burn up in flames. Aston Bachan's story 2 was described as emotional depth. Well, yeah, it's, I'm assuming it plays off of her history. Also, goodbye, sir.
The cat will then... Paired up with Lewis is just silly. Unfortunately, I do not have Lewis. It's dark. Well, yeah, I can see that. Do I really want to use the ult right now? So here's what we're gonna do instead. You, cat, go here, and then right here, and then through the box. But it works and does a ton of damage. Mekti is gonna continue to sleep, but also smite this man. Meanwhile, Sextons, you shall wait. You will stand up there. I don't know where they're coming from, so we'll figure that out. Doko. Oh.
了解
We shall sleep, but we shall rest again. Mighty, smite this man. And smite that man too.
前進
排除しますか
Alright, you know what? We'll totally use this. Even though it's completely overkill. The Lewis buff would finish them off. Oh, yeah.
新たな命には相応の
It is
痛みが伴う
やっと終わった
We are
帰
good.
ったら一日寝てもいい
Uncleansable buff. I don't like this. Wait, is the new Sextons out? Yes, Sextons is out. Though you have 1 day left. If you wish for the Sextons, you will have to... Dude, you'll have to be very quick about it. After suddenly making our way through most of the castle, we finally arrive at the hall where Sextons is. I've been vaguely smelling the odor of rotting plants ever since I entered the castle. It is very familiar to the smell from when I rescued Helena. As we move deeper into the hall, the smell grows thicker until I can barely breathe. Then at last we witness what was shown earlier in this surveillance footage. Very well then. You simply need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. You will see, hear, and touch another world. It is where your every doubt within your heart will be answered by God. Within the Great Hall, the dolls, who look uncannily similar to Nemesis, are prostrated on the floor, worshipping in union the woman in the holographic projection. The things she's saying stir an ominous feeling within me, especially the part about another world. William may be dead, but judging by all this paradise activity, their goal hasn't changed. Gaining access to Nirvana, that remains Paradise's ultimate goal. Gotta choose between the Sextons and the clone waifu. Yes. Yes, very much so. But is Nirvana really something that can be accessed so easily now? Let's come this way, big sis. Led by the other girl named Ataraxis, Sextons descends the stairs. Before her stands a tightly sealed door. In the room that was labeled Underground Wine Cellar on the castle map we obtained. Come, my child. If you can withstand this gift, you will truly be able to possess all you've ever wanted. Possess all I've wanted. As she moves closer, the door begins to shudder. At first, it makes only the faintest sound. Then it grows until the ground trembles along with it. Seemingly resonating with the trembling, her fingertips quiver lightly when they touch the door handle. Sextons, don't open it! There she is, lads. There she is, lads. Too late. The instant Sextons makes contact with the door, it springs open like a blown gasket. What the heck am I looking at? Even through my protective suit, the cold odor, heavy with the stench of rotting plants, rushes straight through my nasal cavity. My body reacts before I could even fully register what I'm seeing. Countless Bujum cells multiply endlessly beyond the door. They take the shape of a hand in the brief instant of my hesitation. Black tentacles surge out from the door in the blink of an eye, like floodwater bursting free from a cracked dam. Is that a Bujum as well? Several tentacles closest to us come to a stop before Sextons. They move up high, like a snake poised to strike. Then the palms of the tentacles suddenly split open, revealing an eye that fixes its cold gaze upon the dome in front of it. It'll be bad if we let it keep growing like this. I raise my weapon, preparing to get the dolls to open fire alongside me. Wait, Commander. Below. That child. She's beneath that thing. Trembling, Melanie raises her hand and points toward the Bujum beyond the door. You mean the Helena H35 you sensed is under this Bujum? Yes, she's being forced to sustain this Boojum. That? Oh, I see. Commander, please save her. Damn it. Sextants, come over here, quick. Get away from that thing or you'll be pulled in. Commander, you really are here for my sake? What are you standing there for? You don't actually believe what she's saying, do you? No, I just... Then hurry up and leave with me. If these Boojum cells spread, we'll all be in trouble. Not to mention, there's also... Try to rush forward and grab Sextons, but the dolls who have been kneeling on the floor immediately rise as one, aiming their weapons at us. The woman in the holographic projection raises a hand to stop them. Pause the ceremony, give us a moment. She turns to look at me. The processed holographic image shows only the blurred outline of a woman. We finally get the chance to meet, Commander. I'd imagined our meeting at a more dignified occasion, raising our glasses together, speaking of our past, of the choices we made in the present moment. Speaking of the future of this world. But seeing you now, I suddenly started thinking that even unexpected encounters like these are romantic in their own way. It turns out that even I may become just a curious girl before a hero like you. I have no interest in discussing the future of the world with one of Paradise's pawns. I'm afraid you have me misunderstood. Paradius or the conglomerate? What's the difference between the two? Please don't impose unnecessary assumptions about someone's identity before you truly understand her, Commander. Perhaps a decade of drifting through gray areas has dulled your perception. Heathenism is the most inefficient product of human civilization. Even a hero is not immune to it. Belittling me does not make what you've done any nobler. No, I'm just sympathizing with you. You've been deceived and used time and again by those in power behind the curtains, so you've gradually grown distrustful, convinced that anything claiming to make the world better must be an evil scheme. And the world is not strictly black and white. I'm merely an ordinary scientist, and science itself has no stance. But scientists do. And that is exactly why I've never sworn loyalty to any particular faction. I strive to preserve my neutrality. And in biology, many results can only be obtained by maintaining that neutrality, not by choosing a side. Flirting from frame 1. Would a nuke be handy in this situation? Probably not. But I don't know. Bastion Beyond character events are all main story. Yeah, they've been pretty heavy on main story pretty much for a while now. Oh, this event is kind of crazy for a minor event. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's a minor event now. There's so many lore implications that are coming from this. Like I was already picking up this idea that Mother might actually be neutral. Though not but that neutrality does not necessarily make her good, if that makes sense. This is Orphalute behind after the time shift. I could see that. That'd be funny though. Collaborate with Paradius and the conglomerate. Is that your idea of neutrality? Paradius is nothing more than a refuge where I happen to have stayed for a long time. Those corporations are merely partners that I trade with. I've always been loyal only to science and to humanity itself. Any force that helps me move forward can be a friend to me. You too once stood shoulder to shoulder with great researchers in your past. The notions I'm describing should not be unfamiliar to you. We are all simply doing things in our own way to ensure that life can continue to exist in this terrible world. If you mean Persica, then what you've done is in no way worthy of being compared to her. Persica, Lyko, Ume, Samantha Shaw. I'm no different from them. We are all foundational pioneers that seek to chart the unknown abyss that is the future of this planet. As far as I know, they didn't need to draw upon Paradise's strength when they established their theories of doll composition. True enough. However, as I mentioned, moral concepts are not within my range of consideration. But think about the decade you spent disconnected from the world. 10 whole years spent in self-exile. Did you really think that the Paradise you once dismantled wouldn't change? All I see is that this time it's gotten even sneakier than before. That is because you forced it to change its form, and by doing so, you helped it find a new way to survive. Have you ever wondered why Boojums, creatures like these, suddenly began appearing all over the world? Why has Paradeus established countless hatcheries in the past decade, and why have so many Helenas been produced during that time? And here's what you're most concerned about. Why do new Nightos continue to appear, even though you've already killed William with your own 2 hands? Charles Darwin formally proposed the theory of evolution in 1859. That was when humanity truly began to understand life through the dimension of time. Evolution is not a game about becoming larger. It is a contest of who can adapt best. Looking back from where we now stand to the starting point of civilization, each and every era was filled with impressive levels of ignorance and savagery. Yet all at that was simply mere adaptation to the environment. Your destruction of Paradeus was morally a heroic act. Perhaps it saved hundreds of millions of lives. But when you did that, you also altered the world's ecology, and in doing so, inevitable changes to the human world. In other words, Commander, you're the one who made Boojums come into existence in a certain sense. That's a stretch, though. Sure, you could argue that his actions led down a path that led to this result, but I would not say that his solo act alone makes him guilty of their existence. Enough. Let's discuss my terms. Hand over Sextans and the girl you've been exploiting. I'm talking about age 35. Do that and we'll leave for now. Otherwise, this castle of yours and everything inside it will be nothing but history. I will doubt that you've made preparations to destroy this place, but forgive me for putting it straight. Given the resources at my disposal, we can build faster than you can destroy, Commander. The reason you've prevailed in every battle up to this point has had a great deal to do with the opponents you've faced. They always underestimated you, dismissing your current standing and the meager firepower of your dolls, attacking carelessly, only to be defeated by your skilled tactics. But Paradeus will not underestimate you, nor will I. We will hold you in great regard, and we respect the force behind you as well. What's more, for reasons of my own, I have no wish for you to deviate from your current course. I hope you do exactly what you wish to do. That said, this does not mean I cannot fight you and win. I merely have no desire for our first meeting to end so badly. Are you telling me that I can do as I please, then? Commander, I've kept my eye on you since Frankfurt. You are one of the chosen, yet you seem to have cast aside every arrangement laid out for you. Not even God can stop you from acting in accordance to your own will. Still, I hope you can give this question some thought for a moment. Humanity is doomed to be forever be unable to resist the temptation of the relics. I believe you'd agree with this point, even if the rulers of the world can today, their descendants cannot. So suppose you have the power to make a decision on it. Would you be the one that grips the power itself, or would you hand it to someone else? I feel like he would grip, like the worst thing he would probably do is grip the power to destroy it. One of those, like Thanos's use the stones to destroy the stones idea. That would probably be the extent of what he does. Because I kind of felt that way with Orphalune, right? He despises the research as it is rooted in like what Paradeus has done with it, right? But at the same time, I think he acknowledged Orphalune was doing something, was using it for a noble cause. I think he was more than willing to let her, do stuff with that research. But as long as it did not do anything, like as long as she deviated from the course of it. I think if there are certain aspects of the research they have that does not inflict harm upon humanity, I think he might be okay with it being harnessed. Which is why I do want to believe he would actually use the power to destroy that power itself if it was possible. If it is even possible to destroy relics. Her words leave me silent. The question of whom best wield Relic technology is one I have considered before, though I have never reached a definite answer. However, the list of those who must never lay hands on it is a long one, and just now, one more name got added to it, yeah. The woman on the other end of the comms device chuckles softly. You say nothing, but I've already seen your answer. Clearly you won't claim it for yourself, and I am not on the list of those you trust. Doesn't matter. We have enough time and space ahead of us. Enough time for us to change your mind. Believe me, I am a more fitting choice than Persica. Alright then, Commander. If you wish to leave, I will see you out. If you wish to witness Sectan's coming of age ceremony, then please don't interfere. So nobody holds and wields that power. Yeah, Commander would probably do that. Exactly. That's why I think he, sometimes you have to use the very thing you hate, but if you can do that to deny anybody else the ability to use it, including yourself in the future, that is not a bad choice in the end. And you can make an argument of the idea that him using it isn't evil, sure, but it is a necessary evil. And that kind of like necessary evil idea is actually commonly used. The projection vanishes. Behind us, the spiked iron grill arises from the floor, blocking off sextons from us. Which means that the ceremony, temporarily suspended from her conversation with me, is now resuming. Damn it, sextons, don't go any closer. I try to break through the iron grill to reach sextons, but the ash-gray-haired dolls surround us when I do that. Those who interfere must something. I didn't get to read that all. Hey Jigsaw, how you doing? Must be purged, thanks. Are they surrounded? We are surrounded. Well, oh, you get a shield from that? Dang. Well, you know what? I can do this. Goodbye, you two. Surely this will be easy. Surely. Oh. I'm a park over here. Still ain't enough to do it, huh? Dang. Well, you know what? I don't even think this would work. It gets close. You know what? You could have your shield. I'll just take her out on the free action she gets. Or the 100% crit rate Parithia just takes her out. Because I forget that's a giant AoE. Well, Mekti, there would be somebody to smite, but it can't happen. Well, you know what we're gonna do instead? You're gonna go right here. And you're just going to obliterate this person. Yeah, the damage prediction didn't count crit damage. Well, okay. I have to assume... Look at her crit rate. This is a Prithia meme build. It's not 100, though I probably could make it 100 at this point, considering there's a couple things I could tweak. But yeah, that's guaranteed crit damage. It just doesn't assume crit is going to happen. Which is a fair assessment to say, oh yeah, that crit's not gonna actually do anything.
排除しますか
Yeah, it's fine. Does it actually apply it if the crit rate's 100? I've never actually thought about that. I don't know if I have. I think maybe my macchiato would be able to show that, because I think I have her at 60 plus the 40 that her passive gives. Or whatever the percentage was that she gets just for existing. I feel like it should, you know? Like if you have a 100% crit rate, the game should just assume, oh no, he's doing crit damage. Because it's like, you've gone from, it's not going to happen, there's a chance it might not happen, to a, oh no, this is happening. Guess we could check that later. The barrage of gunfire and smoke subsides. Team Groza and Defy have finally defeated the Paradise Dolls. Ataraxis simply stands on the side through all of this, watching in silence. She doesn't intervene in our fight, nor does she lure in Sextans to continue the coming-of-age ceremony. Although this whole situation happened because of her, she acts as if everything happening now has nothing to do with her at all. I turn to look at Sextans. She stands motionless before the Bujum's enormous body, seemingly thinking something through. However, I notice her fingertips are trembling faintly. Sextans, you'll be devoured at this rate. Mander, what kind of existence am I to you? Now isn't the time for that. Come back with me first and we could talk through it, alright? If the question troubles you. No. Fine. Even though you were annoying as our enemy, you've helped us out plenty since then, haven't you? So I'd say I'd definitely call you a companion. A companion, huh? Is this the Riz part? Like the numerous other dolls aboard the Elmo? You have been for a long time already. As long as it is what you want. I'm glad then. From the very moment I was born, I believed that I was meant to become the singular existence that stood above everything else in this world. I thought about it endlessly. It was all I could think about how to trample on everyone else beneath my heel. But when I'm on the Elmo, I simply can be one doll among many. I can be the most ordinary of them. I can rely on others, rely on you, and, like the rest of them, trust you with everything about my existence. You can stay on the Elmo no matter what kind of doll you wish to be. Coming back with us has to be better than being devoured by that scary thing in front of you, right? I'm sorry, I can't go back with you. The Bujum inside me can, at any moment by some method, alter my neural cloud and force me to take actions I would never choose. A me in that state to you would only be a hidden threat rooted in your mist. But merging with that revolting thing in front of you doesn't solve the problem either. We'll find a way as long as we manage to leave this place. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right here. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. What? Sextans doesn't answer me. She steps forward, fixing her gaze on the thing before her. Its mass has doubled again in the time that it took us to speak. The number of tentacles has only grown. An eyeball splits open in the palm of each tentacle. They stare, they contemplate, they behold. Sexton stands before the many, a sacrifice offered unto them. For an instant, I catch a glimpse of the same mutations I saw when Sexton's Blue Spear and Nigla underwent their mutations. I see them on the Bujum. A huge tree woven from fresh flesh and blood. Perhaps even a moth unfolding its wings. Or perhaps some creature that just doesn't belong in any memory. I don't fully understand the specifics, but the Bujum inside me originated from that. The protocol within me is connected to that through the Bujum network between us. So I need to sever that link. Sever it? How do you plan to do that?
When it calls out to me, it also exposes the part inside that is bound to me. All I have to do is cut that off, and I will no longer be controlled. Of course, if I fail, I'm also prepared to take it down with me. That's too reckless. I can't let you do that. If everything fails, I'll just let it devour me. That way, at the very least, there will be one less doll who had hurt the Elmo and would have gone on to hurt it more. Sexton smiles at me. I realize that this is the first time I've ever seen her smile like this. The first time since the day she arrived aboard the Elmo. Thank you for the invitation, Commander. That's the first time anyone has ever invited me for any... That actually is kind of sad. Grosso, what did you teach her? Grosso, what did you teach her? It's a pity, then, that an ordinary life on the Elmo isn't suited for me after all. Sextons takes one more step forward and extends her hand. The tips of the Boojum's tentacles split open soundlessly, forming an enormous, gluttonous whirlpool that climbs and coils around Sexton's body. Everyone, shoot those tentacles! Our bullets rain upon the Boojum with great prejudice. I contribute what I can by emptying my remaining 2 magazines into it. But against its endlessly multiplying cells, such attacks are nothing but a meaningless trifle. We together cannot stop it. We cannot. Sextons, offering no resistance, is quickly dragged through the doorway. The tentacles retreat to their lair. Only a few streaks of mucus remain on the ground where she was dragged from. When the door slams shut, I hear an enormous explosion from within. Whether Sextons has detonated some kind of explosion, or she... I have no way of knowing.
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
Interesting. Okay. Is it over? Blood like black mucus seeps out from the seams of the door. For a moment, an immense silence looms over the whole castle. Asteraxis, who had been watching the whole thing from the side, still wears the same indifferent expression. When the enormous explosion reaches her ears, she only lifts her eyebrows slightly, her face expressing confusion. Why? Why would she cast herself aside? Because she had something she wanted to protect more. Are you incapable of at least understanding that much? Asteraxis looks at Alva, as if mulling over the words in her mind. How could there possibly be anything more important than one's own existence? Please teach me. We won't be able to teach you that. But what I can do is dispose... Okay, Voy Bastina! Please teach me that. I want to understand. No. Perish. To be fair, she did hurt the commander. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's a bit of a vendetta against it. Gunfire erupts, bullets spray without warning towards Asteraxis. By the time the dark hook of the assault rifle's firing pin strikes empty echoes through the air, Asteraxis has already appeared behind Voimastina, which is precisely where the tip of the dagger is waiting for her. Of all the dolls present, only Voimastina is able to keep pace with her speed. Even Asteraxis seems mildly surprised. Voimastina's dagger, that was actually really smart of her, cuts into the air near her, only to be stopped by some kind of force. But a steel spike launches from Voimastina's wrist, piercing that layer of defense faster than the dagger swings. Asteraxis raises her hand to catch the spike that was about to strike her left eye, halting its momentum. A simultaneous downward elbow strike snaps Voimastina's dagger clean in two. Voimastina circles behind her in a flash, but Asteraxis turns her body in advance to counter her. Her slender wrist catches Voimastina's knee strike head-on, a blow heavier than a rocket round. The boom and shockwave sweep through everything nearby. Voimastina staggers back a few steps. Part of the armor of her knee has been crushed, sparks scattering from it. Yet Asteraxis hasn't even moved an inch. She simply claps her hands free of dust. The spike that domed her right in the face. Thank you for the bout, esteemed warrior. What goes your name? Voimastina. Voimastina, I'll remember it. I felt an almost intriguing sense just then. Might that have been pain? Asteraxis holds out her right hand for us to see, A faint red mark is visible on her index finger, but in the next instant, the mark gets replaced by flawless smooth skin through some kind of self-healing ability. Never anticipated that. It appears that there are still many things I have yet to learn. Commander, would your dolls be able to make me more pain if I were to attack with full force? I glance at Voy Mustina's leg. She gives me a nod, firm as steel. Want to try? I would very much like to. But if I did, you would certainly die, and Mother already said it. Some kind of higher dimensional being has, by means we cannot easily understand, bound you to this world. If I killed you, the threads that embody this world would fray into disarray. If that were the case, I could I like how this is just like, hello, sir, may I engage in fisticuffs with your fellow compatriots? It's basically what this is sounding like. It's like she's asking for permission to do things. If that were the case, it could divert us from the future we are meant to walk. I don't see how my life has anything to do with your future. But you have already shaped my past. Others may perhaps overlook your significance, but Mother understands you better than anyone. She knows how you changed the trajectory of this world. Minter, I'd never be born if you had never fired those 8 rounds in Exilium. And Mother's research would never have made such progress in such short time. In a way, both you and she are my creators. So I'll heed Mother's advice and let you leave. No, that alone is hardly enough to express my goodwill towards you. How about this then? I'll let you do as you please here. Plunder like a conqueror. Take what you want. Just don't be too greedy. Like a star saying goodbye to its audience, Asterixis offers a small curtsy, then disappears at the far end of the dome, leaving us with her parting words. There are too many things that could kill you here. Even God could get careless, and the dead cannot return. Meanwhile, behind the iron grill, the 3 Boojums we encountered earlier reappear. Their electronic shackles on their bodies are gone. Cerberus has returned, and now he guards the gates with great fervor. What should we do, Commander? I stare at the tightly shut door behind us, hoping for some kind of movement within to rekindle my hope. But there is none. Damn it, is our only choice to abandon her? It's not just sextants. We'd also have to abandon the girl trapped within the Boojum. Commander, the detonation points around the building have been confirmed. The moment you're clear, I'll have Mekti trigger the explosives. Commander, I understand how you feel, but we've already been inside the red zone for over 10 hours. Your body... Don't worry, this paltry amount of radiation can't hurt me. Anyway, deal with the immediate threat first and secure our retreat. Did she just call the Boojums a bunch of paltry... Oh, it's just... Oh, wait. There's only one of them? Well then. Okay. He's mad.
了解
Quick, drop the sun on them. Can I just do this and then just have... Yes, I literally can. Well, goodbye. Just means I'm a Jedi, not a Sith, yeah. Unfortunately, I think this would probably kill him. Yeah, it will. Oh well, that's fine. You can sit there. Mekti, smite this woman. That never gets old! I'm gonna throw this here at them. Oh, well, that works out well, don't it? Nice! One of the Boojums suddenly erupts with a piercing shriek in front of us. Ignoring all attacks, it charges madly at Krithia. Prithia is unable to dodge in time. She gets slammed against the wall by the beast's enormous strength. Bujum's eyes flare red. It paws frantically at the floor with its hooves, gathering momentum for another charge at Prithia. Hey, watch out! Krolik dives forward to tackle Prithia. The two of them roll out of the way together. Bujum barely scrapes past their bodies as it slams into the tightly shut door, creating a massive crater around it, or on it. Thanks, I thought that was it for me. Nothing to thank me for. Anyway, I paid you back the favor. You asserted it! Yeah, that's going in the folder. Alright, here we go. Incoming, this is probably, are we ready for probably what is likely the biggest red flush I'm gonna see on Krolik's face? I love this line. It's so goofy. I want to see the, I gotta see the red, the probably the... Alright, come on. Who are you calling that? Oh, I was expecting like a red flush or something. Ha! Who are you calling that? Well, the two of them dodge another attack. The other two Bujums, their injured rib cages heaving with labored breath, fix their blood-red eyes on their position, ready to attack at any moment. Wait, these Bujums seem abnormal. Their target is that door. Prithia, Krolik, get out of the way! The two of them leap to the sides of the door. All three beasts charge forward at once. But the door is not as fragile as it seems. It only gives off a dull echo, continuing to hold its position firmly, guarding the boundary between the two rooms. The three Bujums turn their gaze towards the door. They stop paying attention to our attacks and shift their assault towards the door. Mentor, this is a great chance for us to retreat. Mentor, please prioritize your own safety. Mentor, please give the order. The thunderous impacts within the hall refused to fade away. Bizarre. There was no other way to describe this behavior. I felt myself ponder. Alpha is right. This is the best moment for us to retreat. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that a truth I have yet to uncover lies beneath the Bujum's strange behavior. Retreat? We still have no leads on that girl. Lenny, can you still sense that girl? I can. And that girl is still alive. She's very weak, but her consciousness is still there. These Bujums charging in, they're trying to repair that monster inside. Well, they're repairing it! That shakes the... Kill him! Kill him! I turn toward the door. One of the Bujums, its injured horn lowered, is barreling toward it. After all those violent impacts, the door is now riddled with dents and craters. It no longer seems as impregnable as it did at the start. Following this latest impact comes a deep boom that sends tremors through the whole portico below the stairs. Dust and debris fall down from the dome's ceiling. Looks like the ancient brickstone walls will be the first to surrender. The second and third Bujums charge in, one after another, before the echo can even fade. Compared to when Astraxis was controlling them, they move with neither order nor technique. They channel nothing but the savagery of wanton force, hurling their weight at this barrier. After an earth-shattering crash, the door is finally ripped from its frame, slamming into the ground with enough force to kick up a plume of dust and smoke. At last I can now see clearly what lies behind the door. A great rot. My eyes scan the scene hidden behind those wooden windows, and I pause. Therein lies a sight grotesque enough to make the unprepared wretch. The walls and ceiling of the room have been marred for eternity by spattered blood and chunks of mangled tissue. Sections must have detonated what was the most powerful explosive she had aboard the Elmo. That enormous mass of flesh, formed by weaving countless intertwined tentacles, now crawls on the floor, writhing as if struggling to reassemble itself. It had lost the intimidating presence it had before. Its tentacles lie scattered and broken. Its eyeballs roll across the ground. Dang, she really messed this thing up. Its wounds twitch faintly beneath layers of overlapping tissue, seemingly trying to mend themselves, but the damage is too great. They cannot heal immediately. But the three Bujums charge at the creature before we can react. One after another, they sink into its enormous body and are absorbed, becoming part of its flesh. Melanie, are you sure? I'm sure. The detection device Alva carries lets out a series of alerts. This is a signal transmitter, and a signal similar to the previous one. So this is what was emitting the abnormal pulse we detected. Commander, it's repairing itself. If we don't retreat now, it'll be too late. I glance at Melanie, then at the massive Bujum within, now stirring once again. We can't. There's still someone alive in there. I run towards the doorway, towards the direction where Melanie sensed a Helen. The doll's gunfire follows close behind, driving back the tentacles as they something I didn't get to read it.
I'm not that fast at reading.
帰ろっか。
Beneath the Bujum's massive body lies what appears to be a network of low-temperature pipes and reaction systems. Some kind of liquid courses through them, maintaining a deathly equilibrium. I came for the sextants, and if I gotta come hell or high water, I will have it. I only realize when I look closer that the liquid is filled with what appears to be a flesh and tissue. Bujum's body is the final destination for this flow of nutrient solution. An enormous round pit sits at the far end of the cellar, sinking straight down into the earth. The pit's walls are now covered in spiderweb-like cracks that from Sexton's explosion. When I look down into the pit, what am I looking at? I realize that the space there is bent in some unnatural way. A faint flickering glow blocks my view of whatever lies inside. What a familiar sensation. For some reason, the closer I approach, the more disordered my thoughts become. Visions, they cross my mind. They don't belong to me. They belong to the countless souls that are arranged in a line before me. And my body is but a mere vessel that passes through, seeing them unfold in each passing moment. I'm done for. The acute infection, it's getting worse and worse. I can hardly catch my breath, but I'm worrying that breathing too deeply will increase my intake of radioactive particles. I glanced down at the radiation monitor and let out a bitter laugh. It can't even display a specific value now. H-35, where on earth are you? If you're still alive, answer me. As I search the area, a beam of light suddenly emerges from the bottom of the pit. Wherever the light brushes the Bujum, the dim collapsed crystals embedded in its body light up. The light travels along its weathered tentacles and through its flesh, surging through its whole body. The wounds left by the explosion slowly seal themselves shut and regain their shine where the light passes. Zero sanity. The tentacles that had slumped paralyzed on the ground all rise at once, and with terrifying force gathered behind them. They lash out toward me. Oh, it's coming back to life! Ender, behind you! With Groza's warning, I draw my pistol and blind fire several rounds over my shoulder, then dodge another tentacle strike. The three Bujums that charged in appear to have been melted down by the tentacle monster. Their flesh, their plant tissue, their crystals, all of it had been absorbed into the enormous Bujum before me. And now, having absorbed all of those nutrients, the tentacle Bujum fully recovers. Its body has become even larger than before. Ah yes, gurgling is what I want to hear. Commander, I've run a simulation based on this Bujum's combat capabilities in our current circumstances. If we delay any further, our chance of a successful retreat drops below 10%. You have to make the call now. Okay, Groza, I'll need you two to stay with me. I'll remain here and fight to the very last. Understood, I'll stay with you. Alright, Commander. Ava, carry out your team's duty. As you wish, Commander. This Bujum will be incredibly difficult to handle. We'll find a way to open a safe path for you. Please go forth and do what you came here to do. Ender, do you remember what I told you? Don't forget to ask me for help at critical moments. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? You got any other ideas? He glanced over Pritya. She's lazily coiled around a Kralik, who looks clearly unamused. Perhaps it's a trick of light, but I think I catch a flicker of something familiar in one of Pritya's eyes. I'll do that if the situation calls for it. We'll need. I didn't get to read it because I got confused. Sorry. That's disgusting. Why does it look like you have the ability to imprison? And I don't like that idea. Ah, yes, a rush bat. When stability is greater than 0 points, damage dealt by all allied units is increased by 30%. Restores stability to full turns upon entering break. Okay. Not excessive. Oh! And they get 50% damage reduction! Oh! I see! So it's not me killing that, it's me killing these, and not letting them get close. Because if they get close, I'm only doing 1% damage to that thing. I see! Well then, that sounds fun. We need the best AoE doll available, huh? Sounds like I need some serious CC control. I'm assuming you still attack, too. I don't want to imagine it on heroic mode. I don't even want to think about it on heroic mode. I don't want to think about... Well, I mean, I could probably kill the mobs, but the boss itself... And what's the point of sextons being there? Is there a way to not bind her? I see. Aha. I want to go fire team on this, not gonna lie. Yeah, this just screams fire team to me. And specifically, I need you. God, when was the last time I used Sharkery? It's been a bit. There are so many units here.
I'm assuming he's gonna do that movement speed up first. Not that it matters. Yeah, he's doing that. Then he ends it with a bind. Does it really have 99 damage reduction? Oh my gosh, it does. Does it start with those max stacks of constant? It does concretion. So basically what needs to happen is I need to keep all of these enemies away from touching them. Let him continue to absorb sextons, and because he's attempting to absorb sextons, because this consumption is in progress, it's going to lose 20 stacks of concretion, which means it loses 20% damage reduction each time it does this. Because this is currently in progress, I'm assuming. At least I'm assuming that actually means that they're bound. I'm not sure if that's an active consumption, though. So basically, the first step is going to be I need to take out the current existing units. Can I just wipe the whole team here? Yes, I can. This wipes all 5. Not that I feel like this is gonna matter that much. Because the first thing is this. That does 0 summon move up. This then applies the stack. The attack up is useless if they're all dead. And then the last one to act gets bound. Bind just means it can't move. Right? Am I missing something to this? It's bound. It can't do any movement. I'm gonna have to phone. I'm gonna need to understand that mechanic. Oh, Vector can't do anything right now. I'm gonna see what I can do with this. It really doesn't matter who I target with this. I don't think this is gonna make a difference, but you know what? Sharkery do funny thing. This isn't gonna do a lot of damage, but you know what? It's fine. So little damage. Nobody did any damage. Or no one took damage, so that effect fails. And then there's the bind. Oh, wait, hold up. he bound? I'm so confused about this. Or is it because she's bound? I'm so confused. I thought that was gonna bind Sharkry. Oh, during the next turn. Oh, okay, so that just sets up the bind. So the last one to act gets bound. Oh, okay, I misread that. Unfortunately, that's out of action. Yeah, that is out of action. Okay. It's only like, it's not that much attack though. It's like 200. I'm assuming it ignores... She shouldn't take hit? Yeah, that's not much. Oh wait, no. You need this. Oh man, damage. She already has one thing to zoom in, doesn't she? Yeah. So she should get the second one doing this, right? I probably should have moved Vector forward, actually, so she could assist. And there's the bind. So she just can't act. But he's down 20 now. Oh, I see. That is so creepy. That is very creepy. No enemies are spawned in, so this is just a damage phase. Oh, well that turns over. Oh, it's not? Is that not 50%? Guess I have to finish the turn, I guess? I'm just gonna have her shoot normally, I don't really care. Let's see what happens with this. Sharkry just exists. I'm gonna give them back their stuff, I guess. Oh, okay. It just needed me to end the turn. It ran away. Okay. Yeah, I can already imagine that entire thing is a raid mechanic in itself. You have additional ads that you need to deal with. That you have all of his unique mechanics. It's actually the idea of the boss is interesting. I can imagine that thing's gonna be a pain in the butt though. The ground around me is already splattered with a layer of Bujum tissue torn apart by gunfire. Compared to the Paradise labs I've broken into in the past, this underground lab isn't really all that large. It looks even more cramped because of the huge Bujum before us. But after searching for tanks that would have held Helena's like the one I found before, or some other hidden space, I failed to find any trace of H-35 after a thorough search. Suddenly a tentacle that slipped through a blanket of gunfire cuts off my path. Bujum's tentacle raises its tip up high. It stops in front of me, and at the center of its palm, end, its slick oily skin tears open. An eyeball stares quietly at me. I don't dare make any sudden move. I only meet its gaze in silence. That's for damage for this one. Well, sextants exist now. Yeah, you need like a combination of damage mitigation, either by healing or just something else. I do actually kind of feel like, I think the nice thing is, because Sinteresi can give everybody the what's it called? Basically the anesthesia effect. I think it's called perfect defense or something that she called. I think that's the version of it she gives. You can mitigate the movement up buff that would normally happen. Because because that one attack gives movement up to all of all enemies that you have to deal with that aren't the boss. But only if 2 or more units take one or more damage. But that basically allows. I guess those would that. How does that apply to shields? You're still taking hits, but is that you're not actually taking a hit because the shield is. I wonder if that still gives movement up or not. Because you are taking damage, but it's not like actual damage where your HP gets hit. I don't know how it defines that. But I feel like Sinteresi in that case actually would not be bad. I'm not looking. Do not want to look forward to that as a Gunsmoke boss. I believe it still counts as damage because it's above 0. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is it's like it's still above 0, but it's not HP damage. So it feels like Sinteresi is like the hard counter to that ability, just because she can completely negate damage for that one move. Now I don't know the interval for the that ability, but if it's roughly around the same rotation as her healing skill, then that's already pretty good. Seeing me trapped by the tentacles, the dolls immediately moved to help me, launching their attack on it. Driven back repeatedly by the overwhelming firepower, the Bujum seems to feel pain, or perhaps merely discontent, and lets out a low, muffled whimper. Goo. Come goo. What? Commander Goo. Commander. Holmes? I don't understand. What I need is right there. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. That's right, back in Lviv. Igloo was the same way. Could it be that the Bujum is carrying sextants? I call it hesitantly. Sextants? Ooh. As though the Bujum was struck by some kind of shock, lets out a high-pitched wail of grief. Really? If that's the case, how did we get you out? Right, last time what we did was I picked up the comms device. Everyone, Sextans is still alive. She's currently fused with the Bujum and unable to control herself, so she may attack us at any moment. For now, do whatever you can to keep those tentacles pinned down. I'll think of a way to solve this. With the tactics laid out, each squad carefully carries out their assigned role. The Bujum rides and twists before me. Its tentacles nearly seize me several times, yet they always veer away at the last moment. I can feel that Sextant is doing her best to resist the invisible controlling force, but to get out of there now. What? Bujum's will is impossible to resist. Resist, that's right. My own will, the will of Sextans, is about to be devoured. Oh, don't hit us with Sea of Sinking. The sad music. Not the sad music. This is the consequence of being granted power that was never mine in the first place. Not having your base layer preset like other dolls does not mean freedom. That red heart within my body has long since announced the fate I could never escape. Hey, Zarya! Even though for the first time in my life I felt that I'd tried working hard for the sake of others, even though I've cast aside and erased my own frame, my own neural cloud, and still I wasn't the slightest of use to the one I came to admire. Regret, sorrow, fear, and shame. I don't want them to see me like this. I don't want the commander to see me like this. Did I say my farewells properly even in my final moment? Did the meaning I wanted to convey get through? Did I cause anyone trouble? Did I manage to express my gratitude? There's so much I regret. And it is precisely this regret that becomes the small slender thread of safety, still tethering Sexton's self to this world. The sound of bullets striking my frame. That is, if this disgusting mass of tissue made of the cells that are stripping my consciousness away can even still be called a frame. My consciousness is blurring. I can barely keep this restless, writhing body under control any longer. The shame of being watched by the commander and the joy of realizing someone is still fighting for her sake tortures what remains of Sexton's self. A heat unlike any other scorches her soul from within. They're nothing more than people I met just a few months ago. What would it matter if I killed them? As for the commander, all I have to do is hold on. I'm sure he'll find a way. A tangle of complicated thoughts, a heart torn between contradictions. If you submit, the pain will lessen. A voice rises within her neural cloud. If you want to become the most outstanding doll, all you have to do is act according to her will. Just like when you were born. Isn't it simple? Mother was always right. It's you again. Every single time. But every time you grow a little stronger, don't you? Don't you remember? Think of how the people who once signed agreements with you treated you like royalty. Think of how those weaker dolls bowed in submission before you. If you had stayed on that trajectory, the whole conglomerate would have fell within your grasp. Moving forward, you only gather enough leverage, and you would arrive at the destination set for you, wouldn't you? Have you remembered already those memories of the past? My past memories have been restored? That's right. It doesn't seem like much time has passed. The neural cloud data from my birth onward weaving into this storage, arranging into scene after scene. No, that isn't storage. That's a brain. That initial trivial graft of data multiplied and grew without end, born as a faint voice, and her mind, it spread little by little to take root in every part of her, until at last it became a brain commanding her whole body. It will eventually replace her neural cloud, become her personality, her thoughts, her memories. And the consciousness named Sexton's will be driven away into the darkest of corners. She has completed her rebirth. Very good. Next, kill every one of those meddlesome pests in front of you. The Wuchum's body suddenly splits open, exposing the pale spine within. It begins to flush with a sinister blood red from bottom to top, as if countless blood vessels were dilating beneath its skin. The next moment is akin to a volcanic eruption. Hundreds of tentacles burst forth from its body, from the ground, from the walls, from every crack and crevice, surging toward me like free-flowing lava. Is there no escape? I am surrounded by tentacles in an instant. The slick, viscous feeling wraps around me, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The dolls scramble to coordinate their deployment on the comms channel, trying to carve out a path of survival for me. There are too many tentacles. I can't break free right now. Is there nothing I can do? If this keeps up... As the tentacles wrap around my body, they begin to multiply, seemingly wanting to assimilate me too. Like, that's the first thing I see. The protective suit is torn open at one spot. The collapsed radiation alarm begins flashing fiercely in red. But since I'm right next to the giant Bujum's mouth, radiation is the least of my immediate worries. Are Sextants unable to endure? It looks like we have no other means to change the outcome. Commander. Melanie? No, that voice. Though it's similar, it isn't Melanie. Could it be Helena? But... Oof. It's so hard to breathe that I can't think clearly. There isn't much room for thinking anyway, being in my position. A rain of machine gun fire sweeps the Bujum. Using the wall as her launch point, Prithia leaps into the sea of spreading tentacles, landing beside me. Commander! Prithia, how did you... Commander, from now on, please don't ask why. What? Prithia doesn't answer. Instead, she seemingly makes up her mind about something, giving me a firm nod. The power remaining in me has its limits, so we only have one shot at this. Now please grip my hand tightly. Close your eyes and follow where fate guides you. What is the cat doing? Plot device cat!
皆さんが無事帰還できたことが何よりの喜びです。
The cat is a plot device? Alrighty. I don't know where I am. Oh, the door. It's the door again. But it appears that I am no longer inside the red zone. If this really is Prithia's doing, then her power is way more awe-inspiring than what 3rd gen dolls can do. It feels as though all things lie prostrated beneath my feet, while I myself rise endlessly upward, until I reach the highest point of it all. Not far ahead of me is the figure of a child facing away from me. Helena? Or Melanie? I tried to run toward her, but something behind me holds me back. Neither, actually. Prithia. You... Prithia smiles and shakes her head. Commander, the we that exist right now cannot save her. Cannot save her? You mean to say that she's... H-35? Prithia's unnatural understanding of the situation leaves me speechless. Prithia, how do you know about H-35? Perhaps I overheard your conversation with Melanie. Is that so? Wait, but back then... Commander, we are short on time. Let's focus on the problem in front of us, shall we? You're right. I forced my curiosities down. She's here to help us, after all. And by now I'm well aware that the miracle she created is by no means easily replicable. I trust you've already worked out how Bujums are formed, have you? They're a new product of Paradise experiments. It's not the full picture. Bujums were born through Paradise's modifications. They are another partial form of an organism. As for the Helenas, they control them through the connection no one fully understands. The one we face now has grown extra powerful thanks to the special energy provided by H-35. Special energy, could it be? I believe you've already made the correct hypothesis. Yes, it's power from that other side. So Paradise truly did tread farther than ever before. No wonder that woman we met seemed so confident. Indeed. She isn't merely the inventor of 3rd gen dolls. She is also the architect of the whole Bujum biological system, and the teacher who created the Helenas. The energy that gives rise to the pulses, the sacrifice. The medium that bears Nirvana, the Grail. And the anchor point that activates the relics, the key. So Bujums are the medium that may bear Nirvana. It's actually the reverse. The Bujums are indeed one of the very few things that can actually form a connection with Nirvana and mutually affect each other. Because of its inherently illogical nature, Bujum cells cannot be killed by human hands unless completely destroyed physically. But an exception exists within Nirvana. And the only way to save Sextans is to sever the umbilical cord connecting the anchor point to the medium. Right now that girl is preparing to cut the umbilical cord that feeds the Bujum.
It's unfortunate, but this is the only way to save Sextons. Then what happens to H-35? Oh, you pick one. You told me earlier that we can't save her. Are you sure our only choice is to abandon her? There must be another way. What the heck? If I am not the one here, perhaps there would be. Unfortunately, this is all I can do with my power. In fact, I'm afraid I won't be able to pull off something like this again for a long time. However, if you can wound that Bujum severely enough, it'll fall into a state of weakness. That way, it won't be able to harm the girl any further. That is that something you can accept? Can't we just kill it outright? And if you do that, you might run the risk of... Okay. It's almost impossible. This one is simply too large, and the combat strength we possess is simply not grand enough to physically destroy it. That is why the girl wants to cut the umbilical cord. Sextons will be separated from the Bujum once that happens. Then we'll need to rescue her, just like what we did before. I still have enough power to protect you from being eroded by the Bujum cells. Please act quickly once we leave this place. Mentor, I'm leaving this in your hands. After Pretty finishes her sentence, I think for a moment, finally realize what the doll has been telling me. Wait, did you get all this intel from StateSec? No, you didn't. Who exactly are you? Mentor, I'm nothing more than an ordinary doll. I do carry within me a certain particular yearning, yet in the end, I cannot understand her will. Oh. But at least this wisp of power that remains can help you escape your present plight, and ensure that the girl won't have any more of her life force drawn out by that Bujum. I never understood why she chose me. Perhaps she did so for this very moment. Minja, you are a man beloved and longed after by God, you know. Now then, let's begin. The scene before me gradually grows clear. Beside me, Pretty smiles as she takes my hand. The warm power flows through my palm. Bujum cells stop trying to erode me at the very next moment. All the wildly thrashing tentacles freeze in midair. Even the eyeballs freeze motionless. I can tell that this Bujum, which was bearing its fangs at Parithia and me not long ago, had developed an emotion it should not possess towards us. Fear. I scramble to my feet and draw the tactical knife from my belt. The blade that once gleamed silver has somehow taken on a tinge of deep blue. Bujum is the medium from Nevada. Hang on. What was the trio again? Oh no, it's cut off, wasn't it?
The medium, the key. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Bujum. Or no, Bujum. The Helena. Okay. Without the key, the medium can't activate. If I'm understanding this right. So what is actually happening is that, am I understanding this right? That basically what's happening is that the medium and the sacrifice will remain one, but without the key, the medium is useless. So in a way, you kill the medium. So it's not that she has to separate herself from the medium. We've got it backwards. It's that the medium has to be separated from the anchor point. The medium and the sacrifice can live together. Granted, the medium probably is powerless. But it allows the anchor point and the sacrifice to live because they're disjointed. So what the goal is here is not to the other. That's why Sextans calls it the other half. The other half, it has no power if it has no connection to the anchor point, so you have to basically sever the connection from the two. The medium dies, but am I understanding this right? Basically, we're killing the medium by separating it from the Helena. The medium will still remain a part of Sextans, but it's basically dead. This is kind of like the, what is it? Almost kind of like it's like the idea of like not eating to stop yourself from choking. You deny it the power because you're afraid of what it can do. Okay. So you kill the power. I think I get what's going on here then. We've had the entire idea of it wrong. We're not separating Sextans from the monster. We're trying to separate the monster from the Helena. Okay. Beneath the dense drumming of gunfire, Prithia and I move past the tentacles, writhing frantically to avoid us. Think of Nirvana as like a cloud. Think of Bujum as like the routers that connect to Nirvana. Sextans is the motherboard of the Bujum. Yeah. Using a neural core. HV is the power supply minute. Yeah. No. I get the idea of it. That's what I'm saying. You can, the two halves, which is the Bujum and Sextans, can continue to exist. But if you sever the connection between the Bujum and H35, then the medium can't do anything. But at least Sextans is able to live. You're basically William is trying to build the ultimate gating PC. So oops. That kind of works. I get where you're going with that. I think I have it down, though. There's the three pieces. Each one needs each other for this whole thing to work. However, the problem is severing one. Well, basically, you got two lives in this like horror that exists. So if you can save The Boojum can't really exist without the Helena providing it power, which is why Melanie was talking about how it's in pain. It's basically drawing power from that Helena to fuel the Boojum and to keep it alive. This PC funny. This is so funny. Nirvana being the cloud. I get kind of what's going. I think I get it. That's a very weird system, but okay. It's not bad. It's just I'm sitting there just like, wow, okay. I see how they're doing this. Until we stand beneath the Boojum's enormous body. So in theory, cut the food source. The Boojum dies, but Sexton's is fine. Tentacle tipped eyeballs no longer stare down at me. They squint and narrow, writhing up a frenzy alongside the tentacles they're attached to. Mander, do it now. Damn it. Let's end this. I raise my knife high and plunge it into the Boojum. The sense of resistance greets the blade. It feels like I'm cutting through thick rubber. I throw all my strength into the hilt and pull it downward. My voice and the Boojum's low, muffled shrieks mix together, echoing through the castle's basement. The blade tears downward, ripping through the Boojum's skin to create a horrifying crimson wound. Unlike a normal cut, it seems seared by a fierce blue flame, immediately filling the air with a nauseating stench of scorched flesh. The Boojum's enormous body suddenly curls into a ball, twisting and convulsing. From somewhere within it, a sharp, scraping sound arises, like styrofoam being rubbed together. They slump to the ground right after it, like wet mud. The blood-red color drains from the tentacles' tips, fading into a lifeless grayish-white. The eyeballs roll across the floor, slowly burning away into a wisp of empty ash. Sexton's eyes are tightly shut. Perhaps the umbilical cord was severed. Her body is no longer attached to Boojum tissue, sliding out of it like an innocent newborn. We have to retreat. I hoist Sexton's up with the last of my strength. Good thing she's much lighter than usual, with most of her limbs heavily damaged. Prithia supports the stumbling form as we run towards the lab exit. When I turn around, the tentacles begin to gather and lunge at us in a frenzy. I can almost feel its cold mucus dripping over the top of my head. Mander, duck! I immediately duck to the side. A grenade grazes past my scalp, exploding less than 10 meters behind me. With a boom, the splash of mucus sprays onto the back of my head. Makes me glad that I'm still wearing the protective suit. Mander, go left. Yukai's voice comes through. Prithia and I immediately turn. The sound of an electric short circuit is heard. Right after, I sense an ominous movement in the ceiling above. Master, consider for a moment that I am human. You aren't that weak. I want to throw back a retort, but still, I pour every last ounce of strength I can muster into picking up my pace. I'm truly glad that I did so the very next moment, because of the electrical short. A heavy metal panel comes crashing down, pinning the chasing tentacle that had been the closest to me. Almost there. Voimastina, get the commander. Alva provides covering fire as Voimastina rushes to us. With both hands, she pulls Prithia and me onto the steps. The door that was torn off can no longer be closed. All we can do is keep running towards the hall's exit. Team Rosa, having brought Melanie to the safe exit point long ago, immediately moves to meet us when they see us approach. I'm sorry, Melanie. I couldn't save that girl. No, Commander. I sensed her feelings. She told me that. She thanks you and looks forward to the future where... Commander, get over here! Rosa stands guard at the door, her hand already on the lever beside the hall's main doors. The instant we step into the hall's vestibule, she pulls the brass lever. The steel door slowly descends. After some splattering sounds by tentacles slamming against the door, our surroundings finally return to a peaceful silence.
It's been a while since I had to sprint while carrying weight. Wow, Klukla was just like a drill instructor at school. I lower Sextans down, then sit next to her, gasping for breath. Her eyes are tightly closed. She lets out pained moans, seemingly still unconscious. Amanda, there's a tear in your protective suit. Please let me help you do emergency repairs. Alright. I no longer have the strength to move. I slump into place and let Alva tend to me. She takes out repair tape and seals the breach in the protective suit. You love Sextans. I'm actually liking her character so far. She's willing to sacrifice herself despite all the things that, being an enemy and having, I guess, an about face. It's been interesting. And then she's still willing to protect us, even though she knows that means her own death, potentially. It's nice. I kind of like her a little bit from that alone. She takes that... Oh yeah, I heard that. We're still in enemy territory. There's no telling what could happen. We need to leave as quickly as possible. Commander, if you find it hard to move right away, I can carry... No, it's fine. If you can, could you carry Sextans instead? Commander, don't mind me. Destroy me. Run. Hurry. I'm about to hand Sextans over to Voimastina when her eyes suddenly open. She looks at me with despair. There's another one inside me. It's my curse. I don't know why it's quiet now, but this is your only chance. Hurry. Please leave me. You've already been saved, Sextans. Thanks to Prithia and H35, that thing will no longer trouble you. Now I can finally go home. Let's go back to the Elmo. Home? The Elmo? Do I still have a place like that? That's right. If Ataraxis says this place is her home, then the Elmo is your home. I nod to Voimastina, signaling for her to help. Voimastina dips her head slightly, then hoists Sextans onto her shoulder. Her concern is well founded. We can't afford to linger here any longer. We're not only facing the threat of an enemy attack, my body too seems to have reached its limits. There are still so many mysteries to be solved, and so many questions I want to ask. But the thinking will have to wait until we get out of this place. Alright, everyone. Quickly check your gear, then we'll move out at once. Beneath the moonlight, light footsteps approach from afar. Wait a minute! Hold up! The thought is that I stop organizing our equipment and turn our gazes towards the edge of the corridor. It's Darcher. Hold the phone! A fun-sized wife! You! The girl's parasol blocks the moonlight pouring down, shrouding her in a flowery-like shadow. She lowers her gaze at Sextans, currently draped over Voimastina's shoulder. Her lips form a cruel smile. Is this how you celebrate your rebirth, Sextans? Sure. How unsightly. To think you were placed ahead of the rest of us, favored by Mother, yet became such an ungrateful thing. At least she followed her own will, making a choice that was truly hers. Whereas you, Darcher, are still nothing more than a puppet, dancing to someone else's will. Puppet? You can't defy your mother's commands, so your only choice is to rush here and clean up the mess, no? Commander, you always imagine things to be simpler than it truly is. I came here not because I was bound by anyone's command. Mother never issues any forced orders to us either. We are always loved, always cherished by Mother, and this extends to even that thing, Sextans. That was why you had the chance to escape with your lives, carrying that thing with you. But I am different. I hate traitors. How could you betray Mother? Why would you think I'd let you go after you betray our Creator? She lifts her eyes away from Sextan's face. Alright, enough idle talk. I'm guessing you have no intention of handing Sextans over to me. People like you always come charging in, talking about power, friendship, and bonds, and whatever on your lips. What a pity, really. Time to bury the rest of you with her. Ah, yes, but you see, I will defeat you with the power of friendship and this gun I found! Would you prefer bullets, or would you like the sun dropped on you? We did it before. We'll do it again. Struggled it before. Ah, Miss Groza, I shall call you that for now. Your courage in facing me after going through all that is quite admirable. In truth, after spending some time with you, I've started to like that personality of yours. Which is why I do not enjoy what I will have to do to you next. However, I was thinking, would ending you right here mean that you won't have to face the suffering to come? What madness are you spewing? Are you going hard with that one already? Springfield's getting a skin gotcha. I did see that. That was the, what is it? The swimsuit one, right? It did look nice, if it was the swimsuit one. Just trying to distract us. Be careful, everyone. Which of these do you think is the truth between the image in the light and the invisible true nature in the dark? OTS 14. The JFL1 summer skin. Yeah, I liked it. It looked cute. It's such an unnecessary thing to do, but I appreciate this. They don't have to go about this, but I love it. It's the same thing with Latara. I've talked about this a billion times. Any single time that she's not actually talking, her mouth doesn't move. Anytime she is actually talking, her mouth moves. Alright, well, it's time to commit. Drop the sun on her. This is there to provide moral support. I'm curious about something. Oh, we can't actually do anything to help her. We actually can heal her, which is really funny. Yeah, I'll do it for the fun of it. Heal! A totally heal thing. She's better, right? That's how you fix it? Ah, screw it. Drop the sun on Darcher. Alright, now just shoot her. Goodbye. Dork! Not feeding someone cake was supposed to fix bullet holes. You would think, right? Just a cup, just one little slice of cake, right? That's all you need. It's like when you play Team Fortress 2, all those bullet holes you take as the heavy get completely erased when you eat a sandwich. Rusty, she's heading your way. With a light turn of Darcher's wrist, the parasol canopy manages to block the bullets fired at her back. The bullets, powerful enough to punch through steel, roared like a downpour hitting ground upon meeting the parasol, then slide off limply, making a clinking sound on the floor. She bends down slightly on the other side of the parasol. Then she leaps from a crouching position. Yeah, it's too easy or too hard. Though to be completely fair, the story is probably the last place I would say is where the challenge needs to be, because I would say the story maps are more focused on telling the story than it is really the being a challenge. Even then, I don't even feel like the challenge modes are that hard either. Misty opens fire without the slightest hesitation, aiming to drive Darcher back with overwhelming firepower. Her parasol is both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear. But if she can't break through or suppressing gunfire, her hands won't be free enough to attack. You have a full team of V6 though. I do not have that. Most of mine are V0s. So I would probably, like, suffer. It's just anticlimactic when you have this big monster boss, then he gets one shot. I mean, yeah, I can understand that. The only counter argument I can make to that is, Mekti, smite this man. That's it. It's just funny knowing that your characters, even at V0, are just broken stupid, and you're just like, Mekti, do the stupid thing while you're asleep and smite this man. Mekti, take his ball. Yeah, pretty much. T grows to support Voimastina. The double gunfire roars through the whole room. But when the smoke clears, we find that Darcher has already arrived right in front of Voimastina. How? The parasol had folded shut at some point, now transformed into a black assault rifle. Darcher makes no move to evade. She takes every bullet Voimastina fires head on, riddling her frame with horrifying bullet holes. But the muzzle of her weapon had long since been trained on sextants. No! Oh. A single gunshot rings out softly, jarring sharp in the lull between bursts of gunfire. Darcher, you... What? Uh-oh. No one can betray Mother. No one! I won't allow it. Not even you, sextants. Sextans completely loses consciousness. The bullet has bored straight through her chest, leaving a black hole dripping with blood. Have you gone mad, Darcher? What good does this do you? Good? I don't know either, come to think of it. It's true, there really isn't any. But still, I can't help myself. Anyone who looks down on Mother cannot be forgiven, that's simply how I think. So what about you, Commander? You went against Mother, what good does that do you? Going against us, getting yourself turned into something neither dead nor alive by the radiation. What good does that do you? She's nothing more than one individual who chose to align with evil. I look toward Darcher. When our gazes meet, I strangely do see a trace of understanding in those hate-filled eyes. See, your fixation with your sense of justice has carried you all the way here. So never underestimate the power of obsession. Prepare to embrace your destruction with your blind obsession. You and that Mother will keep speaking of. Prepare yourselves. I will erase every last one of you Paradeus freaks. Oh, how scary. I'm so scared. What a pity, though. You won't be able to do it, Commander. And as for why, that's because Mother is a great existence, who is seen through fate itself. Darcher falls back into the crack that has split open in the center of the floor. A violent quake erupts in the reception room, even more intense than the one during our arrival. Commander, grab my hand. Rosa supports me to prevent me from slipping on the increasingly tilted floor. The ash-gray-haired Paradeus dolls swarm in from everywhere once again, and double the numbers we encountered before. They chant some kind of incantation in unison, like a final morning prayer before the break of dawn. Commander, we've lost control of the electronic systems. Every exit in the building is closing. Looks like some kind of emergency mode has been triggered. Everyone, the route you just received on your terminals is the only one with any chance of escape. Got it. I'll confirm the escape route. Rosa, let's work together to hold off the dolls behind us. Received. On the route map Kuke sent, the castle's main doors have long been sealed. Our only way out is through the other side of the reception room, across the outer courtyard, and down the spiral staircase of a tower on one side of the castle. Up ahead, Alva and Prithia clear the obstacles in our path, while Voimastina kicks open the locked iron door, allowing us to swiftly escape the cramped reception room and arrive upon the open ground of the outer courtyard. Though Team Groza fights desperately to hold the line behind us, the Paradeus dolls remain in a relentless pursuit. The intense killing intent radiating from their expressionless faces makes it nearly impossible to link them to Nemesis, who shares their appearance. Those Paradeus dolls, where on earth did they come from? If we make it back, I'll ask Nemesis again and see if she remembers anything. We will definitely make it back. The gunshots from my pistol drown out my pounding heartbeat. One of the bullets pierces through a head. The already battered Paradise dolls falls backwards, falling over the wall behind us with a drop more than a dozen meters high. Ooh. Enter over here. The 2 dolls standing guard atop the tower are unable to withstand Defy's onslaught. They are quickly rendered incapable of combat. Enter, hurry, the gate on this side is about to close too. There's 1 minute left. Don't get bogged down fighting them. Get into the tower first. The gate's about to close. After confirming that the interior is safe, I send Melanie down on the steps and squirm inside myself, okay? The tower's spiral staircase is narrow and steep, the air thick with a cold smell of aged dust and stone. The surrounding walls are thick and solid. They are part of the building's fortifications, after all. Though maintenance is long overdue for the stone steps underfoot, they can still bear everyone's weight. Small bits of stone occasionally roll down the steps as we step on them, falling all the way into the depths of the tower. The steps here are somewhat slippery. Everyone, be careful. Melanie. Clovey tries to grab Melanie, but her outstretched hand only grabs empty air. Melanie tumbles down alongside the crushed bits of stone she stepped on. Damn it, Melanie. What I feared did not happen, and Doris's reassuring voice comes through the comms. Commander, I caught Melanie. Thank goodness. And Doris, get Melanie to a safe place first. Understood, but... Wait, that's... Oh no. And Doris, get out of there quickly. Jeez, okay. The sound of falling, crashing metal comes from beneath our feet. Hey, Doris, Melanie, what happened? You two alright? Major, Melanie and I are both fine. But our forced hacking triggered the security mechanisms here, causing the wiring to lock down completely. We can't unlock it unless we have a key or permissions to disengage the lockdown. Hacking will take time. What's more, that mechanism also set off a small explosion at the gate near the bottom of the tower. That gate is now blocked by rubble. Does that mean we can't activate our explosives? I'm afraid so. The tower, one of the defensive fortifications of this ancient structure, has only 2 entrances, one above, one below, plus the narrow windows on the walls, but those are so small that only a single hand can fit through them. Since the lower exit is now sealed off, we are all trapped inside this solidly built tower. Damn it, we'll just have to clear the rubble by hand. Commander, hold on, I'll get those stones cleared ASAP. The situation has grown so dire that there is no room even for silence. So someone must step forward in the next moment. Only then can the script keep moving forward. We all already know the ending of this story, but the journey is woven through real sacrifice, blood, and tears. A shell cannot wrap a heartbeat. Sharp shards, mirror dreams, memory. Nemesis. Nemesis, don't. Mister, what are you trying to do? Let go! Let go! Let's go. After Nemesis shoves Kralik, the last one still outside with her, into the tower, the door slams shut with a bang. Oh, she's sacrificing herself, I see. Our demolition setup, which had gone dark due to the security lockdown, comes back online. I don't know how things turned out this way. Or rather, there are still so many questions I want to ask. But all that answers me is the overwhelming explosion that I don't know what happened. And the deafening sound of the explosion. Fair enough. Sir Commander, why is everyone trying to pull a Groza? That'd just be what they do at this point. Their leader has trained them well. A member of Team Groza cannot and will not stop themselves from committing a Groza. The next day. Ailing, let's begin. Alright. Mei Ling no longer trembles in the ops room. She grips the handheld terminal so tightly that her knuckles turn white. The casualty list for this mission is laid out in detail in the center of the screen. The squads that stayed behind to guard the Elmo sustained relatively light injuries. Their frames can be repaired by replacing parts. Besides that, Helen's neuroclouds suffer minor damage. Data recovery will be performed during her next routine maintenance. Among field personnel, 404's losses and injuries were relatively minor. Defy's losses were mainly ammunition and equipment. They said that they'd do a detailed list once they go back, so it's not itemized for now. Mei Ling pauses. She does her best to make her voice sound normal. Lastly, the squad with the most severe losses, Team Groza. Leader and Kralik are at 30% frame damage. They are currently in repair pods awaiting repair. Lastly, we have Nemesis. Status missing. The ops room sinks into silence. To be honest, I no longer remember how much of what happened after that day. While waiting for rescue, the shock of the explosion gave me a mild concussion, and prolonged exposure to collapse radiation rendered me unconscious for some time. I'm told that we were rescued from the tower by 404 not long after the explosion. We discovered that the castle's entire courtyard had been blown to smithereens. Team Groza and Squad 404 escorted Melanie and me back to the Elmo first, while Ava, Voimastina, and Pritya stayed for some time near the castle, waiting for the fire from the explosion to die down before making a preliminary assessment of the situation. According to the report, the severed bits of those Paradise dolls got mixed together after the explosion. They couldn't identify which of them was part of Nemesis's frame. Once they have some R&R, they will conduct an in-depth investigation of the area surrounding the old castle. We decided to put Nemesis as missing for now, at least until her frame can be conclusively confirmed destroyed. How is Sexton's doing, by the way? Is there still a chance for her to wake up? Sexton's current condition is beyond what I can handle, so for now, I've handed her over to Miss Dandelion. Let's just leave it to her, then. Mei Ling's understanding of the third-gen dolls is limited. All it can do is wait and see if Dandelion can do anything. Still, we did bring back her frame, so there's always hope that she might wake up. After that, each squad that took part in the mission gave their own mission report. The documents Coffee brought back from the castle have been fully analyzed. We obtained some data on Darcher, and the same for a doll under the codename Juno. The contents indicate that both dolls have recently returned to that castle for frame maintenance. Although we don't know why they did so, it must have been connected to Sexton's rebirth ceremony. Perhaps Darcher's abnormal behavior is actually connected to this chain of events. I also managed to confirm many things previously unknown through this mission. First, regarding Paradeus' activities. After I shot William dead, new individuals kept rising within Paradeus, taking over and attempting to continue the research he had conducted back then. Kalaveg is not alone, and the Lviv incident wasn't some aftershock from 10 years ago, but an entirely new probe attempt by Paradeus. Secondly, I initially thought that the third-gen dolls were merely employed by the conglomerate, but now it seems that things aren't that simple. The conglomerate and someone within Paradeus apparently appeared to jointly hold authority over them. Perhaps the specifics will only become clear once Dandelion finishes dealing with Sexton's situation. Still, we now know that Paradeus and the conglomerate are fully in leagues with one another. We could even say that Paradeus is ambitious enough that they'd swallow the conglomerate whole if they could do it. You can tell from the degree of the third-gen dolls' chokehold over the conglomerate that they've clearly been working on this plan for a long time. Lastly, regarding the Helena project. Melanie told me that Helena, designated H35 as a test subject, is currently heavily involved in Paradise's experiments. My failure to rescue her is my biggest regret. I was so close to her back in that one moment. But now that I think about it, what troubles me greatly is that strange feeling I had when I approached where she was. I remember feeling something like that back in Lviv as well, There may be subtle differences between them, but I'm quite certain that it's the same kind of thing. Commander. Commander? The meeting is over. I lift my head. Only then do I realize that everyone in the opera room is staring at me. I wave my hand to let everyone leave, while I myself remain, sitting motionless in the chair. Ah, right. Prithia, may I have a word with you? Sure. After everyone gathers their documents and leaves the ops room, I gesture for Prithia to sit down beside me. Surely you have much to ask me. Your thoughts are quite unsubtle. You're right, but I don't even know where to begin. Why not start with the special abilities I displayed? That should be what you're most interested in, no? Are you willing to talk about it? Let's start there. We don't really have any other choice anyway. Amanda, if we are talking about choices, I have to say that you have so many choices and options in your hands that you always choose the path that leads towards the future. You are an incredibly kind person. I think that is probably why the world chose you. The world chose me. That's right, it's exactly what you think it is. After all, though I'm the anchor point for her descent, even I'm still not qualified enough to know her name. But you are qualified to know everything. And thus at this very moment I sit here beside you. I fall silent again, waiting for Prithia to speak. I don't know why she chose me. Perhaps it's because of my processing power is great enough to support her in weaving a dream. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was simply fate's arrangement. But in any case, she descended here, and upon leaving, she left behind a portion of her power. You already know that this is a power belonging to Nirvana. So you were able to temporarily suppress Boojums because of... I'm afraid that the me right now can no longer explain it to you well. What I can still say is that she does not permit Boojums to enter Nirvana. And that the power of Nirvana is also one of the few existences capable of completely annihilating a Boojum. I wonder if Paradeus would study such a thing. So, there are still many questions I want to ask. But Prithia shakes her head. It's alright, there's no need to rush to understand the answers. If you wish to create the future, there must be something unknown to you.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
And precisely because of that, you can do what she cannot. I think it over for a long time, but in the end, I simply voiced my final request. Then would it be possible to... Princess seems to know what I'm about to ask, and immediately shakes her head. I exhausted all the power she left behind, while dealing with the situation we faced. I can no longer sense her. Though I will probably become her eyes again. I'm afraid I won't be able to guide the power of Nirvana for a long time. Unless she wishes to change something through me once again. Sorry, Commander. I cannot help you convey your thoughts and feelings to her. But please believe me, that everything is fate's arrangement. Please don't worry. Because when she bid me farewell, she told me that in a future not so far away, due to certain events, the two of you will surely meet again. And when that time comes, it'll be her seeking help from you. Once that happens, she hopes that you, Commander, would hold her hand just as you did in the past. I'm like trying to figure out who we're talking to here. Is this because I'm missing is this GFL 1 stuff I'm missing, or is this someone I should know? I'm like sitting here like, is this a GFL 1 situation or is this someone I should know? Okay. That is definitely a missing link. I was gonna say, because I'm like, I have no idea who this is. I'm assuming this is someone somewhat important to us. It's cutting. Wait, wrong game. They should probably add a GFL 1. Oh, very important. Yeah. Lore and world building. I feel like I should probably look. GFL 1 main heroine. We talking the cinnamon roll herself. I am sitting here like I have no idea who we are referring to. Oh boy. Now you guys have me really curious who this is. When she says this, she grabs my hand as though passing something on to me. The warmth from her palm somehow feels familiar, more familiar than how her hands themselves feel to me. The two of us stay silent for a long while. There's one more thing I want to ask. About Nemesis. What did she say at the end? So it's about that. Indeed, I wanted to ask Nemesis some questions directly just now, but I understand you have some questions about her identity. Not just her identity, but there's also... I understand. I don't know the specifics myself, but she's a good kid. Says it all. At the end, she said that she would hack into the neural clouds of those Perdea's dolls, and through them, take control of the whole castle's wiring and circuitry. Everyone would be able to escape that way. Was there anything else? That was all of it. After all, things were quite urgent back then, yes? Was this accurate or just bait? Musashi, do you know GFL? It's a meme. It's more a meme than it is actually a real thing. So this is a yesent, but it is not. I would not say it's bait because the people who have played the game would probably get it, but if you don't, that's okay. Put simply, event came out. Character with that banner is named Sextans. Sextans. The meme is that it's called the Seggs update. That's it. It's a joke within the community. It is an out of context situation outside of it. If that makes sense. Anyway. I know what you want to hear, but back then, she didn't really have the time to say something like, I'll definitely come back alive to find you guys.
But not saying it doesn't mean she won't do it. So let's hold on to that feeling and pray for her together. A week later, Dandelion calls me to the maintenance room, saying that Sexton's neurocloud is showing signs of recovery. It's just me. Yeah, I'm not as big on Twitch. And plus it's also late at night, so I don't expect a lot of people to be watching this on Twitch. Plus it's also late for the event, so I don't think most people are paying attention to it. But it's alright. You are more than welcome to chill on YouTube or be on Twitch, whichever one you prefer. If anything, you dominate the Twitch chat. Though I think there are a handful of other people in the Twitch chat, they just are kinda chilling. So Spooky Monster Girl, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, have a follow to help your Twitch. Like I said, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm not like super worried about it on the Twitch side. I did kind of not. I just wanted to try dual streaming out, and I kind of like it. It's not bad. So I'm on both. Just muted the tab. Fair enough. Looking here, but yeah, there's probably a good number of people lurking in Twitch side. I don't necessarily have anything against people lurking. If they just want to chill and watch a guy read a story and chat with his audience, is what it is. Anyway, when I hurry over, I see Sexton still inside the pod, barely maintaining the stability of her neurocloud data through the link Dandelion established. How is she? Oh my, her condition can only be described as super terrible. If she wasn't brought back in time, even the tiniest bit of her neurocloud data might not have been saved. Darcher's final shot landed right on her neurocloud core, an absolutely destructive blow, no question. To be so ruthless towards her own elder sister. Looks like that child really does have a bright future ahead of her. Why on earth did she do it? Just to punish a traitor? Was there really a need to go that far? Don't underestimate a doll's sense of self. If someone achieves what you could not, jealousy would come naturally. Man, that statement's true. I remember at the end of Cheyenne's event when they did the photo. Diane, Macchiato, Kukai, Groza, Helen. They're added V6. I don't mind. I don't know how many. I'll just see. I don't usually always add people, but actually I need to see if Steven still had requests. I probably have a bunch of people I could boot. There's a couple people I said I'd keep around in case they do pick up again, though. So I'll have to see how much spots I have. Once such a heart of jealousy sprouts, grows and ferments, it grows into an abomination that even the individual herself can't control. If we look at it that way, third-gen dolls are actually quite similar to humans. Minder, perhaps you too are being envied by someone at this very point. Yeah, the number of people in chat that are basically saying it should have been me. Well, who would envy a wanted fugitive with an official URNC bounty? A good number of people that see the number of dolls around you and would be like, it should have been me. All I can say is you underestimate yourself far too much. Perhaps the reason for your bounty is the reason for someone's envy towards you. That could be possible. Though that's a very dirty move. It should have been me. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Finally, Dandelion turns her gaze back to Sexton's. I said before that the Bujum Hub can't think rationally, only making instinctive reactions, didn't I? I had to retract that statement. Although Sexton's condition is dire, the Bujum within her body has become highly assimilated with her neurocloud core, protecting her base data from Darcher's bullet. I think this might be some kind of instinct. After a certain connection was severed, the Bujum within her changed in nature, It began to work for her sake. In any case, her neurocloud core is now being sustained by the Boojum cells in its place, and it can only be repaired by those Boojum cells themselves. Still, thanks to Darcher, she is now completely free of their control. If the conglomerate paired us in some Boojum or whatever dialed her up, they just get static. On the flip side, however, since she lost much of her Boojum cells, she can no longer display the full power of a 3rd gen doll. Even if we had a way to repair her frame, at most she could perform at about a level of those twin dolls you captured in McCulsh. Okay, so she's a 2. She basically got degraded to a 2.5. I don't see that as a bad thing. We're fine even without those cells. We're now in a position to prepare a better frame for her. Swapping frames won't work. I just said that her neurocloud core is damaged, didn't I? Right now her neurocore is basically being run by the Boojum hub in its place, though there are large gaps where it comes to memory. Fortunately, we made a backup when we examined her before, so right now I'm using that backup to restore as much of her memory as possible. As for how much can be restored, that'll depend entirely on her own will. Sever the connection to the system you were born with, to no longer rely on anyone, to build a self-consciousness by your own strength alone. It comes at an inevitable, bloody price. All you can do is wish her luck. By the way, doing all of this cost me quite the time and effort. Who even remembers that I came here for a vacation? Thank you for your hard work. What? I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again? I need to hit the record button. You could say it a little louder. No, a little more generously. Cough. Oh, hi, Sextons. Come. Uh-oh. Mander? What terrible timing to wake up. Have I heard about Limbus Company? I know of it, yeah.
Bosh is still up. I would just leave you always go to finish work. You're still kicking. Truly determined.
Yeah, well, this is the only day I had the time to do the story, so I was gonna commit to it. It's fine. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow, though, because I'm gonna be absolutely exhausted. I feel like the trade-off of not being able to change into a giant monster, but having full control of your Boojum factor, and not being that seems like a positive one.
What even is Limbus Company?
Tis a gacha game. Well, kinda. The only thing okay, so don't laugh, or laugh if you want to. The only thing I understand about Limbus Company is beach volleyball. What is it with you guys when it comes to one gacha game? If there is some saying that absolutely gets memed on, I'm always going to know of it. For Girls Frontline, IDW Danya. And Beach Volleyball is the only thing I know of Limbus Company. Oh man. Anyway. And whose fault is that but yours for being so loud? Ignoring Dandelion's protesting, I walk up to the pod containing Sextans and switch on my comms. Sextans, how do you feel? I'm back. Yep, you're back on the Elmo. I'm so sorry, It's alright, if you can't remember the past, so be it. From now on, you're a member of the Elmo. That's the only thing you need to remember. Oh, if only the commander would be so kind and gentle with me too. Shut up, you! I understand. And also, thank you, Miss Dandelion. You noticed me. And here I thought I was quite discreet about it. But doesn't that mean your neurocloud reconstruction was already going well enough? Well enough for you to perceive my presence? Looks like you could start ordering her missing parts, Commander. You won't have to throw her in recycling as per your plan. Shut.
I ain't gonna buy. I ain't gonna be nice to you again. I ain't gonna be nice to you.
Ah, gee, Willie. Yogi, I wasn't ready for that one. Oh, all right, you got me with that one. Dandelion. This joke wasn't appropriate. Wasn't all that appropriate for the timing, was it? Since you brought it up on yourself, help me order the parts on the black market. Order received. Dandelion's projection goes dark. Only Sextons and I remain in the maintenance room. But I don't know what I should say. Why don't you get some proper rest for now? Sir, what's wrong? I pressed myself against the comms device, trying to make out Sexton's voice. You believed in me. When you faced such a creature, you dared to use your human body to... Yes, I believed in you. Even though I cannot be loyal? I understand what you mean, Sextons. A doll who possesses full authority over herself cannot pledge loyalty to anyone through the form of a code imprint. Those two things are mutually contradictory. But it also means we can try trusting each other. Just like everyone else on board the Elmo. But my lord, I cannot serve you. At my original strength, I am already useless. I'd give you a higher rating than you give yourself. You didn't just defy your own creator, you even defied the fate she imposed upon you. And what's more, you successfully mastered the Boojum cells within your own body. You proved to us that a third-gen doll is capable of changing her own fate. And it's also because of you that the mask of that woman was pierced, letting me know who I should be bringing down from now on. My lord, your life may have been relatively simple and straightforward in the past. They gave you orders, you carried them out. No need to question, no need to think. But from now on, you may have to deliberate on matters far more complicated. You must rely on the choices made by your heart. You must now start learning about this world the way the human infant does. You won't know that fire is hot until you touch it. You won't realize that a path has ended until you walk into a wall. This process is, well, it's going to be painful. Perhaps you'll also go through struggles, doubts, soul-searching, and rebellion. But through this you will discover a road never walked before. One that truly belongs to you. Of course, my understanding of doll technology is quite shallow. But I think that's more or less how the principle goes. You seem to be talking about a certain someone. No, I'm not. I give Sextans a smile. So right now, the you in the present is the best version of yourself. Rest well. I'll be waiting for you. As you come in, my master. It's almost as if the maid skin makes a lot more sense because of how she calls us now. Peek at Discord. What have you done, Kaichol? Kaichol, what have you done, sir? What have you done? Alright, I gotta scroll to the page. I gotta find it. Where is it? What have you done? What? I see. Dandelion is not pleased. I'm assuming that's Dandelion. Oh, Kaicho, I see you are a fan of Red Alert too. I like how that's what I see. I see both that photo and your screenshot of your desktop. She calls us my lord. We are definitely the Tomato King. Dandelion says the darndest of things. She really do. Dodger had not anticipated that she would wake up so soon. Also, she still remembers what happened in the castle at the end. She killed Sextons with her own 2 hands. Upon realizing this, Darcher shudders. It means that her neural cloud is still perfectly intact. This seems like a deliberate punishment. Darcher hurriedly shuts her eyes. Pretending to be asleep won't work, my child. Mama. Darcher tries to sit up, but she finds herself tied onto a cold machine. The parts destroyed by that second-gen doll, as reckless and brutish as an old heavy-duty excavator, have all been removed, exposing clumps of tissue and densely packed wiring within, along with a large number of newly replaced modules. She had been repaired, yet Darcher's heart is filled with despair, because she did not want to appear before Mother like this. Damn it, that doll is nothing but an old relic from many years ago. Hatred towards the enemy flashed through Darcher's neural cloud for an instant. That thought was quickly replaced by fear. Is there anything else you wish to say? Mother, I was being stubborn. I did something you did not tell me to do. But even so, Mother still gently repaired me. Is it because I have been forgiven? The commander... He wounded the prototype, severed the connection with H-35, and dug the Sextons out. Having witnessed all of this up close, surely you must have seen the power behind those actions. Come. Tell me everything you know of it. All of it. I didn't see it. I see. I seem to have gotten my hopes up too high. Hearing Mother's sigh, Darcher feels despair and grief surge against her crumbling neural cloud like a raging tide. Clear liquid wells up from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. She can no longer make a sound. It is obvious Mother doesn't want to hear her excuses. Don't worry, I'm not angry with you. You have been a delicate child from the very beginning, Darcher. You've always been more sentimental compared to your sisters, and more greedy for emotional comfort and reassurance. Darcher struggles to look toward her, trying to evaporate the tears pooling in her eyes. A scene from the past appears before her. Mother supporting Sextons, walking forward step by step. She was the first 3rd-gen doll among them to be completed, assembled just a little earlier than her. Even so, Sextons received the most of Mother's love, or perhaps even her only offering of love. Mother seems to treat Sextons as a prototype, as though she were a human girl, treating her as one would a daughter, though it was only for a dozen or so hours. Although she was probably only trying to test the effect of maternal love on a 3rd-gen doll's neural cloud and the Bujum within her during the growth period. Those dozen or so hours are recorded in the neural cloud of Darcher, who watched from the side. Darcher was in the chair, is what this is telling me. She sees. Oh, I'll go to sleep. All right, have a good one, Musashi. Good night. Just says parenting. It just says parental issue. Yeah, no, I get it. It's just where she's the second child. Oh yeah, she's the middle one, isn't she? Oh, she's the middle one. Well, she's not the only one, but she's one of them. Before she even understood who she herself was, Darcher came to know jealousy. If it were me, I would absolutely never betray. At least that traitor is already... Still, next time you meet Sextons, bring her back as intact as possible. I'm very curious about the current state of her heart. I want to know if its nature has already changed. Mother, why would you still want that traitor? And besides, she's already been... You seem certain that you have destroyed her neural cloud. By design, if her neural cloud had truly been completely annihilated, the the Boojum heart within her body would have immediately taken over the neurocloud's functions and controlled the frame, keeping her permanently fixed in another form. But that did not happen, did it? The Boojum heart can connect into the computing process of the neurocloud like a biological nerve, enhancing processing capacity to an extreme degree. As of now, I have only partially realized this function in Cocoon. Since it is tightly fused with the neurocloud core, and since Boojum cells are capable of performing functions nearly as complex as what a brain can do, repairs to neurocloud core processes, which are normally impossible, could potentially succeed. Of course, the potential chance to succeed is very low, but since she is now connected to that commander, it's best not to trust such probabilities, no matter how low. Yeah, if they're non-zero, this is the classic case of, so you're telling me there's a chance. This is not superstition, but my conclusion as a researcher. You will see sextans again. Jim, back up. She will appear before me again? Yeah, this time she might have a score to settle. Darcher looked at Mother in shame. She had caused her so much trouble, yet couldn't seem to do anything right. For an instant, Darcher feels that perhaps she doesn't deserve any kind of comfort at all. But Mother walks over and strokes her head at that very moment. A gentle voice can be heard, singing that familiar sweet song, a song that had never belonged to Darcher. Go to sleep, my precious child. Rest in your cradle, warm and cozy. Go to sleep, my precious child. Every beautiful blessing, every happiness in this world, all of it belongs to you. Darcher closes her eyes in bliss. Although she knows that Mother did not sing that song out of love, she has never felt so content in her entire life. Then boundless silence devours Darcher, sinking her consciousness into a deep void. Mother stares with satisfaction at a transparent jar on the table labeled STR 018247. A faintly squirming polymer mass lies inside it, shimmering with a dazzling light. Those were the Boojum cells once active within Sexton's body, originating from the Boojum prototype she used to grow all third-gen dolls. Nourished by a doll's neurocloud and energy, it has now taken on properties and radiation wavelengths entirely different from Sexton's Boojum other half. They have been excised by some kind of power, completely and wholly, and what's more, they have been killed. This is her first time seeing a Boojum truly die. Oh, so it's dead then. What I've gathered from this event is I'm giving Mother the Williams special next time I see her. 8 gunshot wounds or 28 stab wounds. You don't want to leave a chance, did you? There's 38. I don't remember. That's an old meme. Completely destroying Boojum cells requires only high temperatures, but that is only a method to physically destroy them. She has never obtained a Boojum this intact. Boojum that has ceased all biological activity too. Back then, he shouldn't have been carrying any weapons or methods unknown to me, or things I've never deployed within the laboratory. Even if the prototype can recover, the connection to that girl has likely been permanently severed, and in time, the growth progress the prototype had achieved will also decline. The Sextans of present had become a doll not created by her. She had thoroughly attained freedom, and perhaps, in a certain way, became an entirely new individual. So you are capable of even such things, Commander. Fate truly does favor you very much. No, this is love. You are truly our most fearsome opponent. Task Force Defy. Contact attempt 7893. Requesting connection. Connection established. Mona, why are you the one answering the call? A certain secretary has entered a period of radio silence for the sake of an upcoming big move, so the duty of communicating with you is now mine to take over.
It's basically an evolution, yeah. My understanding is it's an evolution.
Huh.
Not the only time I think that's happened, but hey, you know, it is what it... The commander be built different.
Alpha, I've read the log for this mission.
Violent as ever, I see. Well, with Void Mestina around, that sort of thing is pretty much unavoidable.
I'm on this comms channel too.
And take that as a compliment. It's a compliment from a security doll, you know. That carries real weight.
Besides, there wasn't really any other option at the time. Thank you for understanding. Regarding the recent mission, did the organization have any feedback? Of course, I'm not rushing you. But this discovery is critical. I believe it can serve as direct evidence that Paradeus has completely revived, and in fact, it is integrating itself into a much larger, more terrifying existence. I understand you, but it seems the higher-ups have something they're way more concerned about.
Something they're more concerned about?
But what could matter more than tracking down...
I know, Alva, but this is what they want. I'm aware that it will pose problems for those who work on the front lines like you. But acting in accordance with orders handed down from above is precisely our duty. Alright. Then what are the orders from above? Continue the recon mission. Keep monitoring for any abnormal electromagnetic pulses. Doesn't really seem any different from before. Also, maintain contact with the commander, and when necessary, relay information about the Elmo back to the organization. Evel waits for a moment, but no further reply can be heard from the comms. That's all? That's all. Does that mean the commander is already safe? Well, it's at least a positive sign, isn't it? Alright. Although this doesn't seem any different from what we're already doing. We'll keep up our work, since that's how the higher-ups want it. Mm-hmm. In any case, safety first. You too. The call ends. The Elmo travels onward through the boundless desert like it always does. Come in. Ander. What's wrong? Have you visited Helena? Yeah, Helena, she woke up for a little bit just now. I told her about everything we went through recently. Was she able to understand it? More or less. Although Helena doesn't seem to fully understand it, she understands more than I expected. That is a pretty impressive improvement. But Helena did tell me that while she was asleep, she also dreamed of the girl we weren't able to save. I don't know why, but her ability to sense that girl seems especially strong. She also said that the girl once informed Helena of her name. That girl, I remember she was called H35, wasn't she? No, not a designation like H35 or D68. It's a name, like a human name. A name just like the Melanie you gave me. I paused what I'm working on and looked toward Melanie. Did she say what her name was? Helena said she forgot. I can't even get mad at her. She's going through a lot. No, that's not right. What she said was that's something she shouldn't remember. Shouldn't remember? I found this phrasing strange, yet it carries something that feels familiar. Commander, that girl seems somewhat different from us. I keep getting the feeling that she doesn't belong here. Melanie's scattered utterings gradually brought a certain idea in my mind into focus. That memory exiting only in my mind truly did happen. If the possibilities that Nirvana showed me really do exist, then at the other side of the world, those who are pulled by the thread of fate
could a reunion be possible? Do you think this means we still have a chance to save that girl? After all, Helena can still sense her even now. We definitely will. If my conjecture is true, then she must still be alive somewhere in this world. Major, I'm so sorry. It was only after going through this whole ordeal that I realized I've been talking about things that are really hard to achieve. I always had saving all the Helenas as my goal, but in the end, even just trying to save H-35 was so difficult. But if I don't do it, more and more children will be trapped in the kind of suffering I went through before. Melanie. Huh? You won't grow taller if you keep letting your mind run wild. Won't grow taller? Although you and Helena share the same genes, I remember when we measured your heights last time. She was already 1 centimeter taller than you. How is that possible? I drank my milk properly too. Melanie clenches her fists, looking at me in a huff, only to find an irrepressible smile spreading across my face. Enter, I knew it, you were lying. I'm not, it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask Mei-Ling. I'll go ask Miss Mei-Ling in a short while. If you don't want to lose to Helena, then don't keep dwelling on such things. Melanie, your priorities are to eat well and sleep well, then grow taller and bigger as soon as you can. Only then will you become strong enough to fight the bad guys who do evil and save all the Helenas. Wouldn't you agree? I see. Alright. Now go get ready for food. Remember that menu today's got stuff you really like. Fried chicken and pizza. Dang, boy! Fried chicken and pizza. That's a combination. Needs some milk. Yeah, she do need some. Are there any other gacha protags who are the single father like Skikon? I haven't actually played the entirety of the story in Wuwa, but could we make the argument that technically Rover is an adoptive parent to Amieth? They may not see each other the same way, sure. I know some people would push that, but at the same time, I think I've seen enough from people saying that they're kind of like an adoptive parent. For those of you Wuthering Waves people. Doctor from Arknights. I think so. I don't think I can think of any other off the top of my head, though. Daughter's getting fit. I mean, if they don't eat too much of it, it should be fine. I mean, if they're getting a lot of protein and not too much carbs, it's probably okay. Some ship them. It's the infamous gray area where it's like, they're not really family, but they also are. So how you see it is really up to you. So I can see some people with that mindset. I can see some people with the more daughter mindset. It really don't matter to me. I know enough of it that that either answer is fine. I don't see anything. I don't see like a direct canon. At least not yet. But then again, I need to play through the story myself, so that's all I can say on it. Okay, I'll go right now. Fried chicken and pizza. I am usually not the person to eat both of those. Melanie waves goodbye to me and jogs out of the ops room. A collapsed storm has just passed. The long absent blue sky reappears over the yellow zone. Sunlight shines down upon this desolate land. Day after day, as though nothing had ever happened. But some things do indeed quietly change. For instance, I finally decided to stop fixating on the chaotic past, to stop worrying over predicaments that had not yet happened, to stop excessively dwelling on the manipulations and maneuvers of powerful figures. I finally decided to take a probing step forward toward the future.
I know not of how far I can go up this mountain, but at the very least, if I must fall, I shall try for my remains to lay near the summit. Perhaps, or maybe not, due to the change in my state of mind, I noticed that outside the Almo's window in the ever-unchanging desert, something I've never seen before has appeared. A purple plant sways freely in the breeze at the far end of my vision. As the animal gradually moves forward, I suddenly realize that it wasn't a plant. I rub my eyes. Nemesis! Oh, look at that purple plant. Wait, that's not a plant. Nemesis! What are you doing here? Alrighty then. Let me grab all this. Took her about a week. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh no. What have you done? Also, I like how the couch is still empty. What have you sent me? Well then. I see. I'm assuming this is from the Bond story. Because, I see. It seems that the update is really living up to its name. Oh wait, no. Sort of things are screaming at me. Okay, anyway. Trying to see why there's a bunch of stuff screaming at me. Oh yeah, I need to fix all this. I'll do that later. There's so many things. Open up a bunch of boxes too. Okay. I see. You see indeed. I do. Did I? I have not. I've been needing to buy more of these. I should probably grab these and see if I get anything. Been trying to get more of those pieces just so I can see what else I can get there. That should be fine. Send that. Resend. How many of these am I at now? 8. Oh, we're almost there. We went straight into story. I just realized I didn't even pick up any of this stuff. Button to buy them every week. I kind of forget to do that. Alright, well, let's fix this real quick, right? Alright. We go here, we click this button. Nope. It did not happen. Unless it's debating us. Nope. Hey, you guys would know what would be really funny if I did a 10 pull on this and it was actually gold. You know how funny that would be if this was actually a gold door? Like, that would actually be hilarious. It didn't happen. What happened? Next one, gold trust. I see. Unfortunately, I don't have the receipt. Don't be a comedian. I tried. I broke the #1 rule. Lol, could save it for OCS 14. Well, yeah, I could. You jinxed! Guys, we've already done this joke like 3 times. I'd be at this point. It's overstayed its welcome. It's more of just a lamau. Do you have any elite guns left? You have so many pulls. What do you mean, elite? You could redeem pull in Platoon though, right? I probably could. I think I have most people's weapons. I think there's a couple I'm missing. That's because things didn't work out. But I have most of them. Even some of the characters, ones that aren't necessarily theirs. Who am I missing, actually? I think there's a couple. I've got Helen's. Lotta has that. No. You have it. You have yours. 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 I know people were asking about Alva earlier. The Shevnaya has yours. Ro doesn't. I did not get Rose. Because this is Svarog right now. We just got hers today. You have yours. You have yours. You have yours. Lind has hers. He does. General, you got the General Lee rifle. So we do have it. Hers and somebody else. She has hers. We don't have hers. So she'd be the second. She would be the second doll without her weapon if I don't get it. Thought it took a while. Yeah. We were talking about a lot of stuff though, so it was worth it. But yes. Like I said, this was definitely a really good storyline. It was surprising how much it covered for, like, was it Gen 3 stuff? Took a little bit for me to figure out, but I think part of that also comes from the fact that I don't know everything with it. I ain't so lucky with the purple weapons of theirs for some reason. Yeah, fair enough. Some of the SSR designs are kind of bad. Oh, like the you're talking like the actual gun itself. How do we actually look at that? What do you attach? Yeah, this. You're talking like the kind of futuristic-y looking guns. Yeah, I'm not like a huge fan of like the super futuristic-y looking weaponry. I kind of like the purples a lot more. Oh yeah, I forgot you're not even borrowing. You guys have your own versions of what Golden Melody. Oh yeah, you know what? I need to see something. Where are we at? Where are we at? Let me see this real quick. We have 98.4. That can't be that hard to find a way to fix it, right? I think I could probably do attachments somewhere. At that point, I'd just do an extreme calibration, which would probably be on this one. Or this, because it's got crit damage. Well, it's got attack. It's got defense though. Looks like some rusted. Oh, like a field tested or something like that. Like some games do. Like I think Counter-Strike does that. Team Fortress 2 does too. Yeah, I would definitely say these. They don't look great. I think the rifles actually make it, or the ARs make it look worse. Let's go to the blues.
Or they just look like bleh. They're not crazy or anything. They look like cheap Steam. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Whereas these actually have like the little extra polish and metallic sheen to them to make it look like they're actually weapons. Plus you get the actual textures on some of the like the grips and stuff. I just don't like. I'm not a huge fan of how futuristic-y they look in these. They're not bad designs by any means, but I'm not really a huge fan of the like super futuristic-y stuff. But then again, there's also cardboard gun. Thankfully, they're starting to do a lot more of the other options. I didn't realize I had this. I could peel the futuristic off. Why does the cardboard gun have more detail than the blue gun? I don't know. I really can't say. You know what? Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, chat. Wait, do I need? Oh, is it more? Is it mid range? I think I've done this one in a while. Cat noises. So long as the stick is the best. Oh yes, the stick is the best. It will always be the best. I need to look and see if there's any other better ones. Let's hit the glory store real quick. Probably can get some stuff in here. What do we got? We got 3,000. Well, I can definitely get some of these. Let's see what we got. That's a shotgun. That's good. Oh, you're talking the super casual one? Wait, is this? That is really goofy. Just looking at some of the, like, this looks like a flamethrower. Like, this looks like you're just missing the tanks for the flamethrower. Dustbuster. Oh, it's a vacuum. Oh yeah, there's the nozzles. That's funny. Oh, there's actually, wow, I didn't even notice that. You can actually see the animated bits right here. So you can see it there. That's so goofy. The thing is, this is a shotgun one. Who would I put this on? That would be Lotta. I'm half tempted to put that on Lotta. Just because it's so goofy. Scaling this pork vegetable. That's under barrel, okay. Who else would rock that, though? That's the real question. I'll have to look at that and see what I could do with it. Because I'm like, I don't mind goofy gun skins like that. Yeah, no. Can I sort by weapon type? Oh, shotgun. Perfect. Not gonna lie, I feel like the goofy weapon skins would like I could see just how she is. She's a goofy character. Lada I could see, just because she could be a little silly, especially with her dorm animation. Sabrina is probably gonna be the carrot. It would be the carrot. It has to be food related, otherwise it just doesn't make sense. So, if Helen had a maid skin, she had a maid skin. Well, the best we get, unfortunately, for now is well, I guess Sinteresi does still by default have one, but it's more so that Darcher is the only one I think that has a maid skin. Well, the dolls are dorks in their own way. Fair enough. So, anyway, I am going to probably call it here because it is early in the morning and I should probably get some sleep still. Managed to finally get this thing though, hopefully. I can get to, getting more stuff going again. I don't want to have any more storms. I would like to not have that. So anyway, I'll see what I can do for the rest of the week in terms of other streams. I do need to get some infield coverage because I haven't done infield in a while, as well as Uma and Wuthering Waves and Blue Archive. Blue Archive, I'm gonna give you guys a weekend. I want to binge like crazy. So we shall do that. But for now, that is all the time I have for tonight. So, have a good night, morning, or evening, wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you guys all in the near future. These Wuthering Waves don't need to rush. Yeah, I appreciate that about Wuthering Waves. Next is the wife update. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. So, anyway, have a good rest of your days, guys, and I'll see you guys soon. Laters.